Hello and thank you for choosing this clean Amish romance from Sarah Miller. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support helps us keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. Settle in as you step into a peaceful Amish community where faith is strong, hearts are open, and love finds its way. Enjoy. Copyright Sarah Miller. A Love Worth Hiding For by Sarah Miller. Chapter 1. The laughter was the hardest part. It rolled across the Beeler barn in warm, easy waves, and not one note of it belonged to Rachel Schlabach. The previous day, the barn was filled with 300 wedding guests. This morning, it looked like a disaster zone. Benches were strewn higgledy-piggledy, tables partially stacked, and there were enough crumbs to feed every hen in the district. Rachel stood at the end of the longest table with her hands deep in the dishwater, scrubbing pie plates already scraped so clean they hardly needed washing. Around her, the women of Faith's Creek cleared away the wedding the way they did everything. Together. Talking, teasing, finishing each other's sentences like one big family. Because that was what they were. Sisters, cousins, and neighbors. Women who shared 30 years of weddings, funerals, and canning frolics, who knew each other's habits as well as their own. And then there was her, feeling all alone in a crowd. Listening, watching, and waiting for. She shook her head and pulled herself out of the gloom. The chatter washed over her like a cleansing rain. Ada, take that end. Nay, the other end, or you'll fold yourself up inside it. Esther, sit down this minute. You fed 300 people yesterday. The benches can wait till you've had your coffee. Where has that cat got to? If Sassy's been at the leftover chicken, I'm not the one telling Sarah. Rachel scrubbed harder. Work asked nay questions. Work never said, and where did you live before, Rachel? Work never wondered, out loud or otherwise, why a young widow went still when an Englisher car slowed out on the road. She didn't look at the men, but she was tracking Abram from across the barn. It was 3 months since the service. 3 months since she saw the tattoo on his forearm when Teddy pulled the sleeve up. She'd told herself she was wrong. It was just her fear. Nay way could that tattoo have found her here. She was safe. Only in the middle of the night, she wasn't sure she was wrong. If she was right, a man in her in-laws' pay was here in Faith's Creek with a Bopley and a fake memory loss that made him look innocent. He had a story and a look about him that made her want to help him. If she was wrong, then he was waiting to do whatever he came here to do. To hurt her, to take Elsie, to take her back. She scrubbed harder. Her hands didn't shake. That, more than anything, was the trouble. 3 months ago, she arrived in Faith's Creek hoping she'd finally found sanctuary. That she'd run far enough to be safe. Ruth welcomed her and asked nay questions, and she could breathe. Then, at a service, Abram walked in, and she saw it, the tattoo, the snake, or did she? It was 3 months of keeping her eyes down, her hands busy, and her answers short. It should be easier by now. It wasn't. She glanced at the corner where Elsie lay on her quilt, her tiny, fat fists waving at the swallows swooping through the rafters. She was a round-cheeked scrap of a thing, not yet a year old, with a soft down of fair hair and her mam's big blue eyes. Her doctor was the only soul whom she loved with all her being. The thought squeezed her chest, familiar as an old bruise. You'll wear the pattern off those plates, dear. Rachel looked up. Ruth stood across the table, her sleeves rolled, her iron-gray hair tucked neatly under her cap. Her brown eyes were kind, and they saw far too much. They always did. They're nearly done, Rachel said. They were done 10 minutes ago. There's a place by Sarah, and coffee going cold in it. Go and sit. Elsie is being guarded by Becca like a small fat soldier, and Tabby's watching both of them. Go. There was nay arguing with Ruth. Plenty had tried. All of them lost. So, with a smile, Rachel dried her hands and went. Sitting felt strange at first. She was halfway through a slice of spice cake she never asked for when she made the mistake of looking across the barn. Abram was hauling benches with Reuben Schrock, one man at each end. He was tall and broad through the shoulders, with brown hair the wind had caught, and a faint scar above his right eyebrow that was still pink at the edges. Even carrying half a bench, he managed to scowl. At the wall. At the bench. And then at her. Rachel lifted her chin and stared right back. A year of running taught her to never look away first, and she wasn't about to unlearn it for a farmer with hazel eyes and a temper. He passed close by her table with the next bench, near enough that she saw the hay dust on his shoulders and the stain that still darkened one boot. He and Teddy were a mystery to her. A Bopley always pulled her, but she feared and, longed in the same breath. It was strange. She knew it was best to keep away, in case the tattoo was real, but it couldn't be. Abram's arms were covered. They were always covered. Reuben had rolled up his sleeves. What did that mean? She shook her head and thought. Nay one in the district knew where the Bopley came from. Nay one, it seemed, knew where Abram himself had been. The scar above his eyebrow was where the world had caught him, and he could nay, or would nay, say what happened. The sheriff had investigated, but nay missing Bopley was reported anywhere to match Teddy. The authorities wanted to take the boy away. Then, the bishop petitioned and said that the logical conclusion was that the boy was Amish. If not, there would be records of his birth. That was all she knew. That and the fact that she and Abram had been butting heads ever since they met at the wedding. Still, the sight of that boot tickled her before she could stop it. Yesterday he'd come through the wedding crowd balancing a full cup of coffee. All she did was ask if he wanted sugar in it. He jumped like a spooked colt and ended up wearing the whole cup down his boots in front of half the district. She hid her chuckle behind her hand, but not quickly enough. Something funny, he said. Nay, she said sweetly. Only mind your boots. There's nae coffee at this table. Though I could fetch you a cup, if you want the pair to match. A muscle jumped in his jaw. That was your doing, and well you know it. So you said. All I did was offer you sugar. You crept up on me. I was carrying a full tray and talking the whole while. She gave him the smile she'd worked on for months. The one that said I'm confident, nothing to see here. A man who can carry half a bench on his own ought to manage one cup of coffee. He walked on without answering her. But his ears were red, and somehow that pleased her more than the spice cake did. Across the barn, Ruth folded a tablecloth into smaller and smaller squares, and watched the whole exchange over the top of it. You're doing it again, gross mammy. I'm folding a tablecloth. You're plotting. Tabby shifted Becca higher on her hip and followed her gross mammy's gaze. It was flicking from the dark-haired widow sitting straight as a fence post among the women, to the broad-shouldered young men stacking benches as if the benches had wronged him personally. She groaned. Nay, Ruth. Nay, not again. She couldn't help but chuckle. Ruth was such a romantic. They're perfect. They can't be in the same barn without quarreling. Jaw. Ruth's eyes twinkled in a way that boded ill for somebody's peace. Did you hear them just now? Nay, one quarrels like that with a stranger. It takes a gut deal of interest to be that annoyed. You are a dangerous old woman. I'm a gifted one. Hand me those blue cloths. They want shaking out. Ruth carried the cloths to the wide barn doorway where the light was gut, and shook the first one hard, scattering crumbs into the yard for the hens. They came running over, clucking and scratching. The morning spread out before her, bright and busy. Buggies sat in the lane. Men were calling to each other over the benches. Somebody's dog was asleep in the one patch of shade. And at the far fence line, where the Beeler pasture met the road, a man stood watching the barn. Ruth's hands went still on the cloth. He was too far off to see plainly. An Englisher by the cut of him. And he stood the way nae honest man stands. Perfectly still. Facing the barn. With nae reason in the world to be there. Every day, and wedding days especially, brought lookers on. It was usual enough. Cars slowed or even stopped on the road. Folk liked a glimpse of the plain people at their gatherings, and they stood at the fences. It happened all the time, but they were excited. They would wave a greeting, giggle, and smile. This man was different. A hay wagon rolled along the road between them, only for a moment. He was hidden for the time it took the loaded wagon to pass. When it was gone, the fence line stood empty. The fields behind it, too. He'd disappeared, almost melted away in an instant. Ruth stayed in the doorway a long while, the tablecloth forgotten in her hands. She had 68 years in this world. That showed a woman most things a body could see, and she knew what she was looking at now. Somebody was watching. And he didn't want to be seen doing it. Chapter 2. 3 days after the wedding, Abram was ambushed in his dade's yard. The weapon was a pie. It's a shoe fly and still warm. Ruth held it out from the seat of her buggy. The reins were looped easily in one hand, and the look on her face said more than just pie. It's your mam's favorite, if I remember rightly, and I always do. Now you can't take a pie into the hayfield, so you may as well carry it up to the house. While you're at the house, you may as well wash your hands, and once your hands are clean, there's nae sense in dirtying them again before you've been over to mine. The school box wants sorting. Abram stood in the lane, holding the warm pie, trying to figure out what was going on. He failed miserably. The school box, he said. Ack, mun. It's the donated clothing for the kinner whose families are stretched thin. The new teacher comes at the end of summer, and I mean to have the box ready before she gets here. It needs a man to lift the crates down, and a pair of young eyes to sort through the small things. Ruth clicked her tongue at the horse. Bring Teddy. There are toys in one of those crates, or I'm a Mennonite. She had gone down the lane before he could manage a neigh or a reason to use it. That, Abram thought, was how Ruth won her battles. She never left a gap for a man to get a word in. He carried the pie up to the house, where his mam was rolling out dough for a pie of her own. Martha took one look at what was in his hands and laughed. Shoe fly. That woman. She said it on the sill as tenderly as if it were a bopley. Nae one gives a pie like Ruth does, and nae one pays dearer for one either. What does she want? Teddy and I. The school box wants sorting. Then wash your hands and take the boy. His mam was still chuckling as she turned back to her dough. And do it properly, or she'll have you back again tomorrow. That pie has a hook in it, Abram. She's a gut woman, swallow it anyway. After the noon meal, Abram took Teddy over to Ruth's, lifted the 3 crates down from her shelves, and set to work. He had half a crate unpacked when the door opened behind him, and Rachel walked in, talking as she came. Ruth? I've brought the thread, though I still don't know what a woman wants with 11 spools of grey. She saw Abram and stopped dead in the doorway, with Elsie on her hip, and a paper bag of thread in her hand. She looked at the crates, and at him kneeling among them, and understood exactly what Ruth had done. She knew Ruth was scheming, but she didn't think Ruth would move so fast. There was Abram on his knees among the crates. Rachel, with Elsie on her hip, was trapped in the doorway. It wasn't hesitation. It was training. She fixed her face before she stepped in. She smiled the smile she kept for people she didn't trust. If Abram was one of Daniel's, he'd read the walk. If not, Ruth would only be furious with her, and Ruth's fury was manageable. Daniel's men weren't. Gut, you're both here. Ruth appeared from the kitchen with the innocence of a cat coming away from the cream. Rachel, set Elsie down by Teddy, he's a gentle soul. Abram, the small dresses go by size, not by color, whatever it is you think you're doing there. Now, I must see to my bread. The kitchen door shut behind her, leaving the two of them a little staggered. Neither of them spoke, and they kept their eyes on the kinner. Teddy was a sturdy little fellow of 2, with a mop of dark curls and big dark eyes that studied a thing a gut while before they trusted it. He sat cross-legged on the rag rug, and walked a small wooden horse up his own leg. Rachel set Elsie down on the far corner of the rug. The little girl watched the horse with her whole soul in her big blue eyes. You could put the thread down, Abram said at last. I'll not tell her you thought about leaving. I wasn't thinking about leaving. You were measuring the door. I was minding where the light fell. Rachel set the bag of thread on the table and knelt at the far side of the crate, keeping a safe yard of rag rug between them. She said size, not color. You heard her. I had them by size. She lifted the top dress from his nearest pile, held it up against the light, and moved it 2 piles along without a word. Abram opened his mouth, looked at the dress, and shut it again. She was right, and that made it worse. They worked on while the clock on Ruth's shelf ticked. From the kitchen came the thump of dough being handled with unnecessary firmness, and he would have sworn to it, a chuckle. Teddy's horse clopped its way across the rug, and arrived in front of Elsie. Abram half rose because the boy was gentle, but he was 2, and 2-year-olds and bopless went together like cats and cream jugs. He needn't have moved. Teddy set the horse down before the little girl with great ceremony, said, "Horse," and sat back to let her admire it. Elsie grabbed it and put its head straight in her mouth. Teddy looked at Abram, and Abram looked back at the boy, who gave the smallest, most forgiving shrug in Lancaster County, and went to find another toy in the crate. He'll want that back, Rachel murmured. He doesn't give much, that little man. But what he gives for gut. Rachel looked at him then, straight on, for the first time since she came in. Something in her face softened. That's a rare way to be, she said, and she bent quickly over the crate as if the small aprons in it needed all her attention. He set the crate down and stood a moment with the back of his hand pressed against the scar above his eyebrow, waiting for the small dull pounding behind it to ease. It was a habit he'd picked up and stopped noticing. The pounding settled, he took up the next crate, and Rachel, bent over the aprons, saw only what she'd been meant to see. They got on better after that, or at least they got on. She sorted and he lifted, and the piles grew neat, and the crates grew empty. When Ruth swept back in, she counted the piles, pronounced them wonderbar for a first attempt, set them each a task that couldn't be done from opposite ends of the room, and remembered urgent business with her bread. She's not subtle, Rachel said as the kitchen door shut again. She's never needed to be. Half the district is married because of that woman, and the other half is only safe because she hasn't got to them yet. And which half are you? Both, Abram said, with feeling. Rachel laughed before she could catch it. That laugh changed her whole face. He bent over the crate and kept his eyes on his work, because a man could get startled looking at a thing like that. She already thought him easily startled. He wasn't sure how much more damage his reputation could take. The light was going long and gold through Ruth's front windows by the time the last crate stood empty. Rachel gathered Elsie up onto her hip and reached for her bonnet on the peg. Then Teddy, who'd been quiet a long while among the wooden toys, got up on his short legs and toddled across the rag rug. He came to Rachel and took a fistful of her skirt to steady himself, the way he did with Martha, the way he did with no one else in the world. He looked up at her with his dark eyes, serious under his dark curls. "Ma'am," he said, plain as day. The room stopped. Rachel stood with her bopley on her hip, and the boy's small fist in her skirt. Abram's mouth dropped open. The empty crate wobbled in his hands. Neither he nor Rachel could find a single word. Abram's heart stopped in his chest with the crate still in his hands. He loved that boy so much, knew he had to protect him, but he couldn't remember why. Now he was calling this stranger by a name he'd never spoken to any woman before. Chapter 3. By the end of that week, Rachel learned two things about Faith's Creek. The first was that news traveled faster here than any buggy could carry it. The second was that no one in this district asked a question straight out. They simply arranged your days until the answer happened all by itself. So on a bright, hot morning, Rachel carried a basket of Ruth's plum preserves up to Martha Hostetler's kitchen, and she had no clear memory of ever having agreed to doing it. "Come in, let's have a coffee," Martha said, as if she were telling her the weather. "Joseph wants Abram in the far field before the heat breaks the horses, and I've the beans to see to. It would be a mercy if somebody young minded the kinner, where I could hear them being happy." There was nae arguing with the mams of this district either, Rachel was learning. Stubbornness seemed to run in the water. So the men went to the hay field, and Martha took her beans to the porch where the shade was. Rachel spread a quilt across the kitchen doorway where the breeze came through. The two Bopless regarded each other with the frank interest of two cats meeting in a barn. Rachel kept her hand flat on Elsie's little back. She wasn't looking at the field where the men worked, but she was tracking the silence out there. Silence was the trouble. A gutman could be quiet at his work. A man watching a hunted woman could be quiet at his work, too. If she refused Ruth's arrangement, the district would know she suspected the son, and if the son was watching her, that was the last thing she could afford to tell. So she sat. She smiled. She fed her doctor cheese from her knee, and kept her face smiling. Her heart tightened, but she needn't have worried. Teddy and Elsie played together as if they'd been born to it. He built towers out of thread spools, and she knocked them down. He let out a peal of laughter, as if he found this the finest joke in Lancaster County. With a final chuckle, he built them all up again. When Elsie tired of the spools, he brought her treasures instead, one at a time, and laid each one solemnly on the quilt in front of her. He brought her a hen's feather, then a big wooden clothes peg, and at last the wooden horse, which was hers now, and they both knew it. Rachel thought of Teddy asleep in Abram's arms in the middle of a summer service. He was a small, worn thing nae bigger than a lamb. She'd told herself that day to run or to at least keep her distance from Abram. And yet, she was still here. Nothing had happened. Maybe the tattoo was not real, maybe it was just her fear. And always, between one treasure and the next, he came back to Rachel. He didn't climb into her lap, not quite. He stood against her knee with one small hand holding a fold of her apron, the way another kinner might hold a railing. From there he watched the world as if her knee were high ground. Since the day at Ruth's, the day he said the word neither she nor Abram had spoken of since, she'd told herself to be careful with this boy. What he called her wasn't his fault. And it wasn't his fault that something in her chest turned over every time those dark eyes found her across a room, and settled on her, the way a compass needle settles. He was so like Abram. That was the strange part, for they were not blood at all. They had the same watchfulness, the same stillness in company, the same way of studying a thing a long moment before trusting themselves to it. Whatever the man was teaching the boy, he was teaching it by being it. Rachel found she thought better of him for that than for anything he could have said to her face. For months on, and nae ma'am had come, and nae dade. Rachel watched Martha more than once when a strange buggy slowed on the road. She would set her ear toward the lane, and hold it there a little too long. She never said what she was listening for. She didn't have to. Rachel found herself, most mornings without meaning to, listening the same way. How Abram came to bring Teddy home was a story Ruth told her only in pieces. Abram, Ruth said, couldn't explain it to any living soul. He arrived battered and bruised some months back with the Bopley in his arms, and no memory of how he got there. The long months of running had taught her to keep a list of the ways out of any room she sat in. As she sat on that quilt with the smell of cut hay drifting in, and Teddy's hand in her apron, she realized she'd forgotten to look for one. The noon meal came and went: cold chicken, buttered bread, and the first of the tomatoes. Martha would not hear of help with the dishes. "The kinner will fall where they stand if somebody doesn't catch them first," she said, as she shooed Rachel out of the kitchen with a dishcloth. "Take the rocker. It knows what it's for." Rachel curled up in the rocker. Elsie was heavy against her shoulder almost at once and lay boneless, the way sleeping bopless do. Teddy stood beside the rocker a while and fought it like a man. His eyes slid shut and snapped open again, and then Rachel patted her free knee, just once. He climbed up as if he'd only been waiting to be asked. He rested his head on her shoulder, sighed, and closed his eyes. She hummed to them. She wasn't thinking about it. It was an old hymn her own mam used to hum over the bread, back in Holmes County, a place she would never see again. The rocker creaked slowly, the bees worked the window boxes, and somewhere between one verse and the next, Rachel fell asleep. Abram came up from the field with the water jug, his shirt stuck to his back and his mind on nothing but the pump. He stopped in the kitchen doorway and forgot the pump entirely. Rachel was asleep in the rocker with a bopley in each arm. Elsie lay spread against her shoulder like a dropped shawl. Teddy was curled into the crook of her other arm with his fist wound in her apron, and his dark curls against her sleeve. Rachel's head had tipped forward over both of them. The rocker had stopped moving, and the only sound was the bees buzzing on the flowers. He should go back out, he told himself, but he didn't move. He was still standing there when Martha came in from the porch with the bean bowl against her hip. She followed his look, and her face went soft and young, the way it always did over small sleeping things. "Don't you wake them," she whispered. "I wasn't going to." "Nay." His mam looked from the rocker to him and back again. The shine in her eyes turned into something with a plan in it, something that would have done Ruth credit. "I don't suppose you were." She set the bowl down then, and as she straightened it happened. Her hand came up flat against her chest and pressed there, her other hand caught the doorframe, and for 3 long breaths, his mam stood very still while her face and lips drained of all color. "Ma'am?" "It's the heat," she said. She was already busy with her apron, already turning away toward the stove. "A body my age shouldn't shell beans in the sun, that's all it is. Take your jug and go on, your dade's waiting." But he had seen her knuckles white on the doorframe, and long after she'd shooed him back out into the heat, he carried the sight of them with him down the rows. Chapter 4. 2 mornings later, Abram came down before first light and found his dade by the table with the egg basket in his hands. The day went wrong from there. "Your mam dropped it," Joseph said. His voice was as level as ever, but his eyes were frightened. "She's sitting down. She says it's nothing. Ride for Dr. Yoder." Abram threw a bridle on a horse and didn't bother with the saddle. The road was gray and empty, and the fields were half lost in mist, and once, at the Beeler corner, the world tilted sideways for the space of a breath before it righted itself. He told the dawn what he told everyone, that it was nothing, and he rode on. Faith Yoder answered his knocking with a lamp in her hand, and she went to wake her dade before Abram had finished asking. By the time the doctor's buggy swung out of the yard behind him, the east had gone the color of skimmed milk, and Faith stood in the doorway and watched them off with her quiet, seeing eyes. They were eyes that had gathered up a district's worth of trouble and kept every grain of it to herself. Dr. Yoder was upstairs with Martha for a long time. Downstairs, Joseph stood at the window with his hands behind his back. Teddy, who always knew when something was wrong in a house, walked his wooden horse along the bench very quietly. Abram made coffee that nobody drank. "We'll pray," Joseph said at last, and they did. Teddy's small hands were folded inside his dade's big ones, and the clock ticked through every word of it. Afterward, Joseph rested his hand on Teddy's head for a while and kept his eyes on the stairs. 40 years, he said, to the window more than to Abram. She has carried this house 40 years, and I let her, because she was good at it, and it made her happy. You mind that, when your turn comes. Being let is not the same as being able. It was the longest speech Abram had heard from his dad in a month of Sundays, and it frightened him worse than the doctor's bag did. When Dr. Yoder came down, he took his spectacles off and polished them. He only ever did that when the news was bad. Her heart is tired, he said. It has been weak for 2 years, and she has spent those 2 years pretending otherwise. Now it is presenting its bill. She must rest, and I do not mean Martha rest, where she sits down to shell the beans. I mean, there will be nae wash days, nae canning, and nae cooking for hay crews. I mean months of it, not days. The house, Joseph began and stopped, because he was a fair man, and could not finish the sentence in any direction that did not end at his sickfra. The house cannot run itself. I know it. Dr. Yoder set his spectacles back on his nose. That is a problem for you, Joseph. It is nae longer a problem for her. Many men manage a household. You too will do so, or you will find help. Then buggy wheels sounded in the lane. Ruth came in without knocking, which was her custom. Rachel came up behind her, Elsie on her hip, and a basket of preserves in her arm. She wore the look of a woman who'd been given nae say at all in her own mourning. I found her on the road, Ruth said. Nobody believed it, least of all Rachel. Dr. Yoder explained a little of what was happening. Ruth heard him out with her head tipped like a wren's. Then she folded her hands over her apron. Abram had known her all his life, and he watched a plan come together in her old eyes. There would be nae gaps in it. Then it's plain as porridge, Ruth said. Rachel will come each day. She'll keep the kitchen and mind the kinner, and Martha will rest where she can hear the house living around her, which is the only rest that ever did a mam any gut. Elsie comes too, of course. The kinner do better together, as anybody with eyes has seen. Nay, Rachel and Abram said in the same breath. They looked at each other in surprise. It was the first thing they'd ever agreed on, and they'd done it entirely by accident. There, Ruth said comfortably, as if something had been proven. Then it's settled. I only meant they might not want that, Rachel began. At the same moment Abram said, we can't ask it of her. Neither of them finished, because Martha spoke from her chair by the stove, where she'd been installed against her will with a shawl over her knees like a queen in exile. It would make it easier for me to rest, Martha said. Nothing could be said against that without it sounding like they were refusing a sick woman her ease. Every soul in the room knew it, and the two people it most concerned knew it best of all. So it was arranged, the way things were always arranged once Ruth was in the room. It was done quickly and completely, with a strong suggestion that it had been everyone's idea all along. Joseph watched the whole business from the window, his unchanging pale eyes fixed on it. He said only, "Dankie," to Rachel, and shook her hand as gravely as if she were a deacon. Dr. Yoder packed his bag and paused at the door beside Abram, out of the women's hearing. He looked at him with those sharp eyes, and they went straight to the scar above Abram's eyebrow. "And how is the head, son?" "It's mending," Abram said. "Dankie." The doctor didn't move. He'd delivered Abram in the upstairs room of this very house. He looked at him now the way he'd looked at him then, as if he already knew the answer, and was only waiting for Abram to say it out loud. "The truth, this time," he said. Abram let out a long breath. "The head's mending, doctor. It's the memory that isn't." He met the old doctor's eyes. "I can't tell you the 6 weeks before I brought Teddy home. There's a fog where those weeks ought to be, and I can't find my way in. The headaches come most days still. And there are dreams I can't hold on to by morning, though I know they were there. Dr. Yoder briefly placed his hand on Abram's shoulder. It may come back to you slowly, son. It may come back to you all at once. When it comes, it may not come kindly. Send for me either way. Jaw, Doctor. Chapter 5. The new arrangement settled in when the storm came up out of the southwest like a gray wall. Abram came and went from the fields, keeping a careful politeness about him. If their truce still had thorns in it, they had at least agreed where the fences ran. Rachel's days had developed in a way she was careful not to love too much. In the morning, she came up the lane with Elsie on her hip. The dew on the grass felt real beneath her feet. The walk was a time to think, pray, and brace herself for the day. Occasionally, she was searching the hedgerows, but she was starting to feel safe. It was a strange feeling, and she wondered how long it could last. She made breakfast, cleaned, did the washing and mending, and made sure that Martha rested as much as she would. The kinner tumbled about their feet. It was more gut than she had any right to let it be. She knew better than to say so even to herself. Joseph came in at 4 o'clock with the smell of rain on him, and the horses were already stamping in the yard. "You'll not make Ruth's before this starts," he said, with a glance at the sky that settled the matter as far as he was concerned. Martha settled the rest of it. The spare room was aired, and the little crib that had been Abram's was brought down from the attic for Elsie. Martha stated that nay doctor of this district, which Rachel now was, whether she knew it or not, was driving for miles into a wall of weather with a Bopley on the seat beside her. Rachel gave in with better grace than she'd have managed a month ago. Rachel let herself be told to stay because refusing was an announcement. Nay sensible young widow drove for miles through mud in the dark, only a runner did that. So she thanked Martha, settled Elsie in the little crib, and sat down at the supper table with the men she was watching. When Abram recited the 23rd Psalm to Teddy later in a voice too plain to be performance, she made herself hear it as performance anyway. Any man could learn a psalm. Daniel gentled her, too, at the beginning, and she loved him for it. That was how you got caught. Still, she wished she could go back to Ruth's. Part of her pretended Ruth would worry, but she knew Ruth would understand. That she would know what had happened, and would not be searching for her. The rain hit the windows hard. The gas lamps hissed steadily against the dark. When the thunder rolled across the ridge, Teddy flinched down to his very bones. Then he went on eating, grimly determined not to shame himself at the table. Joseph said grace over the noise and took his time. Afterward, Rachel washed up in water hot from the stove, her feet bare on the cool boards. If a body could keep one evening back from time and hold it, she thought, she might choose this one, storm and all. Martha had the kinner to herself after that, one against each side of her chair. She told them a long, slow story about a duck who was afraid of the water. Teddy, who called her Ma'am Martha and ruled her absolutely, made her tell it twice. As Rachel watched them, she caught herself measuring the evening against the house she left in Ohio. She pushed the thought away before it could show on her face. She lay a long while in the spare room listening, while Elsie breathed softly in the old crib beside her. It seemed to take forever, but she must have fallen asleep. A scream woke her in the night. Like a man, she jerked awake, and her first thought was for Elsie. The Bopley was sleeping soundly. The scream had not been hers. Rachel blinked and tried to listen. Half asleep, she pulled her mind to the present. She was in the hallway before she rightly knew she'd risen, and could hear the screaming. She crossed the hall and entered another room. Teddy was bolt upright in his low bed. His eyes were closed tight. He was screaming as if he was caught fast in something and couldn't get free. She had him up and against her shoulder in a moment. Abram filled the doorway a breath later with the lamp turned low, and his hair wild from the pillow. "Don't wake him sharp," he said quietly. "It gets worse if you wake him too quickly." Taking a breath, she held him close as Abram hovered, his eyes wide with concern. She walked the room with the boy against her shoulder. Abram talked, low and steady, a river of quiet nonsense about horses, hay, and a toad the Kinner had found by the pump. The rigid little body began to soften. The screams came down to sobbing, and the sobbing to hiccups. At last, Teddy came back to himself and burrowed into Rachel's neck. The storm was moving off eastward now, and the thunder came fewer and farther between. They ended up on the floor with their backs against the low bed. The lamp made one small warm room out of the big dark one, and the boy grew heavy in Rachel's arms. "Does it happen often?" she asked softly. "It's happened ever since I brought him home." Abram was quiet for a moment. "I don't know what he sees. That's the worst of it. Whatever it is, I wasn't there for it. Or I was and I can't." He stopped, and she heard him choose to leave it. Then, with the lamp low and the boy asleep between them, the crack she glimpsed at Ruth's opened a little wider. He gave her what he never offered anybody unasked. He explained that Teddy was not his kinner. Beyond that, he could tell her almost nothing at all. He came to in a strange barn, hurt and lost, with the Bopley asleep on his chest, and nae memory of how the kinner got there. The weeks before that were nothing but a blur. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get them back. His hand went to his forehead, as if just thinking about it caused him pain. "When I woke, I tried to find someone. I tried to find the boy's parents. I knew he was Teddy, but nothing more. Nae one wanted to know. I came home." He shrugged as if, "What else would you do? I don't know whether Teddy was given to me, if I found him, or if I pulled him from trouble. The memory is just gone." All Rachel knew was what she saw with the rest of the district at the service months back. Abram walked in with the Bopley in his arms, beaten and confused. The rest, the strange barn, the weeks gone out of his head, he only just now told her. "That must be hard." "How are you now?" she asked. "The headaches still come. I have dreams, but I can't remember them come the morning. I fear that one day someone will come and take Teddy." She nodded, understanding that fear. It was obvious how much he loved the boy. In return, Teddy truly loved and trusted him. "I told the sheriff everything, well, that I could. Notices were posted and questions were asked across 3 counties. The law did what the law does. Nobody ever came for him," Abram said, and he looked down at the dark head against her shoulder, "and God forgive me, somewhere in it I stopped praying they would." Rachel sat very still. She knew what it cost, saying that much. She carried a whole life that she wanted to forget. Unlike Abram, for her, the memories would not leave. But she was not ready to share. "Denki for telling me," she said finally. Below them, the house creaked and settled, and the rain softened to a steady patter on the shingles. As she sat there on the plain scrubbed boards with a sleeping boy in her arms, and this guarded man keeping watch beside them, it came to her that she felt safe. That frightened her worse than any storm. Safe was the one thing she couldn't afford to feel. The last of the thunder died away over the hills. Teddy stirred against her shoulder, more than half asleep. He whimpered, and his small fist tightened in her nightdress. "Nay, nay," his voice was thick and small. "The loud men." Rachel's eyes met Abram's over the boy's head. "Shush, my little man, you are safe," she whispered to him. And then, so small she nearly missed it, Teddy said, "Ma'am." Later, when the house was quiet, Rachel lay in the spare room with Elsie's breath rising and falling in the crib beside her. She couldn't sleep for the questions. Abram's story fit too well. The barn, the memory loss, the Bopley somebody put in his arms. Daniel told her stories once. Daniel opened doors. She wanted, past all sense, to believe this one. That, she thought, was the most dangerous thing she could do. Chapter 6. Rachel came out of Ruth's front door into the early cool with Elsie on her hip. She stretched and closed her eyes for a moment. It was so nice to be here. To be back in an Amish district and to feel safe. She moved to pull out a chair when she saw the paper. It was folded small and tucked under the mat, white against the brown. It was far too neat to be anything the wind had left. Rachel stood a moment. It could be nothing. A note from a neighbor. And yet, her pulse raced at the same time as she felt that her heart had stopped. How could the two happen at the same time? The yard and the lane were empty. The morning smelled of dew and cut grass, the same as every morning since spring. She shifted Elsie higher on her hip, bent down, worked the paper loose, and opened it one-handed. Say nothing. Come home with the child, and nothing happens. There was no name on it. There didn't need to be. Her hands didn't shake. That frightened her worse than shaking would have, because it meant the old training had woken up. The stillness she'd learned in Daniel's house, where a woman stayed safe by showing nothing at all. Running had carried her a long way as she fought to stay ahead of her pursuers. Now, a fold of paper had caught up with her in one night. Someone stood on this porch in the dark. Close enough to Ruth's door to knock. They wanted her to know it, to feel it, to fear. Elsie patted her cheek and burbled something that could have been anything, but Rachel took it for gut. Rachel kissed her doctor's fair head and slid the paper deep into her apron pocket. By the time she turned back to the yard, she wore the face she kept for strangers. A buggy was coming up the lane. For one long breath, she couldn't move. Then she saw the gray mare, and her heart came down out of her throat. The men coming after her would not be in a buggy. They would be driving a dark English vehicle. A beast that could roar through these lanes and bring terror with it. She pushed those thoughts down. Her fear was running away with her. Faith held the reins, the doctor's doctor, a quiet young woman who kept her dad's house and asked fewer questions than anybody in the district. Ruth's liniment, Faith said, as she climbed down with a brown bottle from under the seat. Dade says twice a day, and nae lifting the wash basket for a week. You can tell her the second part yourself. I don't have the courage. Rachel meant to laugh. What came out was a small wrong sound, a moment too late. Faith looked at her. She had a way of looking that was never rude and never hurried, and it went through Rachel like cold well water. She knew Faith could see through her bravado. You've nae color at all, Faith said. Is something wrong? Nay. The word came too fast. I slept poorly. Elsie has a tooth coming, and the wind was rattling the shutters, and I thought a raccoon had been at the trash. It gave me a start. That's all it is. That was too many answers for one small question, and both of them heard it. Rachel had never learned to lie, and it shamed her how much she wished, just then, that it were otherwise. Faith held the bottle out and said nothing for a moment. Denki. Rachel took it. I'll see that Ruth gets it. Gut. Faith climbed back to the seat and gathered the reins. Then she paused. My dade store is always open, Rachel. So is mine, if you ever need to talk. She turned the mare in the yard and went off down the lane at a walk. At the bend, she looked back once, and then the trees took her from sight. Rachel sighed and went through the day the way a woman walks a fence rail. She carried the liniment into Ruth and repeated the whole of Dr. Yoder's instruction, wash basket and all, and never heard one word of Ruth's answer. She took Elsie over to the Hostetler farm after morning chores, because to break the pattern was to tell whoever watched that his paper had done its work. She needed bread. She minded the kinner. Teddy told her a long, solemn story about a beetle he'd met in the yard, and she said the right things in the right places, and remembered none of it. Abram split stove lengths at the woodpile, and when he carried an armload in, he asked whether she wanted the water bucket filled. She said denki and nothing more. He looked at her the way a man looks at a gate swinging wrong on its hinges, but he let it be, and she was grateful in a way she'd nae intention of admitting. All day, the paper sat in her apron pocket. It weighed nothing, but she felt it every time she moved. She argued it back and forth the whole day long. She could tell Ruth. Ruth had taken her in and asked nothing. But Ruth would go straight to the bishop, and the bishop to the sheriff, and then the word would be loose in the world. The men who wrote such notes would know she'd told. Say nothing, the paper said, and nothing happens. She'd kept house where such promises were made, and she knew what men like Daniel's meant by nothing. But the note said come home with the child. Home meant the Schlabach table, Daniel's grave, and Elsie growing up among the men who'd made her mam a widow. It meant her growing up in fear and trouble. Worse, it might pull her into that life. She would never do that. Whatever else she did with the rest of her life, she would never do that. But if she told, the trouble came down on Ruth, on Martha with her weak heart, on the Kinner, and on this whole trusting district who had taken her in without one question. She'd carried this here herself, in her basket with her spare cap and her bopley. It was hers to carry still. Maybe it was time to move again. That thought cut her to the bone. It felt safe here for a while. Normal, ordinary, like home. At supper, Ruth said grace over the chicken soup, and Rachel added a silent line of her own, from a psalm her dad used to read on winter nights. What time I am afraid, I will trust in thee. She said it twice. The fear stayed, but it took a little step back. Ruth talked of the school box and of Sarah Ballar's cat, and of whether the Kings would be home from their wedding visits by apple time. Rachel said ja and nay in the right places. Twice, Ruth looked at her a moment too long. Rachel kept her eyes on her bowl, and her hands busy, and gave her nothing. That night, when Ruth's door had been shut for an hour, and the house had gone still, Rachel came down the stairs on bare feet with a candle. The stove still held its evening coals. She lifted the lid away and stood over the open firebox, and for one last moment she read the words again, though she'd known them by heart since morning. Say nothing. Come home with the child, and nothing happens. Nay, she whispered to the empty room, to the men on the dark porch, to all of them. We are home. She dropped the paper onto the coals. It caught at one corner, curled, flared, and went to ash in less time than it had taken to read. Rachel set the lid back in place and stood in the dark until her heart quieted. Upstairs, Elsie slept and Ruth slept, and neither of them knew a thing. She told nay one, not Faith with her understanding, and not even Ruth. Chapter 7. Abram held out against his mam's prompting for a full week. Then Martha put down her mending and looked at him across the lamp. You are not getting better. You need to see the doctor. He nodded. The following morning, Abram made the short buggy ride to the doctor's house. His stomach was tight the whole journey. Though he knew his mam was right, part of him didn't want to remember. What had come back were flashes. They were not pleasant. What if he found out that he'd taken Teddy? What if what he remembered meant he lost the boy? It was a lot to face, and he didn't want to. Faith showed him into her dad's front room, and left him without asking a single question, which was most of why everyone loved her. Dr. Yoder came in, drying his hands on a towel. He was past 60, with sharp gray eyes that gentled at a sickbed. Over the years, he'd pulled half the district into the world, Abram included. He'd never let Abram forget the last part. Sit, Dr. Yoder said. You were born contrary, and you're contrary yet, so we'll save ourselves 10 minutes. Your mam says the headaches are worse. Are they? Abram turned his hat in his hands. Some days. Where do they sit? Behind the eyes. They come on worse in the sun, and worse again when I'm tired. And the dizziness. The doctor pulled a chair around and sat down facing him. The Beeler corner wasn't the only time, I think. Abram had meant to keep that back, and he heard himself give it up anyway. Something about the men made lying feel like more work than the truth. There was a morning in the barn. 3 days ago, maybe 4. I'd a fork of hay in my hands, and the floor moved under me. I sat on the feed box till it passed. Nay one saw. Nay one saw, Dr. Yoder said, shaking his head. That's twice now you've told me the important part as if it were the small part. He went to work then, in nae hurry. He looked into Abram's eyes with his little light. He pressed the scar above the right eyebrow until Abram drew a breath through his teeth. He checked his blood pressure and pulse. He listened to Abram's heart, made him stand with his eyes shut, made him walk the seam of the floorboards there and back. The scar's mending, he said at last. Slower than I'd like, faster than I feared. Your body will do. Bodies are the easy part. Now the arm. Abram went still. The arm's healed. Jaw, and I'll see it anyway. Abram unbuttoned his cuff and rolled the sleeve back. In the plain light of the front room, the tattoo lay along the inside of his forearm the way it always lay. It showed a copperhead, coiled, twined through a rose with thorns down the stem, blue-black against skin the sun never reached. He'd scrubbed at it his first week home until the blood came, and Martha had caught him at it and taken the brush away. Neither of them had ever spoken of it again. Dr. Yoder turned the arm to the window and studied it a long while. It's older than the scar by a few days, nay more, he said. Whoever did it fast, and cared nothing for the pain of it. He rolled the sleeve back down himself and buttoned the cuff, and that small kindness was harder to bear than the looking had been. I don't remember getting it, Abram said. You know that. I went to sleep one man and woke up another, and the other one owns a snake on his arm, and can't say why. Tell me about the dreams. Who says there are dreams? Your face says it. I've doctored this district for 30 years, Abram. I know the look of a man who's stopped wanting to sleep. Abram sat with that for a moment. Elsewhere in the house, a door opened and shut, and Faith's steps went along the hall and faded. When he spoke, he kept his eyes on the sleeve, on the button cuff with the snake shut away under it. They're getting worse. Saying it out loud made it true in a way it hadn't quite been before. There's a voice in them. A friend's voice. I know he's my friend, the way you know things in dreams. I can't put a face to him, and when I wake the knowing goes, but the voice stays. There's a bright light. And there's laughing. Men laughing. His hands closed hard on the hat brim. I hate that laughing. I wake up hating it, I wake up afraid, and I couldn't tell you why to save my life. Does the voice say anything? A name, some nights. I wake with it in my mouth. He'd never given this to a living soul, not his dade, not his ma'am. Caleb. I carried it home with me, and I've carried it since. I don't know any Caleb. I've gone up and down the county in my head, and I don't know one. Dr. Yoder didn't write anything down. He sat with his hands folded, letting the name stand in the room. He looked at Abram the way he'd looked at the arm, carefully and kindly, and for a long time. A mind heals like a broken bone, he said at last. If you keep testing the break to see if it's knitted yet, it knits crooked, and then it aches for 30 years. So you'll leave it splinted. Work that tires the body and rests the head. Sleep when sleep comes, and don't go digging after what doesn't. And pray, Abram. I mean that as your doctor, not only as a man old enough to say it. He healeth the broken in heart, and bindeth up their wounds. I have watched that verse do work I couldn't. Patience and prayer. Abram heard how flat he said it. And if a man's not got it either, then he practices both. That's what they're for. There was more Abram could have said, and he came near to saying it. The fear underneath all the other fears, the one that got up with him every morning. That the lost weeks held something a decent man couldn't live beside. He'd come home with a bopley and a snake on his arm, and only God knew what else he'd come home with. Until he could account for himself, all of himself, what right had he to stand near anything clean? For nae reason he could name, he thought of Rachel's face in the lamplight of the storm night, listening while he told the little he could tell. He put the thought down fast, the way a man puts down something hot. The sheriff never turned up a thing, he said instead. Teddy seems to have nae family. There is nae report of a lost bopley. It's as if the world never missed Teddy at all. You're worried you'll lose him? Jaw, doctor, every moment. Abram shook his head and thanked God. It was only because Bishop Beeler told the authorities that they couldn't prove the boy wasn't mine that I got to keep him. They wanted to take him, but with nae records of him. With nae one looking, Amos persuaded them that he must be mine. I want him to be, but I don't think he is. That worry is for another time. We do what we can with what we have. The doctor squeezed Abram's shoulder. But nae one misses him, how sad is that? The world misses everyone, Dr. Yoder said. It doesn't always say so out loud. He slapped his knees and rose. Come back in a month. Sooner if the dizziness worsens, and Abram, I know I won't persuade you to rest, but you need to be careful. Rest as much as you can, and, if the dizziness takes you up a ladder or behind a team, you get down, and you get out. Promise me that much. Jaw. I promise. Gut. Give my best to your ma'am, and tell her I said rest means rest, though it's wasted breath, and we both know it. Abram put his hat on, and they went out along the hall. He had his hand on the latch, and the ordinary morning was right there through the glass, the mare at the rail, the road home, when Dr. Yoder spoke again behind him, quietly. Your memory will come back, son. But when it comes, it may not come kindly. Chapter 8. Noah brought the bishop's message while Ruth was still having breakfast. He was Reuben's nephew, an orphan of 15 made mostly of legs and appetite, and he ran errands between the farms as if standing still hurt him. He looked around to see that Ruth was alone, and then recited his piece at the door like a scholar. The bishop asked if Ruth would come see him this morning, and the bishop said to say it was about a letter. Ruth brought him in and fed him 2 slices of bread and jam. She wrapped him a piece of coffee cake, and watched his smile. She knew that a boy of 15 was starving on principle, and she chuckled as she watched him go back down the lane at a trot. Ruth turned the word letter over all the while she hitched the mare, and it sat wrong every way she turned it. Amos Beeler did not send for a woman at breakfast time over cheerful news. Was this about Rachel? Her first instinct had been to take Rachel with her. But she knew Amos, their bishop, was a gut man. Maybe this needed to be said in the quiet. She drove to the Beelers with a jar of plum preserves on the seat beside her, because she had never in her life arrived anywhere empty-handed, and didn't mean to begin at the bishop's. Sarah met her at the door, her white hair pinned smooth under her cap, and her brown eyes kind. One look at Sarah's face told Ruth the preserves were the only sweet thing coming to that table. Sarah guided her through to the dining room. Most of Amos's meetings were here. It was more informal than his office. Amos sat at the head of it with a letter spread flat in front of him. He was a tall man, stooped now with wisdom and kindness. He wore a long gray beard and had faded blue eyes that didn't change, whatever the news. There was a ritual when you came to see Amos. There was cake, which Sarah brought in, a rich coconut that Ruth didn't think she would be able to swallow. Sarah set the pot down between them, laid her hand on Ruth's shoulder in passing, and slipped out through the kitchen door without a word. It was the district's way. What was said at the bishop's table stayed at the bishop's table. How are your guests? Amos asked as Ruth took a bite. The cake was so moist that she managed to eat, take a sip of coffee, and swallow. They are sleeping most of the night now. Denki. It must be nice to have company. Amos munched on his own cake and shook his head in appreciation. It is. Ruth shuffled in her seat, but the bishop's calmness forced her to continue eating and drinking, and she felt her nerves and frustration begin to evaporate. Amos was a wily old one. Maybe she'd met her match. That is gut. Amos tapped the letter. Read it, he said. The letter was from a deacon in Lancaster County, a cousin of Sarah's. Ruth read it once quickly and once slowly. An Englisher had been through the shops there and the sale barn, asking after a young Amish widow with a Bopley girl, one who would have come new into some district in the spring. He'd offered money for word of her. He'd said he was family. Nae one had believed him, the deacon wrote, but such money finds a taker sooner or later, and so he was writing to every bishop he had an address for. Ruth laid the letter down. Her hands were steady, but inside, the worry was growing, not for herself but for Rachel and the sweet Bopley. She knew from the woman's demeanor that something scared her. The constant scanning of the lane. The fear of a light in the hedge. But she'd been careful not to ask. These things came out when they needed to, and despite her reputation for interfering, she also knew when to keep quiet. And of course, she trusted the bishop who asked her to take Rachel and Elsie in. It needn't be our Rachel, Ruth said, hearing herself argue with herself out loud. There must be a dozen widows with Boplis. Amos said nothing, his silence was answer enough. It's Rachel, though. Ruth pushed her cup aside. And I'll tell you what I never told you. So she told them at last about the man at the fence line who stood too still, and how the hay wagon passed, and then he was gone. I told myself it was nothing. I wanted it to be nothing, and that is not the same thing, and I knew better even then. Amos took the letter back and read it again, though Ruth judged he had it by heart already. It is not nothing, he said. The case against Daniel Schlabach's people has been reopened. It was in the English paper recently, Aaron brought it to me. A new trial wants its witnesses, and Rachel is the witness who broke them the first time. They want her frightened and silent before the law comes asking her to speak again. Fear costs them nothing, and it leaves nae marks, so they will spend fear first. She crossed 300 miles and changed districts twice, Ruth said. How did they even guess where to look? Because Daniel's money washed through honest-looking businesses, Amos said. Feed stores, a produce hauler, plain country custom year after year. They have ears where nae one would ever think to fear them, and it took nae great wisdom to guess that a runaway Amish widow would hide among us. Where else in this world could she go? That landed on Ruth like a dropped beam. She had thought Faith's Creek a safe refuge, and so it was, and all the while it was the first place such men would look. Then we send word to the sheriff, Ruth said. With what? Amos said. A man asked questions in another county, and a man stood at a fence. There is nae law against either, and the sheriff would kindly say southwest and drive home. Nay. We will do what we can do. He counted it off slowly. We will be vigilant and look after our own. Rachel is one of us. Reuben will take the lanes of an evening. The man notices everything and says nothing, which is exactly what we need. Noah will carry word between the farms. A boy on an errand is invisible, and that boy is faster than most horses. The men will know to mark any car that slows twice. There'll be nae fuss made, and nae fear spread. This district has closed around trouble before. And Rachel? Ruth said. Does she get told her own news? Amos thought about it the way he thought about everything, at his own pace. Not yet, he said. A watched woman who knows she is watched walks differently, and the wrong eyes read that walk. Let her keep what peace she has for a little while longer. She is already cautious enough that I do not think new knowledge would do anything but scare her. When there is a thing she must know, we will tell her, and I will answer to God for the keeping of it till then." Ruth nodded. This felt a little wrong, but it also felt like the safest move for Rachel. It would sit heavy on her shoulders, too, but she would bear it, watch like a hawk, and keep her guests safe. The coffee went cold. Ruth held her hands around hers anyway and sat with the thing she'd been carrying, if she were honest, since the fence line. She'd brought Rachel here. She'd stood at her gate in the dark, with the girl swaying on her feet, and the Bopley asleep inside her shawl, and she said, "You're safe now." She'd believed it. Now a letter lay on the bishop's table, and the question lay underneath it. Had she brought the trouble here, too? "Stop that," Amos said. His voice was gentler than the words. "You brought a lamb in out of the weather. What follows a lamb is on the wolf, not on the door that opened. We will pray on it, here, now, and then we will do our work." So they bowed their heads, the two of them. Amos prayed for the widow and the fatherless, for the district and its lanes and its doors, and for wisdom, because God was a help in trouble, and they would need that help. Ruth said amen and found her hands steady again, and her mind set. Guilt could wait its turn. There was work to do. She was gathering her shawl when Amos spoke again. "There is one thing more," he said. "You have thrown the girl in with the Hostetlers. Nay, don't trouble to look innocent, Ruth. Martha needed the help, and it is pure chance the help is young, and has blue eyes, and pure chance the household has a son in it." Martha did need the help, Ruth said. "The rest is only gut management. But now, maybe she doesn't need the danger." Amos said, and for a moment something that was nearly a smile moved in the gray beard. Then his eyes went to the window, toward the Hostetler land, and the smile was gone. Amos stroked his beard. "Oh, I do not think that is the issue, but there is something that could be trouble. Does she know the Hostetler boy came home carrying a tattoo he cannot explain?" Chapter 9. 3 weeks went by, and nothing happened. Rachel braced for it the way a woman braces for thunder after lightning, but it simply didn't come. There was nae second note. There was nae stranger at the fence, nae car slowing more suspiciously on the road. The mornings came and went, and little by little she began to sleep again. Her daily coming and going at the Hostetler farm had settled into something nae one remarked on any more. Faith waved from her dade's buggy when they passed on the road. Old Eli Mast nodded to her from his bench beside the post board, which in Faith's Creek was as good as a letter of standing. Even the sparring with Abram had changed. It was still sparring, but there was gut nature in it now. Twice that week, she'd caught herself saving up a remark for him. She found she looked forward to their sparring. Some nights she still lay awake reciting the roads out of Faith's Creek. But there were fewer of those nights than before. She knew it, and she let it be so. The second cutting of hay came in a week of white heat. Joseph and Abram were at it from first light, and by noon the wagon had gone up and down the meadow so many times that Teddy stopped announcing it. "If the mountain won't come down to dinner," Martha said, "then dinner goes up the ladder." She was under Dr. Yoder's orders and taking them badly, and ordering dinners about was the one command left to her. So Rachel left the kinner on the porch quilt in Martha's sight, took the jug of cold meadow tea, and went out across the yard to the barn. Inside, the air was all chaff and heat, and the deep sweet smell of new hay. Joseph had taken the empty wagon back to the meadow for the last load. Abram was up in the loft alone, leveling what they'd pitched up. When she called, he came to the edge of the loft and looked down at her, and even from below, she could see the morning had wrung him out. "Your mam sends tea," Rachel said. "I'm instructed to watch you drink it." She raised an eyebrow and gave him a smile. "She thinks I don't drink unless I'm watched. She thinks you're a mountain that won't come down to dinner. The tea and I are a compromise." She climbed the ladder with the jug handle hooked over her arm, because going up was simpler than arguing him down. Abram took it from her at the top, which meant taking her hand for a moment, too. There was a small spark that rose up her arm, but neither of them made anything of it. He poured a glass and then another, drinking half the jug straight off, sitting on a beam end with his sleeves loose. He'd torn the left one on a nail that morning, he said. Martha had already claimed the mending, as if it were her own personal errand against boredom. The talk went easily about the hay, the heat, and Teddy's beetle, which had a name now and its own box. Rachel stood in the loft of a barn 300 miles from everything she'd run from and felt, for once, that she could breathe. That she could relax. "One more hour will see it done," Abram said. He handed her the jug and stood up. Then something went wrong. His face emptied. His hand went out for the upright, but he missed it by a foot. His boots took him sideways, half a stride, then another, toward the ladder gap where the loft opened onto 12 feet of air and the barn floor below. Rachel dropped the jug. She had his arm in both hands before she knew she'd even moved. Her heels dug in, and for one terrible moment, his whole weight swayed out over the gap. She leaned against it with everything she owned. He swayed, her muscles screamed. Then his balance swayed back all at once, away from the fall. The two of them went down hard together into the loose hay, a safe yard from the edge. For a while, neither of them moved. Rachel's heart was racing, her breath still fast and urgent. The barn ticked with heat. Somewhere above, a swallow flew in and out through the gable light. Rachel lay with her hands still locked on his forearm, and her heart refusing to slow. "Abram. It passes." His voice came out gray. "Give it a minute. It passes." That he had words ready for this, words worn smooth like that, told her it had happened before. Knowing this caused something painful under her ribs that she had nae time to just examine. The color slowly returned to his face. She watched it come and counted his breaths without meaning to, and when his eyes found hers again, they were clear, ashamed, and very close. "You could have gone over," Rachel said. "You were one step from going over." "Jaw." He didn't look away. "And you've quick hands, Denki. You frightened me." "I'm told," Abram said, "that I'm easily startled. It seems it's catching." It was a poor joke, his own joke turned against himself. She laughed anyway, one small unsteady laugh that had a fortnight of fear in it. And then the laugh ran out, and neither of them had put a proper distance between them yet, and neither of them did. Every quarrel they'd ever had was somewhere else entirely. What stood in its place had nae name yet, and Rachel, who named things quickly and always had, made nae move to give it one. His breath still came rough from the hay dust. Her hands were still on his arm. Under her fingers, she could feel his pulse settling, and she thought, with a strange calm wonder, that she could not any longer remember what it was they used to fight about. "Rachel," Abram said. "Only that." He said her name the way a careful man sets down a full cup. It eased something inside her she didn't realize was still tense. She ought to move her hands. She knew it, distantly. In a moment she would. In a moment, Joseph's wagon would rattle back in from the meadow, and the world would start up again. She would be sensible from that day to the end of her life. He shifted to sit up and reached across himself to steady the arm she held, and the torn sleeve fell back from his forearm to the elbow. The light from the gable window lay full on his bare arm. Inked into the pale skin on the inside of it, where the sun never reached, was a copperhead, coiled, twined through a rose with thorns down the stem, blue-black and rough. Everything inside Rachel froze. Chapter 10. Rachel knew that tattoo. She'd told herself for months, since the Sunday morning the boy pulled Abram's sleeve back at the service and she'd caught the flash of it, that she was wrong. The light was tricky. That fear had a way of making her see Daniel's men everywhere. There was nae telling herself so now. Not in daylight. Not close up. Not with the whole of it laid across his forearm where the sun never reached. Daniel's men had worn it, every one of them. She'd seen it on the forearms of men who sat at her own supper table with their gut coats over the backs of their chairs. She'd seen it on young men and old men, inked fresh and inked faded. It was nae decoration. It was an oath. A man wore it because he'd given himself to them for life, body, debt and silence. In 4 years in that house, she'd never once seen it on a man who was free or gut. She couldn't have said how she got down from the loft. She'd mumbled something about the kinner. Her old fear and caution kicked in. He wouldn't know how hard it hit her. Her voice came out level and pleasant and a long way off, the old training carrying her down the ladder and across the yard while the rest of her stood still in that loft, staring, and would be standing there for days. She went back the next morning to care for Martha. That was the training, too. Running raw, with no plan, was how runners were caught. She'd learned that in the same house where she'd learned the cruelty behind that tattoo. And to break the pattern was to tell him she knew. So she came after morning chores, as she always did, and she kept the house. The only difference was that she was cold and kept her distance. She stopped being alone in rooms with Abram. She kept the kinner between them the way a woman keeps a table between herself and a stranger. She stopped turning her back to him. That was not conscious, her body decided it for her. The first time he came in from the milking, and after that, it was simply how she stood. She was afraid of him. She made herself say the word in her own head, because calling it anything smaller was how she got caught. She was afraid of Abram, in his mam's own house, with a bopley on her hip. Her heart went quick and hard every time his shadow crossed the door, and nae amount of scolding herself would slow it. Abram felt it inside a day. She watched him notice it, watched him search his own words and deeds, hunting for the offense. Of course, he found nothing, because the offense was inked on his arm where he couldn't think to look. On the second day, he asked her plainly, over the wood he was stacking, "Rachel, have I done something?" She ignored him and answered him about the weather. He didn't ask again. He went quiet in a way that was worse to watch than anger would have been. Teddy felt it too. Kinner always do. He stopped telling his long stories at dinner and stood between the two of them, looking from one still face to the other. Finally, he brought Rachel his beetle box, his best thing, and set it in her lap without a word. She had to go out to the porch and count the fence posts until her eyes stopped watering. On the third day, Martha put down her mending. "I don't know what's gone wrong in this house," she said, to the room in general, "but it had better be said out loud before it dries this way, because I've buried quarrels that started smaller." Nae one answered her. Martha looked from Abram to Rachel and back. Her warm eyes were not fooled at all, only sorrowful, and that was harder to bear than questions. Worst of all was the arguing Rachel did with her own heart. He carried a bopley home and fed him first. He recited psalms to Teddy in the storm. He nearly went over a loft edge, and his first word after was "Denki." She knew all of it, and it weighed exactly nothing, because she'd believed in a kind act before. Daniel had the best manners in 3 counties. Daniel gave to every alms box and smiled at every wedding, and men wearing that same mark did his bidding in the dark. Her believing had cost her everything she'd ever had except Elsie. She would not pay that price again for hazel eyes and a torn sleeve. That evening, she took the hoe to Ruth's bean rows. The beans didn't need it, but her hands did. The light was going low and gold when Abram's buggy stopped at Ruth's gate. He came up the path with his hat in his hands and stopped at a proper distance at the end of the row she was working. "Rachel." He'd rehearsed it. She could hear the flatness of a thing said too many times to a horse on a slow road. "Whatever I did, tell me, and I'll mend it. If it can't be mended, tell me anyway, and I'll trouble you nae more. But my mam's heartsick, and Teddy's gone quiet, and I can't stand in that house another day not knowing what I'm guilty of." Every word of it sounded honest. Daniel had sounded honest, too. That was what such men did, until they hurt you. Rachel stepped back off the row. She brought the hoe up and set it between them like a weapon. She clung to it crosswise, both hands on the handle. She wanted to say something, but words wouldn't come. All around them, the evening went on being beautiful, and it seemed a strange thing that it could. Abram looked at the hoe for a long while. Something moved in his face and settled. It was not anger. It was worse. It was recognition, as if he'd been waiting all his life to be looked at this way, and the waiting was over. He put his hat back on. "All right," he said. He walked back down the path, let himself out at the gate, and latched it behind him, quietly, the way he did everything. She stood in the beans with the hoe across her body until the sound of his wheels had gone all the way past the Beeler corner, and then a gut while more. That night she packed by candlelight. She did it the old way, quickly and quietly, the spare cap, the gray dress, Elsie's small things folded by size the way she and Abram had folded the schoolbox dresses at Ruth's, back when the worst he'd ever done was sort them by color. The bus fare she'd hidden against this night was still sewn where she'd sewn it. She counted it twice anyway. Where to go she didn't know yet. She would go west or north, to some district where no one had ever heard of Schlebachs or Hostettlers. She would make sensible plans in the morning, on the far side of this hollow feeling, which was only tiredness, she told herself, and told herself again. At the bottom of the basket lay the little wooden horse, because it was Elsie's, because Teddy gave it for her to keep. Her hand stopped over it a long moment, and she couldn't for her life have said why that, of everything in the room, was the thing that made her eyes burn. The floorboard on the landing creaked, and candlelight came into the doorway. Ruth stood there in her shawl with her gray plait over her shoulder, her cap still on her head. She looked at the basket, at the folded dresses, at Rachel's face, and she wasted no words on any of it. "My dear," Ruth said. "What has happened?" Rachel fought back the tears. Her face was stiff and cold, and she heard her own voice come from a long way off, the way it had come down the ladder. "He is one of them," Rachel said. Chapter 11. Ruth had been woken at worse hours with worse words in her long life, but standing in that doorway with her candle, she couldn't just then remember when. She didn't gasp and she didn't argue. 68 years had taught her that a frightened creature runs from a raised voice, and the girl in front of her was one breath from running as it was, with her basket packed and her face shut tight. "Then you'd best come down where the kettle is," Ruth said, "because I'm not hearing a thing like that standing up in a draft. Bring the candle. Leave the basket." Rachel left the basket. Ruth marked that and hoped. Below, she built up the stove and set the kettle on, and while it heated, she stood with her back to the girl and prayed, plainly, the way she prayed over bread. "God, you see further down this road than I do. Let me stitch tonight and not tear." Then she made the hot cocoa and Saturday, "Talk to me, dear." Rachel told it. The loft, the near fall, the torn sleeve. The mark, a copperhead through a thorned rose, on the inside of the forearm where the sun never reached. And what the mark was. That it was the sign of Daniel's men, worn by every one of them, taken when a man gave himself over for life. She told of the cruelty, of her fear, of escaping and always trying to stay one step ahead. Through it, Rachel kept her voice level, which Ruth did not trust at all. Level was what this girl did instead of weeping. Daniel's men wore it, Rachel said at the end. All of them. It is how they know their own, Ruth. Neiman wears it who is not theirs. I lived for years among them. I know it the way you know your own gate latch. Ruth turned her cup and didn't drink. Underneath the table, underneath everything, her own guilt lay where it had lain since the bishop's letter, and tonight it weighed double. She had matched these two. She had thrown them together with pies and school boxes and gut management, and been proud of it, jaw proud. And if Rachel was right, then Ruth had taken a hunted lamb and penned it with a wolf, and nay amount of matchmaking glory would ever wash that clean. But there was a thing wrong with the pattern, and Ruth had pieced too many quilts not to feel wrongness under her fingers even before she could point to it. "Now I'll tell you what I know," Ruth said, "and it is more than you think, and when I've told it, we will lay your story and mine side by side in the light and look at them. You saw him yourself on the Sunday he came home. That is the shape the district has, and the shape is true, but it is not the whole of it. I had the whole of it from Martha, in this room, with the door shut." Rachel went very still, the listening kind of still. "You know what came into that service, dear, because you saw it. He was hurt, bleeding through his shirt. Much thinner than when he left. A bopley in his arms, and nay one has come asking after that little one since. That much the whole district saw. What we saw and what Martha told me the next morning in this room, with the door shut, are not the same thing. Weeks of Abram's life had gone out of his head. Just gone, like a page cut from a book. Dr. Yoder said you could read on the pair of them which one ate on that road, and it was not Abram. The sheriff was told. He's searched across this land. Notices went up in 3 counties. Nay ma'am came. Nay dade came. Nay living soul ever came asking after that boy at all, and Abram wore a path to the post-board waiting. The tattoo, Ruth. Rachel's hands were flat on the table, holding it down. Kindness does not take that mark off his arm. Nay, it doesn't. So we'll look at that, but we don't know what it means. Ruth set her cup aside. Dr. Yoder saw it that first day. He said it was days old. Days. That it was done rough and fast. In my mind, it could have been done among the beating and the blood. And I will tell you a thing Martha keeps in her heart still. She caught her son scrubbing at it till the blood ran. He wanted it gone. The look on his face haunted her, but he couldn't tell her why. She took the brush out of his hand, and made him promise to not do that again. He didn't want to. Rachel didn't know what that meant. She couldn't fathom it, but Ruth was talking again. Now you have lived where that mark is given. You tell me. Does a man scrub at his own oath? Rachel opened her mouth and shut it. 2 stories lay between them now like quilt pieces waiting for the pattern. Ruth had pieced enough quilts in her time to know the first rule: you do not force the pattern. You turn the pieces in the light until it shows itself. So Ruth turned them out loud, one at a time. Tell me this. These men of Daniel's. When one of their own runs off, do they let him be? Nay. The word came out of Rachel's mouth. They fetch him back, or they punish him. They do not lose their own. You would know that better than anyone alive, Ruth. It is why I'm here. Why I'm hiding. Jah. And nay one has come for Abram. Notices in 3 counties, a bopley anybody could have claimed with a word, and never one knock at the Hostetler door. If he were theirs, they lost him, and you have just told me with your own mouth that they do not lose their own. Then perhaps they cast him out. Cast out. Ruth leaned forward with her elbows on the table. Jah, now we are close to it. That they do, you said so yourself once, when you told me of your Ohio. They cast out. They punish. And they mark. A man beaten senseless, robbed of his own remembering, and inked with their sign. A man left to carry it before every eye that knows what it means, so that nay one who knows will ever trust him again. Think, Rachel. Think past the fear, the way you thought past it when you carried those ledgers to the law. The candle stood low between them. Above their heads, Elsie slept, and the house was warm around the 3 of them. Rachel sat staring at the table for a long time, as if the 2 stories were laid out for her to examine. When she spoke, her voice had lost its levelness at last, and what was under the levelness was not anger. It was the barest, most dangerous beginning of hope. That frightens a hunted creature worse than any wolf. Ruth. What are you saying to me? Ruth reached across the table and laid her hand flat over Rachel's cold one, and held it there the way she'd held it the first night at the gate. Maybe the men you are running from marked him, too, Ruth said quietly. Maybe he's against them, not for them. Chapter 12. Rachel didn't come the next morning. Abram did the milking, and mucked out, and mended a harness strap that had waited a month, and none of it took the edge off the day. Teddy stood at the window after breakfast and asked, "Where Rachel go?" Abram said she was at Ruth's, which was probably true. The boy looked at him for a long moment with those dark, watchful eyes and said nothing more. Abram understood the disappointment he felt. Rachel made him feel stable. It was strange. At night, he woke sweating. Sometimes it was flashes of memory that were gone the moment he was awake. Other times, it was the fear of losing Teddy. What if someone came? But now he was worried about what had happened to Rachel. Had he done something wrong? His ma'am simply said she sent word, she would be back soon, and to call if we needed her desperately. She laughed and said 1 or 2 days, I'm sure even my men can manage. Only Abram felt something different. He went over it and over it while he worked. The loft, the hay, her hands on his arm, the moment that had nae name. And then working a hoe held crosswise between them in a bean row, and a silence he could get nae purchase on anywhere. A woman does not take up iron against a man for nothing. He had done something. He'd done it Tuesday, or he'd done it in the weeks that were cut out of his head, and that second thought was the one that had walked the floor with him half the night. At dusk, Ruth's buggy came up the lane. Rachel was driving it. She came into the yard with Elsie asleep against her shoulder, and Martha met her at the door. Something passed between the two women that Abram was not given to read. Martha carried Elsie up to the old crib herself. When she came down, she announced that she and Joseph were tired, which was the first lie Abram ever heard his ma'am tell. Joseph went up without a word, which was his way. Martha followed more slowly, and at the turn of the stairs, she looked back once at the two of them and was gone. Then the kitchen was quiet. The lamp stood in the middle of the table, and Rachel sat down at the far side of it. She folded her hands, and above them the kinner slept, Teddy in his low bed, Elsie in the crib that had been Abram's. "What is the mark on your arm?" Rachel asked. She didn't greet him, and she didn't soften it, and the floor seemed to tilt under Abram the way the loft had tilted. Of everything she might have said, he had never once thought of this. Later, that would shame him, because it meant he'd been too busy hunting his own guilt to wonder what she might be carrying of hers. He sat down across from her. He unbuttoned his cuff, rolled the sleeve back, and laid his bare forearm on the table under the lamp. He angled it up, where she could see the whole of it. She didn't flinch, and she didn't look away. She looked at it the way a woman looks at a snake she has already been bitten by. "I don't know," Abram said. "That is the first thing, and it is the truest thing I own. I'll give you the rest, but the rest is pieces. I have never had more than pieces." "Then give me the pieces." He told it the way he'd never told it whole to anyone, not his dade, not Dr. Yoder. This was one piece at a time, in what little order there was. "I went out into the world at 19, and stayed out too long. I worked with framing crews, English outfits, for 2 years and more, and the last city was Pittsburgh. That much came back to me, there was even a pay stub in my things. After the lumberyard, my memory runs out." Her eyes stayed on his face. He kept his own on the arm between them. "I think I remember a friend. Caleb." The name came out rusty. "I can't tell you his face, or his trade, or how I came to know him. The name came back to me, and it has never once left. In the dreams he's mine to look after, or I'm his, I can't tell which way round. But a man knows his friend's voice, Rachel. I know that voice the way I know my dads. Go on. There was a crash. I don't remember seeing it. I remember the sound, glass and iron all at once, and then being on the ground with the breath gone out of me. There was blood and some of it was mine. Dr. Yoder thinks my scar was part of that night. There's a bright light in it somewhere, and men laughing, and I hate that laughing worse than I have ever hated anything alive, and I cannot tell you why. The lamp fluttered and steadied. He made himself go on. And there is a voice. It says, "Take the boy." It says it in my dreams, and it said it that night, and that one thing I would swear to on the book itself. Take the boy. So I took him. And the mark. I came to myself in a cattle barn 3 counties east of anywhere I knew, with Teddy asleep on my chest and my arm afire. It was days old already. I believe, but I don't know, that it was done rough, while I was senseless or in the days I lost. I woke up owning it. I scrubbed it till the blood came. It doesn't scrub. He turned his hand over, palm up, empty. I walked and begged rides the better part of 2 weeks, and the one thing in the world I was sure of the whole way was that the boy ate first. I came into service, and I don't even remember getting there. Just a feeling of being home, of being safe. He stopped and put his head in his hands for a moment. She could hear his breath, harsh, and wanted to reach out and touch him. To offer comfort, but there was also fear. He looked up. My mam's face when she knew me is the first thing that is clear in my mind. Then he was done, and he made himself do the hardest thing, which was nothing at all. He didn't reach across the table. He didn't say, "Believe me." A man who couldn't account for his own arm had nae business asking for anybody's faith on credit. Rachel sat very still. Through the whole telling, she watched his mouth the way you watch to catch a lie. Somewhere in the middle, he couldn't have said where, she stopped watching that way and only listened. Her hands lay on the table now, unclenched. He saw it and didn't dare think about what it meant. "You could have left the boy anywhere," Rachel said at last. "A church step. The sheriff's door. Nae one would have blamed you. Jaw. Why didn't you?" Abram looked at the lamp, and then at her, and gave her the only answer there had ever been. Because the voice said, "Take the boy." It didn't say, "Leave him somewhere." He drew a breath. "I don't know whose he was, Rachel. But now, I couldn't leave him nae matter what. Now, I know whose he is, and I know where he belongs." Something crossed her face then. It was quick and bright and gone, and she looked down at her own folded hands, as the clock on the shelf ticked on. When she looked up again, her eyes were wet and steady both at once. He understood that whatever she decided in the next minute, would be decided for good. He stood up. He rolled the sleeve down over the tattoo and buttoned the cuff, and said the last of it steady, with his hands flat on the table between them. "I can see you're afraid. Of the people who have this tattoo." He hesitated, and she gave the tiniest nod. "If you believe I'm one of them, if you want to go, I'll drive you to the bus in Lancaster myself." Chapter 13. Rachel found her eyes locked on the door for a long moment. She pulled them away. It was a hard habit to break, but she needed to start breaking it. To relax, to realize she was safe. So she drew her chair in under her instead, deliberately, and folded her hands on the table. She watched Abram understand what this meant. He lowered himself back into his own chair slowly. "You gave me your pieces, your truth," Rachel said. "Sit still, and I'll give you mine. Nae one in this district has heard what I will say tonight. Not even Ruth has heard all of it. You owe me nothing." "I owe you a hoe handle's worth at least," she said with a slight grin. The corner of his mouth moved, and then they were both grave again, because what came next had waited a long time to be said in a warm room. "I grew up in Holmes County, in Ohio. My dad is a deacon there, a respected man. When I was 20, a man bought some land in our district. He was older than me by a dozen years and more, wealthy, and with manners. He was open-handed to every alms box in the county. His name was Daniel. My family got to know him. He was charming, at first. My family thought it a wonderbar match, and what I thought was a thing no one asked me. The marriage was arranged before I even had time to think about stopping it. I've not seen my family since the wedding dinner. That is their choosing, not mine. Abram said nothing. He'd got sense, she was learning, about when nothing was the thing to say. For 3 years I lay with him and kept his house. At first, it was not a bad life. However, over time, things got darker. I learned my husband's business one overheard word at a time. The businesses looked honest, hauling produce and a harness shop, plain trades with plain customers. But the money was a lot, and it came to them dirty from the cities, and went out of them clean. The English law has a word for that, and by the 3rd year I knew the word, it was laundered. She stopped his hand with her own, and held it just for a moment. Taking a breath, she looked up, strong, and continued. Men came to the house at night. They hung coats on the backs of my chairs and ate my cooking, and every one of them, Abram, every last one, wore that mark on his forearm. It is their oath sign. A man takes it when he gives himself to them for gut. I never in 4 years saw it on a free man. As time went on, I realized that I never saw it on a gut one either. Things happened, scary things. Some I saw, some I heard. I tried to leave and was punished. Now you know why that tattoo gives me such fear. Abram said, low. Now I know. But you are strong and brave, and you did escape. How? The end of it was a ledger and what was written in it. Over the years, I found out what the money was for, and I found what was done to a man who tried to walk away from them. I was carrying Elsie by then. Her hands began to shake, and she clasped them together to make them stop. I looked at what I knew, and I looked at what my doctor would grow up inside of. I didn't want that. She stopped and took a breath. Are you okay? He asked. We can do this another time, or you don't have to tell me. I'm okay. Elsie was born. I carried on planning, saving a little money, getting ready to leave. I found a lawman who listened and coached me on what to do. With his help, I took my husband's ledgers to the English law. They were wrapped in a flour sack under the seat of a hired car. I testified with Elsie still under my apron. 6 days of it. She was born a few weeks after the last day, and I was on a bus out of Sandusky with her 3 weeks after that. The case broke them, the papers said. But it didn't break all of them. Some are still free. And your husband? My husband, Daniel. He never stood his trial. His heart failed, the papers said that too. The federal men told me afterward that his own people leave no loose ends, and that Daniel had become one. She said it evenly and let him hear the evenness. I will grieve what I ought to grieve when God shows me which parts they are. I haven't found many, yet. The lamp hissed softly. Upstairs, one of the kin made a little moan, and both of them held still until the house settled. There is a brooder, Rachel said. His name is Mose. It was the hardest name in the world to say in that safe room, and she said it plainly. Mose Schlabach. He is the one the others are afraid of. He never raised his voice to me, not once in 4 years, and he is the worst man I have ever stood in a room with. He blames me for the trial, the imprisonments, the loss of the criminal enterprise, for the ruin, for Daniel's death, for all of it. And he wants Elsie. She is Schlabach blood, and the family gathers what is theirs. Nay, Abram said. Only the one word, but it came out of someplace low, and it was not an opinion. It was a fact he was reporting, the way he'd report the weather. And then, because they were past sparing each other, she gave him the last of it, the thing she'd carried alone since the morning of the note. A short while ago, I found a note near Ruth's door. There were no name on it. It said, "Say nothing. Come home with the child, and nothing happens." She watched the words land on him. "They know where I sleep, Abram. They stood on Ruth's own porch in the dark to tell me so. I burned it in, and I told no one. Not Ruth. Not the bishop. No one until you." Abram was quiet for a long moment. She'd braced for anger that she'd brought this danger to his door. Or for fear, and what came instead was worse and better at once. "You carried that alone," he said. "And still came every morning and needed the bread. The bread doesn't need itself. Rachel." He smiled, and that smile felt like a safe harbor. What was I to do? It came out fiercer than she meant and quieter. "Every soul I tell becomes a soul they may punish for the telling. That is how it works. That is how it has always worked. Ruth took me into her home. Was I to lay this on a woman of 68? On your ma'am, with her heart? You were to lay it on somebody," Abram said. "No one carries such a thing alone. Not in this district." He turned his hand over on the table, palm up. "We take it to Ruth in the morning, and to the bishop. And we take it to God tonight, because I don't know a heavier lifter." It was such a plain thing to say, and he meant every word of it. Rachel sat in the lamplight and understood that the sparring was over for gut. You cannot spar with a man who has held the worst of your story in his hands, and set it down gently on the table between you. Whatever they were now, they were something else, the two of them, two hunted people at one table with two sleeping kinner overhead. For the first time in years, the word alone did not fit anywhere in the room. His hand lay on the table a small distance from hers. Neither of them moved closer, and neither of them moved away. "Denki," Rachel said. "For the bus in Lancaster. I find I won't be needing it." Something came into his face then. He was about to speak, but neither of them ever heard what he meant to say, because a fist came down on the door twice, hard. Rachel was on her feet, with her heart slamming before the second knock finished. Abram crossed the room, his hand on the door, the lantern light casting shadows. Who could it be at this hour? Chapter 14. Abram signaled for Rachel to step into the shadows before he opened the door. He took a breath and braced his foot on the back of the door before opening it an inch. He lifted the lamp. Reuben stood on the step. He was the biggest man in the district and the quietest. A man who'd never once in living memory come calling after dark. "I've just come from the bishop's house." There were strangers at the mercantile today, Englishers, Reuben said. They were asking questions. No one would hear of Rachel driving home in the dark after Reuben's news, least of all Reuben, so she and Elsie stayed the night at the Hostetlers'. Reuben was dispatched to tell Ruth, and to keep an eye on her place in case of danger. They set the crib in Teddy's room, so that both kinner could be watched with one door, and Martha, who asked no questions out loud, put a hot brick in the spare bed and squeezed Rachel's hand on the landing, hard, before she went to bed. Rachel found it hard to settle. Her heart was pounding. Every instinct told her to run, but she didn't. She wasn't even sure she wanted to. What Abram told her changed everything. Still, part of her looked for ways it could be false. Part of her still expected trouble. So many years of worry had driven that lesson home hard. At last, she must have fallen asleep, for she woke at the black bottom of the night, cold through, and the doubt was there before she was fully awake. What if a clever man tells a clever story? She lay still and thought it through to the end, because she learned long ago that a fear pushed away at midnight only comes back at 1. She'd believed a gut story before. Daniel told the best stories in Ohio. He'd told one at their own wedding dinner, and her dade had wiped his eyes and nodded full of emotion. Only, every word of it was later proven a lie in a federal courtroom. A man who wanted a woman kept quiet could do worse than give her his bare arm across a lamplit table and ask for nothing at all. The asking for nothing was itself a thing such men knew how to spend. She got up. She went along the strange landing on bare feet, past the ticking of an unfamiliar clock, and stopped at the Kinner's door. It was dark and cool. She stood there a long while, wondering what to do. Teddy slept on his back with one arm flung out sideways, open-handed, toward the crib, as if even asleep, he was set on guard over something and meant to be found at his post. Elsie was a small warm heap under the blanket Martha had knitted. She was breathing the way Bopless breathed, with her whole body. A thin gray beginning of morning stood at the edge of the window blind. Rachel stood in the doorway and thought about everything. A clever man tells a clever story. She looked at Teddy's flung-out arm, and the thought didn't hold. It simply couldn't live in the same room as that boy. A story could be built clever, but the hard men she was afraid of, they didn't see that a 2-year-old ate first. They didn't create this piece in a Bopley who had lost his family. They didn't say let's give it to God first. The shame came then, hot up the back of her neck, at how fast the fear had come back. One knock on a door after dark, and she'd been ready to try the man over again from the beginning. She wasn't proud of that. But she was done pretending she could pray herself into a woman who never doubted. So she stood at the door of the sleeping Kinner and gave God what she actually had, which was the old line, worn smooth now. What time I am afraid, I will trust in thee. She went back to bed, and this time she slept. 2 days later, the new teacher came to Faith's Creek, and half the district turned out to help her move in. Mary Beth King was Aaron's cousin from bird in hand, come at last to keep the district school. She was Rachel's own age, with brown hair pinned smooth under her cap and green eyes behind steel-rimmed glasses. When she listened hard, which was often, she pushed the glasses up with one finger and went very still. Within an hour of the wagon's arrival, Rachel had watched her learn 11 names, quiet a crying scholar with a piece of chalk, and refuse 3 separate arrangements of her own furniture with a gentleness that left no survivors. The teacher's house stood behind the schoolhouse. It was small and sound, and the women of the district went at it with rags and lye soap while the men carried. Ruth directed operations from the doorway. Rachel had been sent with 2 loaves and a crock of plum preserves, and stayed to scrub shelves, with Elsie installed on a quilt in the one patch of shade, admiring everything. Levi Beeler, the bishop's younger grandson, was 21 and made mostly of gut intentions. He found a remarkable number of reasons that afternoon to carry boxes that were not heavy. He carried the box of chalk all by itself. He went back for the box of pen nibs separately, so that nothing would be crushed, he said. He offered to hang the slate rail twice, the second time after it was hung. Ruth watched him from the doorway with a look Rachel was learning to recognize. It was the filing away look. Rachel bent over her shelf and smiled where no one could see it. What Rachel noticed most, though, was what the teacher did not do. Mary Beth asked her which scholars were whose, and whether the stove smoked, and what a body did in Faith's Creek for thread and needles. She asked nothing else. She asked no single question about where Rachel had come from, or when, or why a young widow's eyes went first to the window whenever a car passed on the road. By mid-afternoon, Rachel had drifted to whichever end of the room the teacher was working, the way you drift toward a stove in a cold room. By the time the light was fading, the others had gone in 2s and 3s. Ruth carried Elsie out to make the acquaintance of the horse, which was Ruth's way of leaving 2 people alone together. Rachel let it happen, which a month ago she wouldn't have done. The little stove drew well after all. Mary Beth set her kettle on it, the first fire in her own first house, and unpacked 2 cups from a barrel of straw while the water heated. She talked easily of bird in hand, of her ma'am 7 Schwesters, of Kinner she'd taught, and the one she'd failed to teach, and Rachel, warm and off her guard, laughed twice and heard herself doing it. Mary Beth poured the tea. The steam rose between them in the last of the daylight, and outside, Ruth could be heard introducing Elsie to the horse at some length. Mary Beth pushed her glasses up with one finger, and went very still, the listening stillness, though nay one had spoken. Then she handed Rachel the teacup, and her voice stayed as level and kind as it had been all afternoon. "Who are you hiding from?" Chapter 15. On the last Sunday evening of summer, there was a singing at the Beelers', and Ruth decided that Abram was going. He heard about the deciding second-hand, from his mam, which was how Ruth's decisions usually arrived. "You're 26, not 60, Martha said, before he had opened his mouth. "Dr. Yoder wants work that rests the head, and singing rests the head. It's as good as doctrine." That is not what he meant, and you know it. It is what he meant now. "Wash your neck." The Kinner stayed home. Martha declared that 2 sleeping Kinner were nae burden at all, and that true rest had never yet been spoiled by a bopley. Joseph was invited to confirm this, but he said nothing, which everyone present took for agreement. So Rachel came over at 5 with Elsie's night things, and by 6 the two of them were walking the ridge road toward the Beelers with Ruth between them. Ruth talked the whole way there so that neither of them would have to, which was either kindness or generalship, and with Ruth was usually both. The Beeler barn was gold inside. Somebody had hung the lanterns high along the beams. The benches stood in their long rows, and the table at the back carried 5 kinds of pie, a mountain of half-moon pies besides, and a custard that Sarah set down in the place of honor. The young folk came in 2s and 5s, and the older folk settled along the walls to remember being young folk. Amos gave out the first hymn in his slow, deep way, and the whole barn went to work on it. They sang the old ones first, the slow ones, hymns that went back further than anybody's gross dotty. Abram hadn't sung since spring. He stood among the men and was surprised to find every word still there, all of them, waiting in their right order. Something in his chest went loose that he hadn't known was tight. Whatever else the lost weeks had taken out of his head, they hadn't taken this. He sang the 3rd hymn, looking at the lantern light on the old beams. It came to him, quietly, in the middle of a line about mercy, that a man who still owned all the words might not be as lost as he'd been telling himself. Across the barn, on the women's benches, Rachel sat beside the new teacher with her chin up and her hands folded, singing. He made himself attend to his own side of the room. At the break they went for the pies, and the barn filled up with talk. Levi had contrived to be handing out plates at the teacher's end of the table, and handed her 3 separate plates with 3 separate explanations, and nae one was fooled, least of all Mary Beth. She pushed up her glasses and thanked him gravely each time. Old Eli held a bench end and a quart at the same time. Faith moved through the crowd the way she always did, seeing everybody and troubling nobody. Then Sassy came in from the night through the gap in the big doors, walked the whole length of the pie table between the plates with great and terrible care, and sat down beside Sarah's custard as if she'd been invited. "That cat," Sarah said, in a voice that carried. 3 women lunged. Sassy rose without hurry, stepped around the custard, through the half-moon pies, and off the table's far end into the dark under the benches, entirely unrepentant, and the barn roared. Rachel laughed with them. It was not the polite laugh she kept for company, the one that stopped at her teeth. Her head went back and her whole face opened up, and she laughed until she had to catch her breath. With one hand pressed flat to her chest, her eyes bright in the lantern light, something let go. Abram forgot the plate in his hand. He forgot to look away, which he'd been managing all evening. He stood there in the middle of the Beeler barn, and watched her laugh, and thought, so that is what she looks like. That was underneath all this while. Ruth saw him not looking away. She was across the barn with the coffee pot in one hand. She didn't smile and didn't nod. She only folded her free hand into her apron, and her face took on the look of a woman filing something carefully where she would be able to find it again. Then, she moved on down the table pouring coffee as if nothing was happening. They sang the fast ones after, the young folks' songs, and the swallows up in the dark of the rafters put up with it all. The singing broke up in the blue end of dusk. They were offered a lift back, but Ruth pronounced the evening too fine to waste on wheels, and so they walked. Ruth walked 20 paces ahead the whole way at a pace that was either mercy or strategy. Far up the road, they could hear her humming the last hymn, and making a poor job of hiding how pleased she was with the world. The ridge road ran along the Beeler orchard, and the air was cooling and full of cut grass and windfall apples. Abram and Rachel walked without hurry and talked about small things. All the large things had already been said across a table, and didn't need saying on a road. They talked about Teddy's beetle, which had escaped its box on Thursday and been mourned and then found. They talked about the teacher, and whether the custard had survived, and whether Sassy had planned her intervention, which Rachel maintained and Abram doubted. "You laughed," Abram said, somewhere past the orchard gate. "At the singing?" "I don't think I'd heard it before." "Not the whole of it." "There's not been much this year to laugh about," Rachel said. Then, after a few steps, quieter, "It is coming back to me, I think." "The laughing?" "Gut." He couldn't manage anything wiser, and she seemed to think it was enough. Her hand swung small and pale beside his in the dusk. Twice, in the ordinary business of walking, the backs of their fingers all but brushed, close enough that he could feel the warmth come and go. Neither of them moved apart. Neither of them said one word about it, and the little space of air between their hands stayed where it was, the warmest thing on that whole road. He thought, so this is what it is, then. He'd walked girls home from singings before, in the time before Pittsburgh, and it never once felt like standing at the top of a hay ladder. Ahead of them, Ruth hummed. Above them, the first stars came out over the ridge, and Faith's Creek lay quiet in its hollow with lamplight in its windows, and for the whole length of that lane the world was only itself, and it was enough. Then, at the dark end of the orchard where the trees ran down to meet the road, something small caught the corner of Abram's eye. Beyond the orchard fence, a cigarette glowed once in the dark, bright and brief. Then it went out. Chapter 16. By the time the leaves began to turn, Rachel's coming and going had worn a path. Abram knew the sound of her step on the porch boards, and the hour of it, and he'd long since given up pretending he didn't listen for her. That evening, she left later than usual. The supper was on the stove, the bread was wrapped for Ruth, Elsie was already heavy with sleep on her mam's shoulder when Rachel took her bonnet from the peg. Abram walked her out as far as the gate, because the light was going, and because he wanted to. Their hands swung close together on the path, the way they had when they walked home from the singing at the Ballers. Neither of them moved apart. "The maples have started to turn," Rachel said at the gate. She looked up at the first rusty leaves. "Ruth says it will be an early winter. Her knee tells her, and her knee is never wrong. Her knee and her tongue are the two hardest working parts of this district," Abram said. Rachel laughed as she turned to walk away. She carried the laugh away down the lane with her. Abram stood at the gate a long while after the bend took her out of sight, and then he went in for his supper. The meal was quiet and warm. Teddy said the grace himself in his own words, which were Denke got for the chicken and for Ma'am Martha. Martha had to look hard at the potatoes before she could pass them. Joseph ate, nodded, and said the corn was nearly done, which from Joseph was a full evening's conversation. Abram carried Teddy up to bed and heard his prayers. The boy was asleep before the last word, with one arm thrown out across the quilt as if he guarded something even in his sleep. Abram stood over him a while longer than the prayers needed. Then he went down, banked the stove, turned down the lamp, and went to his own bed, thinking of a laugh going away down a lane. He'd been dreaming in scraps since his return. Sometimes dreams, sometimes nightmares. They were scraps, a bright light, laughter he hated without knowing why, a friend's voice with nay face to go with it. Dr. Yoder called the scraps a mercy and counseled patience and prayer. Abram had been patient through the whole of the summer. He'd prayed through the whole of it, too. That night, the dream came whole. He stood in a narrow street where brick houses leaned shoulder to shoulder, and he knew it was Pittsburgh the way a man knows things in dreams, without being told. Rain had wet the steps. A street light buzzed at the corner. On the second step of the third house was Caleb, and he had his face at last. After all these months of a voice without a face, there it was. A young man with sandy hair, thin, with a grin that came quicker than it should from a man with such tired eyes. Caleb. The name fit him like a well-worn hat. This was his friend. Abram would have known him anywhere, and until this moment, he hadn't known him at all. Somewhere above them, in the house, a Bopley was crying. Then the dream turned the way dreams turn, and the street was full of smoke. The downstairs windows of the row house were bright with fire. Men were laughing. That laughter was the peace his mind had kept all these months, and now he saw the men it belonged to, or nearly saw them. He could make out big shapes against the burning, their faces turned away or lost in the smoke. His arm was pinned flat to a table. He was fighting. His back and his shoulders remembered the fighting, and it did him no good at all. There were too many of them. They held him down, and something small and sharp worked on the inside of his forearm, line by burning line. It was a needle. One of the men laughed close by his ear the whole while. And under it all, through the smoke and over the crying of the Bopley, Caleb was calling one name, over and over, the way a man calls into a burning house long after the calling can do any good. Susie. 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 Abram woke, sitting up, with his hand clamped over his forearm, and his shirt stuck cold to his back. The room was gray with the hour before dawn. He sat still until his heart slowed. Then he rose. He tiptoed along the hallway to Teddy's room. The boy slept as he always slept, flat on his back, one arm flung out over the edge of his mattress. Dark curls, dark lashes shut tight, and behind them, please God, nay memory at all of smoke. Abram stood there in the doorway until his own breathing steadied to match the boy's, and he asked God to keep it so. He went down, lit the lamp low, and sat at the table. He rolled back his sleeve and laid his arm in the light. He looked at the tattoo he'd spent months refusing to look at. The copperhead coiled up the pale skin of his forearm. The thorned rose wound through its coils, every thorn drawn sharp. He'd woken one spring morning owning that mark, and he'd carried it since the way a man carries a debt he can't remember running up. Now he turned the dream over slowly, piece by piece, the way his dade turned a lame horse's hoof. He turned over the pinned arm, and the men holding it and the laughing. His own body had fought them the whole while. He knew that past doubting, because even now, sitting safe at his mam's table, his shoulders ached with the memory of it. He'd not walked into some English shop and asked for a snake and a rose. He'd fought. They'd held him down, and they'd laughed, and they'd set the mark in his skin while his friend called a name into the smoke. There was plenty still lost in those missing weeks. He couldn't yet say who the men were, or what the fire took, or how a Bopley from that street came home to Lancaster County in his arms. The dream kept those doors shut. But he sat in the low lamplight with his arm bare on the table, and he owned one true thing at last, and he held onto it hard. He never chose the tattoo. It was a punishment. They'd put it on him on purpose, so that any sheriff, any bishop, any dark-haired widow who ever saw it would look once and believe the worst of him. They'd marked him so nay one would ever believe him. Chapter 17. All afternoon, the sky over the western ridge turned blacker, and Rachel worked with one eye on it. By 4 o'clock, the wind came through the yard and took the washing sideways on the line. She brought it in quickly. By 5, the rain arrived all at once, and Joseph came in streaming from the barn to say the creek road would be mud to the axle before supper. Then it's settled, Martha said from her chair. You and the kinner stay the night. Nay, don't argue with me, Rachel. I've a weak heart, and Dr. Yoder says crossing me is bad for it. He didn't say it in those words, but I heard him plain enough. Ruth will worry, Rachel said. Ruth will look at that sky and know exactly where you are, Joseph said. I'll ride over and tell her all the same, before it worsens. He went, because that was Joseph, and he was back within the hour, wet through, with a jar of plum preserves in his coat pocket and Ruth's message that Rachel was to mind the bread sponge in the morning if she was kept past breakfast. Ruth never wasted worry where organizing would serve instead. It was the second time a storm had kept Rachel under this roof. The first time, back in the summer, she'd lain awake half the night wondering if she should run once more. She noticed, laying the table while the first thunder sounded far off, that this evening she wasn't worried about that at all. Supper was eaten to the rain beating hard on the porch roof. Teddy ate his bread and butter with his eyes on the windows. Elsie banged her spoon and shouted at the lightning. She was too young to know better, and Teddy watched her do it the way a man watches somebody lean too far over a well. He didn't eat much. After supper, Martha had the little ones settled near the stove, Elsie on the quilt with the wooden horse, Teddy building spool towers with half his mind on the weather. The lamps were lit. Abram came in from seeing to the stock, dripping to the skin, and changed before he took his place by the fire. Then the storm arrived in earnest. Thunder cracked directly over the barn, close enough to rattle the glass in the window frames. Teddy came up off the floor with his hands over his ears. The loud men, he said. The loud men, ma'am Martha. Rachel was already moving, but Abram was quicker. He crossed the room in 3 strides and gathered the boy up, spools and all, and sat down in the big chair by the stove with Teddy's face pressed into his shoulder. It's thunder, Teddy, Abram said. It's God's own weather over God's own barn, and it can't come in. Nothing out there can come in. Thunder cracked again, further along the ridge. Teddy shook, a small, hard shaking that Rachel felt in her own chest from across the room, and his fists closed tight on Abram's shirt. Shall I tell you the shepherd one? Abram said. Teddy nodded against his shoulder. The Lord is my shepherd, Abram began. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He didn't hurry it, and he didn't raise it. When the thunder came, he kept on through the noise at the same pace, so that the words came out the other side of every crack unchanged. Rachel stood in the doorway with a dish towel forgotten in her hands and listened. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me. She had known men with soft voices. Daniel's had been softest of all when the account books were open on his desk, and the doors were shut. She'd learned early that softness could be a tool like any other. This was not that. Abram spoke the psalm to the boy as if every word of it was simply true, and she could hear, standing in the doorway, that he believed it himself. That was the whole difference, and it was not a small one. Again, Teddy said, when it was done. Abram said it again. Elsie left the wooden horse partway through, crawled to the big chair, and pulled herself up against his knee. He reached down and took her onto the other knee without breaking the verse. Martha rocked and mended and said nothing, with a smile buried deep in the mending. By the 3rd time through, Teddy's eyes were shut. By the 4th, Elsie was a warm dead weight against Abram's chest. Rachel came and lifted her, and for a moment her hands and his were both under the same sleeping bopley. Denki, Rachel said quietly. It's the only one I know all the way through without stumbling, Abram said. If the storm outlasts the 23rd Psalm, we must wake my ma'am to sing. I heard that, Martha said from her rocker. They carried the kinner up together. Rachel laid Elsie down and tucked the blanket to her chin. Abram settled Teddy in the low bed across the room, and the boy turned over with his arm flung out and didn't wake. At the door, Rachel looked back once at the two of them asleep in the lamplight. Something in her chest pulled tight and sweet at the same time, and she took the feeling across the hall to the spare room, and lay along while listening to the rain on the shingles before sleep got the better of her. The crack woke her. It was the loudest of the night, directly overhead, near enough that she felt it in the frame of the bed. She lay still with her heart going hard, and waited for Elsie to cry. No cry came. That was wrong. Elsie slept through wind and rain and most of what a house could offer, but never through thunder like that. Rachel got up, put her shawl around her shoulders, and went across the hall on bare feet. Lightning lit the window at the end of the hall as she opened the door, and then the little room was dark again, full of the sound of rain. She crossed to the crib in the dark, the way a mam can cross any room her bopley sleeps in, and put her hands on the rail. She waited for her eyes to find the small warm shape under the blanket. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she couldn't see her. Elsie's crib was empty. Chapter 18. Rachel thumped on Abram's door. Abram. Abram. Elsie's gone from her crib. He was awake before she could knock again. I'm coming. Sleep had run thin ever since the dream. He pulled his trousers on, struck a light, and opened the door on Rachel standing in the hall with her shawl clutched tight around her. Lamplight showed the terror on her face. It frightened him worse than her words did. The crib's empty, she said. I put my hands in it. She's not there. Then she's in the house, Abram said, and we'll find her. He said it steadily, and he wanted it to be true. However, underneath the steadiness, the note rose up in him whole, the way it rose most nights now. Say nothing. Come home with the child, and nothing happens. He pushed it down. Wake my dade. There was nae need. Joseph was already in the hall with a lamp of his own, barefoot. His pale eyes were the same in a crisis as they were at table. Doors first, Joseph said. They went down together. The front door was barred from within. The back door was barred from within. Every window on the ground floor was latched fast against the storm, and the rain went on streaming down the black glass beyond. Nae one had come in. Abram stood for a moment with his hand flat on the cold bar of the back door, and let out a breath that shook his whole body. Then she's walked, Joseph said. She's taken her first steps this month past. Little ones go toward warmth. Check the stove room. Martha's voice came from her room, asking what was amiss. Rachel went in and told her calmly, because frightening Martha's heart would help nae one. Then the three of them went through the house, lamp by lamp. Abram knelt and looked under the settle and behind the wood box. Rachel searched the stairs cupboard and the pantry floor, calling Elsie's name softly, in the bright voice a bopley would answer. How she managed that voice, Abram could not have said. The stove room was warm and empty. The sewing corner was empty. The house gave them nothing but its own furniture, room after room, and the fear in Abram's chest wound tighter with every door. He was starting on the cellar stairs when Rachel said, from above him, Abram. He took the steps 2 at a time. She stood in the doorway of the Kinner's room, one hand over her mouth, and the lamp in her other hand was tilting until Abram took it from her. He looked past her, and then he brought the lamp low over Teddy's bed and saw. Teddy lay on the very edge of his own low bed, fast asleep. The quilt had slid half off his back, because he had given the middle of the bed away. Elsie slept in it, close in against the wall where nothing could reach her, with her fist curled under her chin. Teddy's small arm lay over her, thrown across her shoulders, the way his arm was always thrown across the edge of the bed. He had guarded the empty air every night Abram had known him. Tonight, he guarded her. The side of the old crib was down. The latch on it was worn smooth with 40 years of handling, and the crib blanket lay trailed along the floorboards between crib and bed, telling the whole story plain. Joseph looked at the latch for a long moment and said he would mend it in the morning. His voice was not entirely level. Teddy stirred in the lamplight and half woke. He looked up at the ring of faces without alarm, as if grown folk crowding a doorway at 2 in the morning was nothing remarkable. Elsie was scared, he said. The loud men. I keeped her. Abram said. It was every word he had. You keeped her, Teddy. Sleep now. The boy slept between one breath and the next, his arm still where it was. Rachel's knees gave way. She didn't faint. She simply went down toward the floorboards as if her legs had been taken out from under her. Abram caught her by the elbows and held her up, and then held her. She came against his chest and gripped 2 fistfuls of his shirt and shook without a sound. He could feel her crying, and he could feel her keeping it silent so as not to wake the bopless. He put his arms around her and stood still. She was never in danger, Abram said against the top of her kerchief. She was 2 feet from her own crib, with a guard on her. I know. Her words came out crushed. I put my hands in the crib, and she wasn't there, Abram. For a minute, the whole nightmare came back. Every road, every knock on every door. I thought they'd come through a barred house and taken her while I slept. Nay, one is taking her, he said. Nay, one is taking either of them. Not while I stand and draw breath. It was a large promise for a man in his stocking feet at 2 in the morning. He meant every word of it past argument. Rachel didn't answer. She also didn't let go, and neither did he. The lamp burned on the chest of drawers, and the 2 kin breathed slow and even through the rain. Joseph had gone quietly to the window to look at the weather, the way farmers do, and for a while nae one in that little room moved at all. Abram, Joseph said. He said it quietly, and it was the quietness that made Abram lift his head at once. His dade stood at the window with the curtain held back 1 handbreadth, and his pale eyes were fixed on something out in the dark. Abram crossed to the window with Rachel's hand still caught in his. Below, the yard was black and running with water. Beyond it, the pasture ran away toward the road, and he could see nothing of the fence at all until the world lit gray-white for half a breath. Out along the fence line, moving slowly and steadily through the streaming dark where nae honest business could be at that hour, there was a lantern. Chapter 19. Noah Shrock came up Ruth's lane before the mist was off the fields. Ruth had the door open before he was off the horse. They are all safe, the boy said first, because Reuben had taught him to say that first. Rachel and the Kinner slept the night at the Hostetlers on account of the weather. But a light was seen along their pasture fence in the storm. It was there past 2 in the morning. The bishop's walking the line himself. Ruth fed him bread and apple butter, then she put on her bonnet and took the buggy out through the mud. By the time she reached the Hostetler pasture, Amos and Reuben had walked the fence twice. In the shadow of the big walnut, where the line ran nearest the house, the grass was flattened in a patch the width of a standing man. 1 pair of boot prints was pressed deep at the heel. Reuben opened his broad hand and showed her the cigarette ends he'd gathered from the wet grass. Some were washed near to white paper. Some were from last night. He's stood here many nights, Reuben said. He's patient, this one. Watching their windows, Ruth said. And walking the line with a lantern in a storm. He's learning the ground. Amos stood with both hands on his hips and looked at the trampled grass for a long while. The district will tighten, he said at last. Nae fuss and nae fear. Just men in the right places, and every lane with eyes on it. Reuben, see to it. Then he turned his faded blue eyes on Ruth. You carried this woman and her doctor to us, Ruth, and you did right. Whatever has followed her here, it followed her. It was not fetched. Now go home and sleep. Ruth nodded, visibly relieved. She went up to the house first, to see with her own eyes that everybody was well. Rachel came out to the porch carrying coffee to the men. Abram took the tray from her. There was a moment of contact that took the two of them a good deal longer than any tray required. Neither of them sparred. Neither of them stepped back. Ruth filed it all away, along with the interesting fact that young Levi had been among the first at the fence that morning, and had twice asked whether the schoolhouse ought to be watched as well. That was good sense, Ruth judged. She also thought it was not entirely about the schoolhouse. The gray day closed in early. When the lamp was lit, Ruth sat down alone at her table and took her Bible box down from its shelf. Caleb's letter lay where it always lay, under her mam's testament. The envelope had become soft as cloth at the folds from months of handling. Martha found it that first week, sewn flat inside the lining of Teddy's blanket. She'd brought it across the fields the same hour, sick with the weight of it. The two of them had carried it together ever since, with only the bishop and Dr. Yoder knowing of the letter. It was one unsigned page, in a young man's uneven hand. A dead friend's last words to a boy who could not remember him. Ruth read it through again, though she could have said it in her sleep. Then she sat with her hand flat on the paper and her eyes shut. Give it too soon, Dr. Yoder said, and the shock could break what was mending in Abram's head. Give it too late, and she'd robbed the boy of his friend's last words for nothing. Every month, she asked God if this was the time. Every month the answer came back, not yet. She put the letter under the testament, closed the box, and hated the keeping of it a little more than she'd hated it last month. She was still at the window, her coffee going cold, when a car slowed on the road and stopped at her gate. Englisher cars drove through occasionally, not usually at night, but it was not unheard of. However, there was no need to slow here. It was a dark car, clean in a way the mud of the road didn't allow. A tall man got out of it. He took his hat off while he was still on the roadside of the gate, and came up her path bareheaded and unhurried. He was a big man, kept trim, with black hair combed flat and a smooth, well-rested face. At the foot of the steps, he stopped and inclined his head. Ruth, he said. She did not recognize him, and doubted anyone she knew would have told him her name. His voice was soft as goose down. I ask your pardon for troubling you at day's end. I am seeking a family member. My brooder's widow. My little Schwester, as I have always thought of her. She has a small doctor. We have had nae word of them in over a year, and our mam frets herself ill over it. The Amish words sat easy in his mouth, and every one of them was right, and everything underneath them was wrong. Ruth had stood on that porch 68 years' worth of evenings, and she knew what she was looking at, and she smiled at it. Then you'll take coffee, she said. Nae one leaves my gate unfed. Sit there on the bench, the boards are dry. She brought out coffee and the spice cake and she talked. She talked about the storm and the roads, about her knee, which foretold an early winter, about Esther Stoltzfus's cabbages and the price of thread, and whether the frost would take the late tomatoes. She never once left a gap a man could get a question into, and he sat with his cup balanced and waited for one with the patience of a man who'd stood many nights under a walnut tree. The cake is wonderbar, he said at last, into her one pause for breath. Scripture says the family is like the shepherd in the gospel. It leaves the 99 and goes after the one that strayed. Until it finds it. He set his cup down in the center of the saucer. Her name is Rachel. Perhaps you know her. I know every widow in this district and a gut many in the next, Ruth said, and not one of them wants for family or for watching over. Will you have more cake? He would not. He rose and thanked her for her hospitality, as a preacher thanks a congregation, as if the kindness had been owed him and paid. At the gate, he put his hat back on and turned. If she should come to mind, he said, tell her that her family longs for her. Tell her Mose asks after her, and after the little one. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers. You have entertained one kindly this day, Ruth. The car went away quietly, and the road stood empty in the last light. Ruth carried the plate and cup in, washed them and dried them, and then she put them away at the very back of the shelf, where her hands would not come on them by habit. He'd not come to learn anything, she understood. He'd come so that they would know he was here. She stood at her window a long while, watching the empty road go dark, and for the first time in many years, Ruth wished there were a lock on her gate. She hitched the mare again and drove over to the bishop's while the light lasted. She sat across from Amos and gave him the name the man had left with her. Mose Schlabach. Amos took it in the way he took everything, with his hands folded on his knees. He knew the name. By morning, the men of the district had it too. They would watch, listen, and protect their own. Chapter 20. The school had been open for some weeks when Rachel began going in on Saturdays to help. It was soon the best morning of her week. Teddy stayed home with Martha and the hens. Elsie came along on Rachel's hip and held court from a quilt by the bookshelf. Rachel and Mary Beth covered primers in brown paper and talked, or covered primers and didn't talk, which, with Mary Beth, was almost the same comfort. Ruth's clothing box stood ready under the window, sorted by size, and not by color, against the first cold. On the road outside, twice in the one morning, Noah happened to ride past with an errand in each direction. Neither of them remarked on it. That was how the district did its watching now. Rachel had stopped pretending not to notice and had started, quietly, being grateful. Levi had been and gone already. He'd brought a wagon load of stove wood nay one asked for, stacked it to the eaves, judged the schoolhouse step a hazard to the scholars, and mended it. Then he'd asked, from the doorway, with his ears going red by degrees, whether the teacher was in want of anything else at all. He's very thorough, Rachel said when the wagon rattled away. He's very young, Mary Beth said, and pushed her glasses up her nose. But she said it while she watched the wagon out of sight through the window. She was smiling when she came back to the primers. They worked for a while. Elsie chewed the ear of the cloth rabbit Ruth had sewn her, and waved it at the ceiling, while making babbling and chuckling noises. You slept some this week, Mary Beth said. You've better color than you had. Some, Rachel said. The lantern on the fence line had gone around the district in a day, the way everything did. Mary Beth, may I say a thing to you that I can't say the whole of? You may. I keep half things in a separate cupboard. She pushed her glasses up and waited, leaving room, the way she did with the scholars. I'm tired, Rachel said. It came out of her plainer than she intended. Not of the work, I don't mean, nor the kinner. I'm tired of moving. I've been moving for over a year, and watching for trouble in every room I sit in, and lately I catch myself thinking that if I could only stay in this one place, whatever it cost, it would be worth it. I can't finish that thought either, so there it is, half a thing. Mary Beth was quiet for a moment. When I asked you once who you were hiding from, she said, you didn't answer, and I never asked again. I'll not ask now. I'll only say the half thing back to you, Rachel. I've watched this district for one summer, and I think a person could stop running here, and find that stopping was the gentlest thing that ever happened to her. Rachel bent her head over the primer, because her eyes stung, and there was nae sense showing it, and that was when the supply wagon turned in at the gate. Edna Mass drove it. She was 71 years old and straight as her own whip handle. Calling, with the winter chalk, the readers and a bushel of late apples for the scholars. The young woman on the seat beside her was a stranger. She was tall and made for work, with deep chestnut hair smoothed under her cap. She had gray-green eyes that took the whole room in one quiet pass when she came in. She carried a crate under each arm as if crates weighed nothing, and she set them down where Mary Beth pointed. What else do you need? She asked in a voice that was low and kind. Verena Kime, Edna said, by way of a wave of her hand. Holmes County, same as me, though she's been east 6 years now. I was Holmes County born, Rachel said. It's gut country, Verena said. She said it pleasantly, and she shut the subject the way a careful woman shuts a gate. She worked steadily and answered warmly enough whatever was asked of her, and between one task and the next, she stood a half step further from everybody than the room required. Rachel knew that habit. She'd worn it herself through a year of strange barns and strange tables, and her heart went out to the woman before her head could ask it why. For the best of an hour, the four women made short work of apples and chalk. It was pleasant, and nothing in it gave any warning. Then Elsie decided she'd been overlooked long enough. She'd pulled herself up against the crate of readers, where she stood swaying on her fat legs in triumph. The person nearest her was Verena. Elsie looked up the long way, from grey hem to face, and made the swift and total judgment of a Bopley. She let go of the crate with both hands and reached both arms straight up toward Verena, fingers opening and closing on the air. Every woman on this earth knows that sign. It means up, and it means you. Verena went still all over. Her hand stopped on the crate lid. The color left her face slowly, from the mouth outward. She looked down at the two reaching hands the way a woman looks down at deep water from a bridge. She didn't bend. She didn't speak. She set down the basket of apples she'd been holding, set it down gently and exactly, as if it were the one thing left in the world that must not be dropped. Then she walked out of the schoolhouse without a word to anybody, and down the steps, and away along the road, fast, with her arms folded hard across herself. Elsie, who'd been refused for perhaps the first time in her small, triumphant life, sat down backward on the quilt and considered whether to cry about it. Let her be, Edna said. She turned back to the chalk cupboard as she said it, and her voice was gentler than the words. She'll walk it off. She always does. Always? Mary Beth said. Then it's happened before. It happens every time a Bopley reaches for her, and it has happened every time for 6 years, and I'll say nay more about it. Edna shut the cupboard with a small clap. It's not mine to tell. It isn't even mine to know, rightly, for she's never told a living soul that I ever heard of. Rachel gathered Elsie up off the quilt and carried her to the window. Far down the road, the straight gray back was still going, her arms still folded. A tall, capable woman walking away from a 1-year-old, as if the killer had raised a hand against her. Elsie's fingers opened and shut once more at the empty doorway, hopeful to the last. Rachel held her doctor close and watched until the road bent, and wondered what in God's gut world a Bopley could ever have done to Verena. Chapter 21. The pasture fence wants mending, Joseph said at breakfast. He said nay more than that, but Abram knew which stretch of fence his dade meant without asking. Everybody on the farm knew which stretch. It was the one nay one spoke of at the table. They loaded the wire, the stretcher, and the staple box into the wagon, and went down through the wet morning together. The storm had left the pasture bright and battered. Where the line ran nearest the house, under the big walnut, the grass still lay flat in a patch the width of a standing moon. Reuben had carried away the cigarette ends days ago. The boot prints stayed, pressed deep into the drying mud, deep at the heel. The rain had cemented them instead of washing them out. They worked the way they always worked, which was without talk. Joseph's hand came out for the hammer before Abram thought to pass it, and Abram's came out for the staples at the same time. The fence went taut panel by panel while the sun climbed and dried the grass around them. There was a comfort in it that Abram had known his whole life, and had nae word for. He suspected his dade had nae word for it either, and that they were both content with the arrangement. The trouble was that the work left his mind free, and his mind went where it always went now. Since the night the dream came alive, he slept lighter and woke early, and what the dream had given him sat in his chest all day. It was like a stone he could neither swallow nor spit. He'd carried it to Dr. Yoder, who listened, wrote in his book, and counseled the same patience as ever. Patience was a crop Abram had run out of seed for. He knew now that the tattoo on his arm was a punishment, set there by laughing men while he fought them. What he didn't know was everything else. Their faces, their names, what they'd burned, what they'd taken. And one of them, or some men paid by them, had stood many nights on this exact ground, smoking and shifting his weight, watching the window that Rachel slept behind when the storms kept her. The sheriff came out through the summer with nae names to bring, and nae questions Abram could answer. He popped in every now and then, but nae one seemed to be looking for Teddy. That was terribly sad, and yet, he was so grateful. Abram looked at the boot prints, and his hands began to shake on the wire. It was not a small shaking. The wire sang with it against the post, and the staple he was holding dropped to the grass. He stood there gripping the top strand with both fists, as if the fence needed holding down, ashamed clean through and unable to stop. Joseph's hands came over his. His dade's hands were harder than his own, seamed and brown, with a lifetime of wire cuts gone white across the knuckles. They closed over Abram's fists and pressed them still against the post. They stayed there, steady, while the shaking ran itself out between the two of them. Joseph didn't look at him while it happened. He looked out over the pasture, giving his son that much room. When it was done, he took his hands away and picked the staple out of the grass. Your grosstoddies shook too, Joseph said. After the fire. It passes. I never knew there was a fire. The old barn, the year I was 9. He dragged both horses out of it. Joseph set the staple and drove it with 2 strokes. His hands shook the better part of a year after. They milked fine all the same. A man's hands know their work even when they shake. He picked up the wire stretcher and moved down the line, and that was the end of it. It was more than Abram had heard his dade say about his own dade in 10 years put together. They finished the stretch by noon. Walking back beside the wagon, Abram did the sums he couldn't keep from doing. His grosstoddy had shaken for a year, and been whole underneath it the whole time. That was one kind of man. He himself grew dizzy in haylofts, dropped staples, and had to be steadied at fence posts like a green colt. Somewhere out past the district a patient, heavy man was learning their ground by lantern light. The sums came out bad every way he ran them. At the barn, Joseph halted the horse and looked at his son across its back. Enough for one day, Joseph said. The loft hay can wait for Noah and me tomorrow. Go in and eat, and then let your mam see you sitting down. It does her heart more good than the medicine. I'm not tired, Abram said. I didn't ask if you were tired. Joseph led the horse away, and the matter was settled, the way matters were settled in that yard. Abram went in and ate. He sat while his mam looked at him, and drank the coffee Rachel set at his elbow. He answered Teddy's questions about the fence, of which there were 11. And the whole time, the stone sat in his chest. Being let is not the same as being able, his dade liked to say. Well, he was let to sit. He was let to be watched over, and stepped around and spared, in his own home, while other men walked his fence line and carried word and stood guard over what he loved. Nae one had said one unkind word to him since spring. He could not have felt smaller if they had. By late afternoon, he couldn't sit any longer. The evening feed wanted doing, and that at least was his. He went out to the barn and threw down hay, and when that was done, and the pounding started up soft behind his scar, he kept on, because stopping felt like agreeing to something. He hauled the feed sacks 2 at a time from the grain room, and the pounding came on harder, keeping time with his heart. Small white sparks began to swim at the edges of what he saw. He set his teeth, and took up another sack. He'd been half a man since spring. Half a man with a marked arm and a barred past, and he would not be half a man while somebody stood at fences in the dark waiting to take the measure of this family. One more, Abram said to the empty barn, and his own words came to him from a long way off, as if down a rain barrel. He got the sack up onto his shoulder. He turned toward the feed bins, and the doorway light swung sideways, and the floor went with it. He put out his hand for the ladder post, and his hand missed. The corner of the feed bin came up at him out of the swinging light. Abram went down in the straw. Chapter 22. Rachel went out at supper time to call the men in. Joseph was first, coming up from the far field with his coat over his shoulder. She sent him in to wash and cross to the barn for Abram. The barn was dim after the yard and quiet, too quiet for a place where a man was working. A feed sack lay burst in the middle of the floor with its grain thrown wide. Beyond it, at the foot of the loft ladder, Abram lay in the straw. Her heart stopped, he wasn't moving. Afterward, she couldn't remember crossing to him. She was simply there on her knees, with his head between her hands, saying his name. His face had turned a color she'd never seen on a living man, and never wished to see again. His chest rose and fell, shallowly. She held on to that with everything in her, his chest rising and falling, and she turned toward the door and called for Joseph. The call came out of her with a strength that carried to the house and through it. Somewhere between the barn floor and the house, with her arm under Abram's shoulders and her heart going like a runaway team, Rachel stopped lying to herself. She loved him. She'd gone and fallen in love with Abram, quarrels, spilled coffee, and marked arm and all. She was finding it out on her knees in barn straw. Which she supposed was the way she deserved to find it out. After all, she'd spent months calling the thing by every other name she could sew together. Fondness. Gratitude. Neighborliness. The words all burned off in one moment like fog off a pond. What was left underneath was plain terror, and the terror was the proof. Joseph came at a run, and Noah, who'd been passing on the lane with messages, was sent flying bareback for Dr. Yoder. Between them, Rachel and Joseph got Abram up. He half woke to find that the wound at his hairline had opened. Blood seeped down his forehead. He took some of his own weight, mumbling things they couldn't understand. They walked him to the house with his arms over their shoulders like a man brought home from a barn raising gone wrong. Martha met them at the door. She was white to the lips, and Rachel watched her take hold of herself with both hands. She watched the freight pushed down, and the work brought forward, because hot water and turn-back beds were things a frightened woman could do. "The spare room," Martha said. "The stairs are too much." Rachel, the kettle. Dr. Yoder came quickly. He listened and pressed, and lifted each of Abram's eyelids. He asked Joseph 3 questions, of which the third was, "He's been at heavy work." "Against my word," Joseph said. Dr. Yoder cleaned the head wound and bound it before he said a word to anybody. "Against everybody's." Dr. Yoder straightened up. His gray eyes were as gentle as Rachel had ever seen them, but what he said was not gentle at all. "The old injury is not done with him. I'd hoped the summer had seen it off. It has not. There's a swelling in there that needs to be respected." He shook his head and took a breath. "He's stubborn and has spent this whole season refusing to respect it." He began to roll down his sleeves. "This time, he needs to listen. He needs bed, quiet, broth, and nae work, and I mean nae work of any kind. If fever comes in the night, send for me at once." The fever came by full dark. It came up out of him in a slow tide, first a flush, then a burning, until the heat of him reached her hand a full span above his skin. Rachel and Martha wrung out cloths in cold water, and laid them across his forehead. They changed them when they warmed, which was constantly. The kinner slept, God be thanked. Teddy had asked at supper, with his spoon stopped halfway, "Abram sick?" Rachel had told him jaw, and that they would take good care of him. The boy studied her face for a long moment to see whether it was true before he let himself be put to bed. Word had gone to Ruth. There was nothing else to do but the cloths and prayer, and Rachel did both, hour by hour. Martha was ordered to the chair by Rachel, and dozed there against her will. Joseph stood in the doorway, sometimes in the yard, and sometimes at the window. His pale eyes didn't change, and by that, Rachel finally understood the mun. It was not that Joseph felt nothing. It was that he had somewhere to put it, and the somewhere was standing guard. She got the feeling that if he lost control, he would be lost, and that wouldn't help any of them. He was strong for his family. Past midnight, Abram began to speak. Most of it was nae language at all, a mutter, and a working of his jaw. Then, clear as a bell rung once, Caleb. Rachel went still with a cool cloth in her two hands. Caleb, Abram said again, toward the ceiling, with his eyes shut. The boy. Take the boy. His head turned hard on the pillow, side to side, and his hand came up and pushed at the air, pushing something back, or pushing something away, or holding something off. The strength of even his fevered arm frightened her. Caleb, get down. Get him down. She knew the name. She had known it since the night in this house, when he laid every broken piece he owned on the table between them and asked for nothing, not even belief. A friend called Caleb, a crash, blood, a voice saying take the boy. Now she watched him fight his way through the middle of it, burning. She could do nothing but change the cloth, and say his name, and tell him he was home. The doctor came and went, and she told Abram that he was in his dade's house. She wiped his head, gave him the medicine the doctor left, and told him he was safe. She told him Teddy was safe, everybody was safe. She did not know if any of it reached him. Near 1 in the morning, his eyes opened. They were too bright, and they fixed on her, or on some part of the darkness where she happened to be kneeling. His hand came up off the quilt, and closed around her wrist. The grip was burning hot and strong, past argument. It pulled her down toward him, and his words came out low and perfectly clear, every one of them shaped with care, the way a man speaks when he has one message left and nae time. Don't let them take the Bopley. Chapter 23. The fever burned hottest in the small hours, and somewhere in the burning, the last walls came down. Abram stopped fighting it, or the fever stopped asking, and he went back to Pittsburgh, and this time nothing was hidden from him at all. He'd gone there at the tail end of his running around years. He was a long way past anybody's blessing and still didn't know what he wanted. He missed home, but there was something he felt was needed of him away from home. He was hired on loading trucks at a produce warehouse for a man who paid in cash and asked nae questions. Caleb what's worked the next bay. He remembered it all now, whole. Caleb was quick with his hands and quicker to laugh, and he shared his dinner pail the first week, as if they'd been raised across one fence. Underneath the laughing, from the very first, the man was tired in a way that sleep had nothing to do with. There were Sunday suppers in the little row house, week upon week of them. The kitchen was hardly bigger than a buggy box, and it was the warmest room Abram had known in all his English wandering. A girl laughed at the stove with a wooden spoon in her hand. Caleb's Susie had dark curls like Teddy's, and Teddy's dark eyes, too. Teddy was small, chubby, and demanding, banging the tray of his chair while his mam sang over the pots, and his dade made him laugh until he hiccuped. Abram had sat at that table half a year of Sundays. Then one Sunday the stove was cold, Susie was gone, and Caleb stopped laughing. He never said where she'd gone. He said it was safer that he couldn't say, and he put Teddy to sleep himself that night with the Bopley's fist wound in his collar. Later, in the dark of the front step, he told Abram the part he'd been carrying alone. He'd driven for hard men once, before the Bopley came. He'd seen what he shouldn't have seen, and written down more of it than any man in his right mind would write. He'd told them he was done with it. Men like that don't count a man done, Abe, Caleb said on the step. They don't lose their own. They cast out or they punish. There's nae door out of this. There's only distance, and I haven't got enough of it. Once Susie's safe, I'll send Caleb, maybe, one day I can join them. Abram remembered the look in his friend's eyes. He didn't believe that. The fever rolled and the dark came, the last dark, the one his mind had sealed shut all these months. They came at night, of course. They came the week Caleb had the tickets bought, 2 seats, and a Bopley's lap on a westbound bus. There was fire downstairs before Abram even understood there were men in the house. Then there were men in the house everywhere. Teddy was crying above and Abram fought them at the foot of the stairs to keep the stairway shut. He put 2 of them down. He remembered the joy of putting them down, an ugly joy. Then he remembered it not mattering at all, because there were 6, and the 6 had him pinned across the table with the smoke coming down the hall like water finding its level. And now, at last, he saw them. The heavy one held his wrist flat, a man with a grey jaw, and a weight to him that a farm boy's strength meant nothing against. The young one laughed the most, laughed the whole time, high and pleased. The quiet one did the needlework and never laughed at all. He bent close and careful over the inside of Abram's forearm like a man mending harness, line by burning line, the copperhead first and then the rose. And on the bare forearm of the man who held him down, Abram saw the same mark, coiled and thorned, older, gone blue at the edges. They all wore it. They were writing themselves onto him. Nobody will ever believe you now, farm boy, the heavy one said against his ear. Snake and briar, ink deep. You're ours on paper. Somewhere in it, his head struck the table edge, or a fist came down, or both. The world broke into pieces and got smaller. And through the smoke, through the whole of it, Caleb was above them on the stairs with his son inside his coat, calling for the girl who was not in the house, over and over, Susie, Susie, the way a man calls when he knows there will be no answer but still he cannot stop. The fever eased its grip a little, a cool cloth touched his forehead, and a woman's low voice said his name, and said the shepherd's psalm. He tried to go toward the voice but couldn't, because the road was not done with him. Caleb's old car ran north in the dark with the windows down to keep Abram waking. Abram remembered the cold air, and his own blood tacky down his face. Teddy was asleep in a wash basket wedged behind the seats. Caleb drove with both hands, and watched the mirror more than the road. The lights behind them never gained and never dropped away. Hour by hour, they never dropped away. That was when Abram understood, in the fever and forever after, that the crash had been no accident. The lights had only been waiting for the empty country to come. On a dark curve above a creek, they came up at last, quick as that, and swung alongside, and the world went over. He remembered the car resting wrong among the trees, and the engine ticking, and Teddy screaming in the basket. He was alive, furious, and blessedly loud. He remembered Caleb pinned behind the wheel with the wheel where no wheel should be. No complaint came out of him at all, only hurry. Caleb got Teddy over the seat with the last strength in his arms and pushed his son against Abram's chest, and his hands, when Abram tried to hold them, pushed those away too. Take him, Caleb said. Keep him safe, Abe. You keep him safe. Go now. Go. Headlights were turning back along the road above. Abram took the boy and went down into the black fields. Behind him, the lights stopped where the car was, and he lay in a creek bed with his hand cupped over a Bopley's mouth. His own heart tearing, but he didn't go back. That was the whole of it. He was told to go, and he went. Caleb died among strangers, and Abram walked north for weeks he still couldn't count, hiding, starving, begging rides on farm trucks, until one spring morning a yard came around him that smelled of home, and his mam was screaming for his dade. Toward dawn, the fever loosened and let him lie still. Most of what it had shown him settled into place quietly, stone into wall. But one thing stayed standing in the front of his mind. Abram held it there on purpose, with the last strength of the night, the way a man holds a lamp up to remember faces by. He remembered the needle, line by burning line. And he remembered the faces above it, the grey-jawed one, the laughing one, the quiet one bent close, every one of them plain. He would know them again if he saw them, of that he was sure. Chapter 24. The fever broke with the morning. Rachel was seeing to the Kinners' breakfast, and when she came back, Martha was standing over the bed with her hand laid flat on Abram's forehead. Martha was crying, the tears simply running down her cheeks while she smiled. His skin had cooled. His breathing had deepened and slowed. When Dr. Yoder came at midday, he listened a long while, pressed, and lifted an eyelid. He sat back and said, in the manner of a man paying out rope 1 inch at a time, that the worst of the heat was gone and that sleep would do the rest. Rest, he said at the door, and I will say it once more for the household, rest. If that young man lifts anything heavier than a spoon this fortnight, send for me, and I'll bring the sheriff. Abram slept through the day. Toward evening, Rachel brought broth in and set it on the chair by the bed. His eyes were open, clear, bright, and his own again. He watched her cross the room, able to focus the whole way. "You're there," he said. His words came out rusty. "I had a gut deal of trouble finding you in all that fog." "I never went anywhere," Rachel said, swallowing to keep her voice steady. She fed him broth, and between spoonfuls in pieces, resting when he needed, he told her what the fever had given him. He told her all of it, plain and in order. The warehouse, the row house, Caleb, the men on the stairs, the table, the needle. Seeing the same tattoo on the arm of the man who held him down. The road north, the crash that was nae accident. The Bopley pushed into his arms, and the shame that he had run. That he had run to save Teddy, and left Caleb to die. When it was done, the broth was long cold. Rachel sat with the bowl forgotten in her lap. "I owe you words I should have said weeks ago," she said. "I stood in Ruth's garden and held a hoe between us as though you were a snake yourself, Abram. I saw that mark and I believed it before I believed the man wearing it. I believed it against everything I'd watched you be, all summer long. I'm sorry for it. I'll be a long while forgiving myself." "You'd seen that mark on the men who broke your life," Abram said. "Only a fool would have trusted it. You will never be a fool. You were a man with a Bopley in a strange district." He looked at the window for a moment. "There's a thing the fever gave me that I'd half rather it had kept. I fought them, Rachel. I have that now, my whole body has it. But Caleb is dead and I'm not. I lie here running it over and over. Did I fight hard enough? Whether there wasn't one more thing a better man would have found to do, on the stairs, or on that road, or in the creek bed where I lay hiding while the lights went back to him. He gave me his son, and I gave him my back. I know what he told me to do. I did what he told me. And I wonder all the same." Rachel set the bowl on the chair and told him her own story. "I know that wondering," she said. "I sat in a courtroom in Ohio and told the truth about my own husband, with his family watching me do it. They wrote heart failure on Daniel's certificate. The men who hunt me now were his men, and every soul in that family knows what truly stopped his heart, and so do I. I didn't love him by the end, and God forgive me, I'm not sure I ever did. I should have, my family gave me to him, and I married him. I tried, and I think for a while it was, maybe love." He reached out and squeezed her hand. "He never deserved your love." She squeezed back. "But I set the law on him, and his own people killed him for it. There are nights I lie counting up all the ways it was wrong. I wonder whether the truth was worth a man's life. Even that man's. So you needn't explain the wondering to me, Abram. I keep its twin." The room was quiet for a while, and the two of them looked at each other across the whole length of their sorrow. "You didn't stop his heart," Abram said at last. "They did." "And you didn't leave Caleb," Rachel said. "They were 6 and you were 1, and he spent his last breath telling you to go. Obeying a dying man is not abandoning him. It is the last obedience there is. Neither of them said anything wise after that because it was all said. But Rachel walked out to the well afterward and stood in the cold air. The load she'd carried alone from Ohio sat differently on her shoulders. It was not gone, but shared, and a shared load is half a load. Her own mam used to say so over the wash. And underneath the ease of it, small and stubborn, sat a question she was not ready to look at yet. Did a woman who'd drawn such men to a district have any business being this happy in it? She left the question by the well and went in. At supper she looked at Elsie. Her cheeks were flushed. The Bopley was pulling at one ear. Rachel felt panic rise in her chest. She picked up the girl to find that her little body was hot. Elsie began to cry. She would not settle, and would not be put down. "What is it?" Martha asked. Rachel offered Elsie, and Martha touched the little head. After the week that house had had, nay one in it took any fever lightly. "Joseph, ride for the doctor." Rachel held Elsie and cooled her with cloths. Dr. Yoder came out a second time in one day, looked in the small ears, called it an ear gripe, a small fever making a big noise. His smile was reassuring. He left drops, and said the night would be a long one, but that Elsie was in nae danger. By morning, she would be much better off to fetch him immediately. The night was long. Rachel walked the floor with her doctor and sang and walked. Martha was ordered to bed and went, under a protest that failed. And Abram, who could barely keep upright crossing a room, would not stay in his bed. There was nae arguing with him either. He couldn't lift a feed sack, he said, but he could hold a Bopley in a chair, and he did, hour after hour, so that Rachel's arms could rest. They traded her between them all through the small hours, cool cloths and drops, and the low tune of the shepherd's psalm hummed on repeat. Teddy woke once at the noise and stood in the doorway until Abram told him Elsie was mending. With that, he nodded, gravely, one soldier relieving himself of duty, and went back to his bed. Toward morning, the fever went out of Elsie between one song and the next. She grew heavy in the blessed boneless way and slept. Rachel meant to stand up. She meant to lay Elsie in the crib and send Abram to bed. She meant to bank the stove. Instead, she sat down on the settle beside him first, only to gather strength for the standing, with her doctor warm against her chest. The gray light came up slow behind the curtains. Rachel's head came to rest on Abram's shoulder, and Elsie slept on. Rachel knew she should leave, but she couldn't pull herself away. Her eyes closed, and nae soul in that room, Bopley or groan, stirred to end the comfort they felt in the healing that had taken place together. Chapter 25. Abram woke first. He didn't move. The dawn light had gone soft and yellow at the curtain edges. The stove ticked as the banked fire settled, and somewhere out in the yard, the rooster was making his acknowledgement of the morning. Rachel slept against his shoulder with her breathing slow and even, and Elsie slept against Rachel. One small fist was curled in her mam's dress. Abram's arm had gone dead asleep beneath both of them an hour ago. He would have let it fall off at the shoulder before he shifted it. He lay still and took an accounting, the way his dade took an accounting of a field. His head ached, but it ached at a distance, like weather over the next county. The fever was gone and had taken something with it. A weight he'd carried so long he'd stopped feeling it as wrong had been lifted. He knew now what the mark on his arm was, and what it wasn't. He knew Caleb had spent his last breath on him. And he knew the woman sleeping on his numb arm had sat in a courtroom in Ohio, and told the truth, at a price he was only beginning to reckon. She snored, very slightly. It was the smallest sound, hardly more than a cat would make, and it undid him entirely. A man could stand guard against big things. Nay, one had warned him about small ones. His heart was broken open by the love for this woman, and for the two Bopless that had come into his life. The stairs creaked. Abram shut his eyes to a lash's width and lay like a man asleep, which was cowardice, and he knew it, but he did it anyway. Through his lashes, he watched his ma'am come down in her shawl with her hair pinned under her nightcap. She was moving quietly for the cattle. He watched her see them. Martha stopped with one hand on the rail. She looked a long moment at the settle, at the three of them stacked together like cordwood, her son, the widow, and the Bopley, all sleeping in one heap in the dawn light. He knew it was wrong, but he also knew it was right. Nothing untoward had happened, and they needed that sleep. She crossed the room, quiet as she moved everywhere, and laid a hand on Abram's shoulder. "Son." It was hardly above a breath. "This won't do. Take Elsie up to her crib. Rouse Rachel to her own room, and Teddy to his." Her face was wet and smiling both, like a window in a sunshower, and there was nothing in it that could be argued with. Then she went back up the stairs to leave them to sort it out without her watching. Abram lay there and let his heart pound. His ma'am had missed nothing this past month. She'd been resting and ruling and watching, and he knew what she carried back up those stairs with her. He knew it would be all over her face at breakfast, and he found he didn't mind. That was the strange thing. He minded nothing this morning. His arm was dead, his head was tender. There was a man somewhere in the county watching lanes on behalf of people who wanted this woman frightened and this Bopley taken, and Abram lay on a hard settle in the early light, and couldn't stop counting his blessings long enough to be sensible. Rachel woke the way she did everything, all at once and quietly. He felt her go from sleep to stillness, felt her take her own accounting, where she was, whose shoulder, what light. For 3 breaths, she didn't move either, and he would wonder for a long time afterward what she was deciding in those 3 breaths. Then she sat up, brisk as a Monday. "Your arm will be dead," she said. "It's been dead for an hour. I mean to give it the day off. You'll want coffee." "I want a great many things," Abram said, which was as near the cliff edge as he had ever walked. Rachel stood up quickly with Elsie and went to the crib, and if her ears had gone pink, well, the light was still poor, and a man couldn't swear to it. The morning came on the way mornings do, blind to everything. Joseph came down and looked at the settle and looked at his son, and said nothing at all, at some length. Teddy arrived at the bottom of the stairs with his hair standing like a haystack, and demanded to know whether Elsie was mended. "She is," Abram said. A smile crossed his face, and he ate the biggest breakfast anyone had seen him eat. Martha came down last, innocent as new snow, and kissed the top of Teddy's head. She didn't look at Abram even once, which told him plainer than looking would have. Abram put on his coat to do the milking, because he could manage that much if he sat to do it. Joseph met him at the porch step with the pail already in his own hand. "The doctor said a spoon, son. The cow won't wait on a fortnight, Dade. The cow will wait on Reuben or me. Sit down." Abram opened his mouth. Joseph waited the way he waited a horse into a stall, and slowly Abram sat down on the bench under the porch eave without another word. Joseph smiled and went on across the yard to see to the cow. Abram wanted to be doing things, but he sat and thought. The morning was cold and smelled of hay. His body ached and it didn't hurt to rest, though he'd never admit it aloud. His mind drifted to Rachel. Her smile, her strength, and her beauty. It was there, with his back against the porch boards, that he stopped pretending. He loved her. He said it to God first, because that was the proper order, and because he needed help with it. "Lord, I love her. You will have seen it before I did." He sat with his eyes shut and his hands working and laid the whole of it out, the way his dad had taught him to lay out a debt. He loved Rachel. He loved her doctor as if she were his own, the way he loved a boy who was not his own, and nae court paper anywhere said otherwise about either of them, and he didn't care. He, who could not account for 2 months of his own life, who carried another man's mark on his arm, and another man's son on his shoulders, had gone and fallen in love with a hunted woman. It was the most sensible thing he'd ever done. Everything else in him was broken or borrowed. This was neither. He didn't know what he would do about it. Something slow, he thought. Something patient. She startled easily, whatever she said about him, and she had reasons a man could weep over. He would rather wait 2 years than see her look at him again the way she'd looked at him over a garden hoe. He made that bargain with himself and with God. Patience was the order of the day. He stood up off the bench, easy in his own skin for the first time since spring. The morning was bright and cold-edged, autumn showing its hand at last. From the top of the yard, where the lane broke over the little rise, a man could see a fair stretch of the road, the walnut tree at the corner, the white flank of the schoolhouse half a mile on, the kinner already gathering in its yard like starlings. A black car came along the road, slow. It slowed further at the schoolhouse, rolled to a stop by the gate, and sat. Chapter 26. Mary Beth was hearing the little ones at their letters when the black car came up the road and stopped at the schoolhouse gate. She kept her finger under the word on the page. Cars stopped at the school now and again. English folk liked to look at the straw hats on the pegs and the pump in the yard. Those cars emptied out in a hurry, all doors and cameras, and were gone again inside 5 minutes. This one sat. Mary Beth pushed her glasses up her nose and looked the way she taught her scholars to look at a sum, once and properly. A tall man stood beside the car with his hat in his hand. He leaned on nothing. He faced the schoolhouse windows, and he was in nae hurry at all. Ruth had told the women about her caller at the gate, every detail laid out in order, the soft voice, the scripture, the hat held against his chest, the black car waiting in the lane. Mary Beth listened hard that day and asked nae questions. Now she matched the men to the telling, point by point, and he fitted to the hat. "Big class, take up the reading on page 40, she said. Her voice came out steady, and she was grateful for it. "Little class, take out your slates." She walked down the aisle and bent over the eldest boy's desk as though his sums needed checking. She spoke low. Inside a minute, he was out the back door, over the stile, and away through the Beeler pasture with a word for the bishop. When she looked out again, the man had put his hat on. He was studying the small house behind the school, her own house. He took his time over it. Then he got into the car, and it rolled away north, slow even now. Mary Beth went back to her desk and heard the reading. Her hands were cold the whole hour. Word reached the Hostetler farm before the washing was off the line. Levi rode in, spoke to Joseph over the fence, and was gone again toward the next farm before Rachel had the pegs out of her apron. Ruth arrived within the hour, and the bishop soon after, and by late afternoon, it was settled the way things were settled in Faith's Creek. It was done quietly, over coffee, with nae vote taken and nae doubt of the outcome. Rachel and both Kinner would go back to Ruth's for the night, and on to the Schrock farm at first light. Mary Beth was to come to Ruth's, too. The man had studied her house. The district would nae sooner leave one woman sitting alone in a marked property than another. Reuben was to walk the lanes. Noah would carry whatever wanted carrying. He stood in daylight where the Kinner could see him, Amos said. He stroked his long beard slowly. That was not carelessness. He wished us to know that he is here. He's promoting fear, but we do not fear such weakness. Then he knows that we know, Ruth said. Gut. Let him learn what that is worth in this district. Rachel packed. She was quick at packing, and that was the bitter joke of her life. She could put 2 lives into one case faster than most women filled a picnic hamper. Martha held Elsie and hummed to her. Teddy walked the wooden horse along the windowsill and asked, twice, whether the horse could come. "Ja, the horse comes," Rachel told him, and he nodded like a man concluding that business. He went to fetch the scrap of flannel Martha had hemmed for its blanket. Abram carried the case out to the buggy. He said little. At the step, he looked at her once, straight on. "Nay, one reaches Ruth's lane without passing 3 farms," he said. "Every farm between here and there is awake tonight." "I know it," Rachel said. "If it were mine to say, you'd not go at all. You'd stay here, where I could," he stopped himself. "Where we could all be of use." "I know that too," Rachel said. Her face felt warm in the dusk, and she was glad he couldn't see it. The district closed around them like water over a stone. That was the only way Rachel could find to say it. By full dark, she and the Kinner were back inside Ruth's front door. The fire was made up. The kettle was already at a mutter on the stove. Somewhere out past the lane, unseen and steady, a man of the district sat watch in the cold. The Kinner went down easy. Elsie slept in her own crib by the wall with her fists thrown up over her head. Teddy took the trundle bed Ruth had pulled out for him, and the horse's flannel went under his cheek. Mary Beth had come over after supper, as she was told, and sat by the lamp marking copybooks as if it were any normal evening. Ruth was in her chair with her knitting. Rachel sat with the case unopened in her room. She couldn't make herself unpack it. She'd packed by lamplight before. She'd packed in Ohio, the night before the first trial, and at Ruth's, the night she saw what was inked on Abram's arm. When she thought she knew what it meant. She knew the weight of a full case better than any woman her age ought to, and she hated that knowledge more than she hated Mose himself. It wasn't Abram she was weighing any more. That question was asked and answered. It was answered in a fever room, and in 100 small hours since. Abram was gut. She knew it beyond doubt. The question underneath was older. It had waited all this while for a quiet room to ask itself in. What business had she being happy? She'd brought this trouble here. The car at the schoolhouse where Kinner sat at their letters. Reuben was out in the cold half the night. Martha's tired heart asked to carry one more fear. A whole valley of plain, peaceable folk standing watch at their gates because one widow chose their district to hide in. If she took the happiness Abram was offering, she took all the rest of it too, and other people would go on paying the price of it. But if she took Elsie and boarded a bus in Lancaster, and drew the danger away after her, Faith's Creek could go back to its weddings and its canning frolics. Teddy would keep his Mam Martha, and his new Dade. And Abram could. She couldn't make herself finish that sentence, so she finished it coldly, on purpose. Abram could grieve and mend, and one day marry some sensible girl who'd never been anybody's witness. People did it every day. Rachel sat very still with her hands in her lap. The fire settled in the grate. Mary Beth's pen scratched to the end of a copybook and stopped. Half of her had decided. She could feel the decision sitting in her chest, heavy and half-made, the shape of a full case. It would be First Light, the Lancaster bus, and a note for Ruth saying "Denki" and nothing more. Half of her had decided. The other half looked at Teddy's dark curls against the pillow, and quietly called the first half a liar. Elsie sighed in her sleep. The lamp burned low. Then, with the dark grown thick over the yard, the school, and the woods behind, a knock fell on Ruth's door. It came 3 times, slow and even. Chapter 27. Ruth set down her knitting before she stood. Never answer a door with your hands full, her mam used to say. Her mam had meant kettles, but the rule served for other things as well. "Who is it?" she said through the wood. "Levi." The words came low and quick. "With word from my gross Dottie." She lifted the bar and opened the door the width of her hand. It was Levi, sure enough, hatless, breathing as though he'd run the last field. Behind him, Ruth's yard lay gray under the stars, and the pump stood black against them. "You're not to stay here the night," Levi said. There were lights on the north road after dark. They came by twice and slow both times. Gross wants the women at the Schrock farm before the moon is up, and Reuben says the same. I'm to take you through the woods. All of you, teacher. You too. Through the woods, Mary Beth said. With two kinner, at night. The lane shows from the road. The woods don't. Then, from the tree line beyond the woodpile, a stick cracked. It wasn't loud. A deer could have done it, and deer did it every night of the year. But Levi turned his head toward the sound, and his hand came up against the doorframe. Mary Beth read everything she needed in his white knuckles. Come in slowly, she said. We are two friends saying good night, and you have forgotten your hat. She stepped back to let him through and banked the lamp down to a red eye. Rachel was already up out of her chair, the case in her hand. She'd kept it strapped at her feet all evening. Mary Beth had wondered at that. She didn't wonder now. Fear was an old acquaintance of Mary Beth's. Nae one in Faith's Creek knew it, and nae one in Faith's Creek needed to. What she knew, she'd learned young and learned alone, and it came to this: calm is a lie you tell until it comes true, and you tell it first to the kinner. She pushed her glasses up her nose and made her voice into a Monday morning, level and dull and certain. Teddy. She knelt by the trundle bed and touched his shoulder. We're going to play the quiet game, out in the woods, in the dark, the whole way to Hannah's house. Levi will carry you. The game is that nae one hears us, not even the owls. Can you win it? Teddy sat up with his curls flat on one side and thought it over. I win it, he said. Horse plays too. The horse plays too. Horses are wonderbar at the quiet game. They dressed the kinner in warm layers while Levi stood away from the window. Rachel tied Elsie against her chest in the big shawl, snug. The Bopley only sighed and burrowed down. Ruth banked the stove, wrapped the end of the loaf in a cloth because nae one ever regretted carrying bread, and took her dark shawl from the peg. At the last, she looked once round the room. Then she was out the door and moving toward the woods. Levi took them out past the woodpile, and along the field edge where the ground was firm. He carried Teddy high on one arm. Teddy won his game from the first step, both fists deep in Levi's coat, and his eyes wide open over Levi's shoulder. Rachel came behind with Elsie in the shawl, and the case in her hand. It was clear that she would give it up to nae one. Mary Beth came last. Every dozen steps, she looked back the way they'd come, and the house sank into the dark behind them a piece at a time. The woods were wet underfoot and smelled of cold leaves. They went without a lantern. Levi led by knowing, not by seeing, the way boys lead who grew up on this ground. When a bough hung low across the path, his hand found it in the dark and held it back for the women. Where the creek crossed their way, he stepped down into the water in his boots and handed them over the stepping stones one at a time. His hand was steady under Mary Beth's, and it was warm, and she was surprised to catch herself noticing either thing. It's not far now, Levi said quietly. Past the sugar maples, it's Schrock ground. Something moved ahead of them, low and quick. Mary Beth's breath stopped, and then the shape came out of the underbrush, and it was Patch, trotting with his head down and his business plain. The dog pressed once against Rachel's skirt, walked a full circle around the party, and fell in at the rear as though Reuben had given him the assignment in writing. For the rest of the way, he was a gray shadow at Mary Beth's heel, and she'd never in her life been so glad of a dog. The Schrock house showed a single candle, low in a downstairs window. Hannah opened the door before any hand could knock. The warmth of the house came out around them like something offered. The kinner go up first, Hannah said. There are beds made up and a warmed brick in each. Reuben's in the lane. Nae one comes up that lane tonight but friends. She asked not one question, and that told Mary Beth she already held the answers. They carried the little ones up the stairs by candlelight. Teddy was asleep before his boots were off, the quiet game one forgot. Elsie went down into a borrowed cradle without a murmur. Rachel stood over her for a long moment with her hand resting on the blanket, and then came away. Below, Hannah had milk warming on the stove. Mary Beth sat at the table, and now that there was nothing left to do, her hands began to shake. She laid them flat on the wood and looked at them as if they belonged to one of her scholars. Rachel came down the stairs and saw. She said nothing about it. She sat, put her own hand over Mary Beth's until it stilled, and looked at her with those blue eyes that missed nothing. "Someday," Rachel said, "you might tell me who taught you to be that calm." "Someday," Mary Beth said, "I might." Hannah used the milk to make hot cocoa, and before them she placed a plate of bread and apple butter. Patch lay down across the door's sill, nose to the crack, and didn't close his eyes. Mary Beth went to the door to call Levi in out of the cold. He was on the porch with his back to the house, facing the way they'd come. The night had gone very still, the way it goes before a frost, and small sounds traveled a long way in it. She heard the creek running. She heard a horse shift its weight in the Schrock barn. Then, thin and far off, from the direction of Ruth's lane, glass broke. Mary Beth's hand went to the doorframe and stayed there. Levi turned. His face in the porch lamp wasn't a boy's face. Something cold moved along Mary Beth's arms. Rachel was inside with Ruth and the Kinner. The men had the lanes. Reuben had that very lane. She thought of the fences and the dogs between here and Ruth's. Any stranger cutting back through would set them barking. It steadied her. It was fear with the walls of the district around it, not the kind you carried alone. "You get inside," Levi said. His voice was his dad's. "We will take care of this, and Ruth never has to know." He took the lantern from its hook and went down off the porch. Away toward Ruth's lane, a second lantern showed already, small and moving fast. Reuben, she thought. Thank the Lord for Reuben. She closed the door on the cold and went to find Rachel. Chapter 28. Noah came up the Hostetler lane at first light, riding bareback with his coat buttoned over his nightshirt. Abram knew before the boy said a word that the night had gone wrong somewhere. "They're safe," Noah called, because he was a gut boy and gave the bread before the stone. All of them, hours before it happened. They were at Schrock's by moonrise. He slid down and stood, catching his breath. But somebody went through Ruth's house in the night. Reuben was near the top of the lane when the pain went. He came at a run. The back door stood open. A shape was going over the pasture toward the road. Whoever it was knew the fences and got clean away in the dark. Reuben read the rest of it at first light. Read what? Joseph had come out with his braces hanging. His pale eyes didn't change. They never did. The pane by the door was broken out, neat, right at the latch. Nothing thrown about, nothing spoiled. Whoever it was went through that house as soft as a cat, and took just the one thing. Noah swallowed. Elsie's blanket. Out of the crib. Reuben says she couldn't have been gone from that crib an hour when the moon reached into it. An hour, and a stranger's hand had reached into the empty crib. Abram stood in the cold yard with the milking pail still in his hand, and made himself breathe slow. "They weren't thieving," he said. "A man doesn't break a window for a Bopley's blanket. It's a message. We know where she sleeps. We know how near we came." Joseph said. He looked down the empty lane for a long moment. "Get your coat. The bishop will want us." By noon, it was arranged, quietly, the way everything was arranged now. Rachel and the Kinner would not sleep 2 nights running under the same roof until this was finished. Amos would judge each day where the next night fell, and Noah would carry the word from farm to farm each afternoon. Nay syllable of any of it would be spoken at the mercantile or the post board. Old Eli kept his bench by that board all the same, and nothing past it that he didn't see. It was Ruth who sent for Abram, alone, toward evening. He found her at her table with the lamp already lit, and her Bible in front of her, and something in the set of her shoulders made him stop just inside the door. He'd seen Ruth marry, Ruth scheming, and Ruth angry enough to curdle milk. He'd never before seen her look her 68 years. "Sit down, boy," Ruth said. "I have kept a thing of yours. I have kept it since the first week you came home, and the keeping of it has been the heaviest work I ever did in my life." She opened the box. What she took out was a sheet of paper folded small, worn soft along its creases, the way paper wears when it has been read many times by one person who told nay one. "Your mam found it that first week," Ruth said. "Sewn flat into the hem of Teddy's blanket, with stitches a man would make. She brought it to me sick with the weight of it, and we carried it to the bishop and then to Dr. Yoder. It names nay names. There was nothing in it that the sheriff could have used, and there was everything in it that could have hurt you. Dr. Yoder said a mending mind must not be forced, that pushing a memory can break the vessel that holds it. So we judged and we kept it, and every month I took it out and prayed over it and put it back. If we judged wrong, I will answer for it gladly. But you are strong enough now, and it is yours." Abram took the paper. He knew the hand before he read a word of it. Since the fever, there were things he simply knew again, and this cramped, forward-leaning writing was one of them. Caleb wrote the way he talked, all of it in a hurry to get where it was going. He read it through twice by Ruth's lamp. "If you are reading this, then it has gone wrong, and a stranger has my boy. His name is Theodore. He is a good boy and no trouble to anyone if he has had his supper. Do not take this paper to the police. I mean that. These people have friends where you would never think to look, and a report with the boy's name in it will reach them faster than a fire bell. If the man carrying him is the man I hope, then he is the best friend I've ever had, and none of this was his choosing. Whatever they put on him for standing by me, and no mark they made means what they meant it to mean. The boy's mother is living, if she keeps ahead of them. Do not go looking. Looking is how they find her. If God is good, one day she will do the finding herself. Tell my son his father was not what they will say he was. Tell him he loved him dearly. There was nay signature. There didn't need to be." Abram sat with the paper in his two hands. The paper trembled and he let it. "The boy's mother is living." He read that line a third time, and a fourth, and the words stayed exactly where they were. He thought of Caleb's Susie, the girl who laughed in a Pittsburgh doorway with Teddy's dark curls falling over her forehead. All these months Abram had grieved her along with Caleb, one grief folded inside the other, and here was Caleb's own hand saying maybe. It was only a maybe, but a maybe was more than he'd had at breakfast. "He wrote this before that night," Abram said. His voice came out rough. He knew what might come. He sat somewhere with a needle and thread, and he sewed his boy's whole story into a blanket hem, and then he drove into the dark anyway. And I was beside him, and I couldn't. Stop there, Ruth said it the way she said everything, kindly, and with no gap left for argument. Look at what the letter asks. Keep the boy safe. Keep him from those men. Tell him one day what his date was. Now look at the boy. He is asleep this minute under Martha's roof with a blanket under his cheek, and he laughs at toads, and he prays at the table with his eyes screwed shut like it's a contest he means to win. Every line of that letter is answered, Abram. You did not fail him, boy. You finished what he started. Abram bowed his head over the table. For a while he couldn't speak, and Ruth, who never left a gap a man could get a word into, left him one now as wide as he needed. At last he folded the letter along its old, soft creases, and his hands were steady again when he did it. Caleb died getting his son out, Abram said. Now they are coming for both kinner. We will keep them safe. Chapter 29. After 2 nights of moving, Amos settled Rachel and the kinner at the Schrock farm and let them bide. The lane there ran straight for half a mile with nae cover on either side. Reuben watched it the way other men watched the weather, and Patch slept across the doorsill with one ear standing up. If any house in the district could be called safe, it was that one. Abram came over the third morning with eggs from Martha, and a plank for the porch step that didn't truly need mending. Rachel met him at the garden fence, and they fell into talk the way they did now, easily, about nothing that mattered. She looked forward to it but was trying not to admit it. Elsie has a new word, Rachel said. She says up. She stands at my knee and commands me like a little bishop. Up, up. Yesterday, she said it to Patch, and I will have you know that great solemn dog lay down flat so she could reach his ears. Teddy told him he was a gut horse, and Patch was too polite to correct him, so. She stopped. Tobacco smoke came drifting up the lane on the morning air, only a thread of it, but her body knew it before her mind did. She was instantly back among the men on the porch in Ohio, who smoked in the dark while they waited for her husband. Their cigarette ends had glowed in a row along the rail, and the smell of it was soaked into Daniel's coat. The garden went far away. Rachel heard her own sentence stop in the middle, and could do nothing about it. She took one step back from the fence, and then another, and her hands came up of their own accord and folded tight against her chest. Abram didn't move. He didn't reach across the fence for her, though she saw his hands start and stop. He didn't say there's nothing to fear, or come now, or any of the things people say to make their own discomfort smaller. He stood where he was, with the plank under his arm, and he waited. The morning went on around the two of them. A jay scolded in the walnut tree. It's old Eli, Abram said at last, quietly. He takes the first watch at the lane on Tuesdays, and he will have his pipe. Reuben has given up telling him a watchman ought to be less fragrant. Are you sure? Jaw. You can see his hat from the gate if you care to look. I'll stand here either way. Rachel looked. Down at the end of the straight lane sat old Eli on a kitchen chair he'd carried out for the purpose, his pipe going and his face turned to the road. The fear drained out of her all at once, the way it always did, and left her ashamed, cold, and angry at her own hands. She unfolded them with care. I was telling you about Elsie, she said. You were. Patch is a gut horse. I had the whole of it. Abram set the plank down against the fence. You come back in your own time, Rachel. I'm nae going anywhere. He'd not reached for her. She thought about that all morning while she worked, and she knew she would remember it longer than she remembered the fear itself. In the afternoon, with the kinner asleep and Hannah gone to the henhouse, Rachel sat on the porch steps beside him and gave him the rest of it. The parts she'd never told Ruth. The parts she'd never said out loud at all. That she'd known about the ledgers a full year before she acted. A year of adding up what she saw against what she was told. A year of finding the second set of books and putting them back exactly as they lay, of telling herself that a wife's place was silence, and knowing all the while that silence was just fear in its Sunday clothes. She told him that when the federal men came to the safe house and told her Daniel was dead, her first feeling, before grief, before anything, was relief. I have prayed to be sorry, she said. I'm sorry for the man he might have been. I have never once been sorry he cannot reach us, and there are nights I think that makes me something cold. She told him that she had written to her ma'am from the safe house, one letter. That it had come back unopened with her date's writing across the face of it. You made your bed. It was for words from the man who made the marriage himself. Abram listened the whole time with his forearms on his knees. He didn't flinch, and he didn't fill the pauses. It doesn't make you cold, he said when she was done. A man held you and your bopley under his hand like a debt he meant to collect. Being glad the hand is gone isn't a sin, Rachel. It's only honesty arriving late. But, she began. Nay, Butts, you are the bravest person I've ever met. You have kept Elsie away from danger, and you should be proud that you stood up to it. Never doubt that, and never doubt my pride at what you did. Rachel felt a warmth inside her like something she had never felt. The closest thing to it was her love for Elsie. It was something that felt safe and true and real. It was something that felt unbreakable. Denki was all she could manage. He held her hand for the briefest of moments, then just sat there being strong and showing an understanding that almost broke her. That evening, Hannah brought her mending basket to the table, and the two women worked while the lamp hissed softly and Patch groaned at his post by the door. I keep turning it over, Rachel said. Whether I have any right to stay. Whether what I feel is even mine to act on, after everything I have dragged up this lane behind me. I know Abram is gut. That isn't the question anymore, and still I lie awake on it. Hannah threaded her needle and took her time. You're not asking whether he is gut, Hannah said. You're asking whether you are allowed to be happy. I asked it too. She smoothed the shirt on her knee. When I came to Faith's Creek, I was hiding from my own past, same as you, though nae one here knew it then. And when Reuben set his heart in front of me, plain as a plate at supper, I nearly ran from it. I told myself a woman who brings trouble shouldn't be handed joy along with the shelter. It sounded humble. It was pride, dressed for church. As if my one guilt was so mighty that God's mercy couldn't lift it. Then how did you come through it? By walking through it, not around it. There is nae road around, I looked. Hannah bit her thread. Happiness taken humbly is not a theft, Rachel. It's a mercy, and refusing a mercy to punish yourself is not righteousness. It only doubles the sorrow and calls the doubling holy. Rachel sat with her mending still in her lap. For the first time since Ohio, she let herself imagine her life as a whole, not as a thing to flee toward but as a thing to stand in. She saw winter mornings in that house, Teddy at her knee with his short sentences, Elsie commanding the world up, Abram steady across a table. She would not be hiding. She would be staying. The door opened on the cold and Abram came in from walking the lane with Reuben. He looked at Rachel a long moment, and whatever he had come intending to say, he said something else. I do not want you leaving this house again. Chapter 30. October went out warm, the way it sometimes does. One borrowed week of summer laid down gently over the stubble fields. On the best morning of it, Abram came up from the barn to a house that smelled of peaches from the porch steps inward. The kitchen was all steam and sweetness. Rachel stood at the stove with her sleeves pinned back, lifting jars out of the canner with the tongs. Martha sat in the chair by the window where Dr. Yoder had decreed she would sit, skinning peaches into a bowl, and directing the campaign from her chair. Not that shelf, the low one. Wet jars have nae business above anybody's head. Teddy, count them for me, there's a gut boy. Teddy stood before the row of cooling jars with his hands behind his back, the way Joseph stood before a horse he was judging. 1, 2, 5, he announced. 5 jars. 5 it is, Martha said. The boy has a head for figures. Elsie was under the table with a wooden spoon, banging out the rhythm of a hymn nae one had taught her. When she saw Abram in the doorway, she hauled herself up by the table leg. For a moment, she stood swaying with the spoon aloft, and gave the world her whole vocabulary at once. Up. Up. Abram picked her up. She smelled of peaches, too. The whole valley likely did by now. Out, Martha said to him, and not unkindly. Grown men in a canning house are like bulls at a quilting. Take the boy. The garden wants you both more than we do. The garden had come to its last rose, the beans long done, the late cabbages sitting fat and blue-green in the cool dirt. Rachel came out when the last jars were sealed, took up the second hoe from the fence rail without being asked, and fell in on the row beside his. They worked without talking for a while, the two hoes keeping uneven time. Abram had learned this about her through the summer. She didn't fill quiet for the sake of filling it, and he'd stopped being surprised by how restful that was. "You're leaving every third weed," Rachel said presently. "I'm thinning them. Even weeds do better with room. So it's husbandry." She took the weeds he'd left with 3 easy strokes. "I would hate to see your rows when you're being careless, Abram. You've seen my boots when I'm being careless. The rows are safer." She laughed, the true laugh, the one that changed her whole face. Abram bent to his row, and let himself hear it without pretending he hadn't worked for it. The morning went along like that, row by row. Near the pump, Teddy crouched over something in the grass, and went very still, and then his shout carried across the whole garden. "Frog! Big frog!" It was a toad, fat and warty and remarkably patient. Teddy hovered his 2 hands over it the way Abram had taught him with the barn cats, gentle first, and asked it, "You come to supper?" The toad declined by hopping once, a fat, unhurried hop. Teddy shrieked with the pure joy of it. Elsie, who couldn't see the toad at all from where she sat, shrieked too, on principle. Then the toad hopped again, and Teddy fell over backward laughing, and that set Elsie off properly. For a while, the whole garden was nothing but kinner howling with laughter at one unmoved toad. "It's a toad," Abram said when order was restored. "A big toad," Teddy agreed. "A gut toad." Rachel had come up the row with her hand pressed to her side from laughing. Elsie reached both fat hands toward the toad with intentions one doubted. Rachel swooped her up and away. "Nay, Liebchen. We don't eat our guests." At the fence, Joseph stood with his forearms on the top rail. He'd come up from the lower field at some point in the laughing. He watched them all, the kinner, the hose, and the toad, and he said nothing at all. He stood there a gut while. From Joseph that was a blessing, and every soul in the garden knew it. Later, Teddy set the supper table. He'd campaigned for the office for a week, and Martha, who believed a boy should be given real work and then left alone to do it, handed him the spoons and retired to her chair. He did it his own way. Every place got a spoon, laid down straight and careful. The forks he distributed by some order of merit known only to himself, 2 for Joseph, none for Abram. At the empty place by Elsie's high chair, he set the little wooden horse, and beside the horse, after some thought, the smallest spoon. "Horse eats supper," he explained to the table at large. "And what does a horse eat?" Martha asked. "Pie," Teddy said with the certainty of a bishop, and the table went up in laughter, all of them. Joseph even gave a short dry bark of it that one heard twice in a season. Teddy looked around at the laughing grown people, decided the joke was his, and laughed loudest of all. They bowed their heads over the food, and Joseph said the grace slow. Abram, with his eyes shut, could hear Elsie's small hands patting the tray of the high chair, and made no attempt to keep the smile out of the prayer. Afterward, in the blue dusk, Abram walked Rachel and Elsie out as far as the buggy, and they stood a while at the garden fence because neither of them started the goodbye. The first stars were out over the barn roof. Elsie slept against her mam's shoulder with the wooden horse in her fist. Down the row, the toad was presumably at his supper. "Rachel," Abram said quietly, with his hands on the rail. "When all of this is done and behind us, and the days are only days again, what do you want? Not what would be sensible. What do you want?" She opened her mouth to answer. He watched her reach for it, the old answer, the one she'd carried since Ohio, worn smooth as a pocket stone with handling, and he watched her not find it. Her mouth stayed open a moment on the empty place where it had been. "I had an answer," she said slowly. "I've known what I wanted for a year and more. To be safe. Somewhere safe for Elsie and me. That was the whole of it, that was everything I wanted in the world." She looked down at Elsie's sleeping face, and then up at him, and her eyes in the dusk were wide, lost, and not the least bit frightened. Abram, with you I feel safe, and that scares me more than anything. Chapter 31. The first frost lay white on the stubble the morning Ruth drove out with 4 loaves and a plan. Weeks had passed since the peaches were put up, the leaves were down off the walnut trees, and the whole district had settled into the work of the season, which this year was of 2 kinds. There was the kind a body could see, corn cribs filling and stove wood rising in ranks against the sheds. And there was the other kind. The other kind moved the way Ruth moved it in bread. A loaf went to the Zooks, and with it word of which night Samuel had the East Lane. A loaf went to Esther, whose kin near the Ohio line might be wanted before winter, though Ruth didn't yet say for what. A loaf went to Katie Beeler, because Katie's Naomi was poorly with a cold. A woman delivering bread to a sick kinner could stand in a doorway and learn everything that had passed on that road for 2 days. The men kept their watches, the women kept the men fed at their posts, and to any eye that didn't belong to the valley, Faith's Creek was only preparing for winter. Ruth had run many campaigns in her 68 years, most of them matrimonial. She was grimly aware that this one used every skill the others had taught her. At the Beelers, she carried her last loaf into the front room and stopped in the doorway. Sarah was on the settle with her head bowed, and beside her sat Rachel. Their 4 hands were folded together into one knot on Sarah's lap. Sarah was praying aloud, slow and unhurried, the way she did everything. Ruth caught only a piece of it. For thou hast been a shelter for me, and a strong tower. She is tired, Lord, and she has been strong a long time, and we ask thee to carry what she cannot put down. Rachel's eyes were shut. 2 tears had got loose from under the lids, and she made nae move to wipe them. Her shoulders, for once, were not squared against anything. Ruth backed out and set the loaf down on the kitchen table without a sound. She went back out to her buggy. Some things improved under her management. Others she knew better than to touch. At the schoolhouse, she stopped to leave a jar of peaches for the teacher, and found the woodshed already full. It was full and stacked. The splits were all of a length, and Levi was at that moment carrying in another armload. That's a gut supply, Ruth said from the buggy. Jaw. Levi set his load down, and had the sense to color. The teacher shouldn't be splitting wood with 30 kinner to mind. It wants doing by somebody. It does. And the pump wanted a new leather last week, I hear, and the stovepipe wanted looking at the week before. Ruth regarded him with deep contentment. That school has never been so looked after in all its days. A body would think the roof was made of pie. Levi began and gave it up. Inside the schoolhouse, a kinner was reciting, and under the recitation, Ruth could hear Mary Beth's voice, level and clear. Levi heard it too. His face, while he heard it, told Ruth everything she'd already filed away behind her apron a month ago. Bring the next load on Thursday, Ruth said kindly. She keeps the copybooks late on Thursdays. She clicked to the horse and drove on, well satisfied. That match was rising on its own, and wanted nothing from her but patience. Edna's wagon was in her own lane when Ruth came home, and Verena was carrying the winter supplies into Ruth's cellar, sacks of flour that wanted a strong back. Verena had one. Ruth had been watching Verena for 6 years, the way she watched everyone, and what she saw, she couldn't finish adding up. The girl worked like 2 men and talked like half a one. She was kind at arm's length, kind with a fence around it. She would carry flour for any widow in the district and mend for them. She would sit up with the sick, and then some bopley would reach for her, and she would be gone from the room before a body could turn. It happened again in Ruth's own house that afternoon. Tabby came by with Becca on her hip to fetch her share of the loaves. Becca, a friendly soul, held out both arms to the tall woman by the cellar door, and said something warm in her own language. Verena set down the sack she carried. She did it gently. Then she took her shawl from the peg, and was out the back door before Ruth could shape a word. Through the window, they watched her stand in the cold garden with her back to the house, her face turned toward Holmes County, though there was nothing that way to see but weather. "Did I do wrong?" Tabby asked quietly. "Nay. Nor did she." Ruth watched the still figure in the garden and felt the old familiar ache of a knot she'd not yet found the end of. That girl carries something, and she's carried it alone since before she came east. One day it will want telling. She turned from the window. "Take your bread, dear. And say nothing." The evening came down early, the way it does after the first frost. Ruth did her last chores, banked her stove, and came out onto the porch to take in the cold washing off the line. A man was standing at the end of her lane. He stood where the lane met the road, between the bare walnut trees, and he was looking at the house. He was not looking at the district in general, nor at the lit windows in passing. He was looking at the house. Ruth stood on her own porch with a frozen dish towel in her hands, and looked straight back at him, so there could be no mistake about whether he'd been seen. He didn't step back into the trees. He didn't turn away or make himself busy with a map, the way the watchers had done all the long autumn. He put his hands in his coat pockets and went on standing there, plain in the last gray light, letting himself be looked at. That was the message, and Ruth read it as easily as she read her Bible. They were done hiding. Chapter 32. The car came up the Hostetler Lane in the middle of the morning, in open daylight, with no more stealth than a milk truck. Rachel was at the window with a dish in her hands, a shiver traced down her spine, but she stayed at the window, and she made herself look. There was a car, not the slick black monstrosity that the gang usually used. This was plain, dusty, and gray. The man who got out of it stood beside his open door and waited, in full view of the house, with his hands where anyone could see them. He made no move toward the porch. Joseph crossed the yard to him without hurrying. Words passed. Then Joseph turned toward the house, and his face was the same as ever, and somehow that steadied her more than any smile could have. "He asks for the bishop," Joseph said from the door. "He says he will wait in the yard as long as the bishop takes." Amos arrived quickly, for Noah rode hard, but the waiting was long in that house all the same. Rachel kept Elsie on her hip and her back to the wall, and watched through the glass as the bishop stood in the yard with the stranger's papers in his hands. Amos read them through once. Then he read them through again, slower, and all the while his faded blue eyes came up between the lines to rest on the man's face, measuring the one against the other the way a carpenter checks a board against the square. At last, Amos turned to the house and nodded once. Then he led the men to the house. They sat him at the table. Martha poured him coffee he'd not asked for, because that was how it was done. He was a heavy-set Englisher near 50, with gray in his hair and a calm, slow face that hurried over nothing. He turned the cup a quarter turn with 2 fingers and thanked her. He waited for Rachel to sit down at the far end, with Elsie in her lap. "My name is Thomas Cross, Mrs. Schlabach. I'm a federal agent, out of the Cleveland office." He laid it out plainly after that, in short order, the way a man lays out tools. The case against the Schlabach network had come back to court, before a special prosecutor named Hammond in Sandusky. It was faltering. Records were missing from an evidence room. 3 men were at the defense table, small operators the state had managed to hold on to. But Hammond had warned Cross that if the female witness didn't take the stand, then the trial for the rest of them, including Mose, would fail. Without her, only the 3 would fall, and the network would close around itself once more. A witness, a bookkeeper who once swore to every ledger, had lately stood up and forgotten it all, every page, every figure. Oh, Rachel managed. She knew what was coming, and she was not sure that she could help. "He was got to," Cross said. "We can't prove it, but I've been at this work a long time, and a man forgets that thoroughly for one reason only." "And so you come to me," Rachel said. "And so I come to you." You are the last witness who can tie the money to the men. Without you, there is a case against paper. With you, there is a case against people. He said it without weight, the way a man reads a figure out of a ledger, and somehow that was worse than any pleading could have been. The court wants your account of the ledgers in your own words under oath. You would be wanted in Sandusky within the fortnight. Rachel looked down at Elsie, who was conducting a slow examination of a fold of her ma'am's sleeve. Was that why they'd been watching her? In case she was approached. Were they out there now, and would it get worse? They knew, she said. Before I knew. The note under the mat. The man at the fence lines. My brother-in-law at Ruth's gate with scripture on his tongue. She heard her own voice come out level, and was distantly proud of it. The retrial was coming, and the family knew it long before the law thought to tell me. All this autumn, they've not been hunting me, Mr. Cross. Not first. They've been frightening me. They wanted me to be silent before anyone ever asked me to speak. Cross didn't soften it. She saw him decide not to, and she liked him better for it. Yes, ma'am. That is exactly what they've been doing. Frighten the witness quiet, and if she will not frighten, take the child, because a mother who is running is a mother who is not testifying. He turned his cup another quarter turn. Federal marshals will move you safely there and safely back. You have my word on the arrangements. Elsie stays with me, Rachel said it before he'd finished, and it came out with edges. Whatever is arranged, she is in my arms or in my sight. I will not be parted from her. Not for an hour, not behind any door, not for any man's gut reasons. I have heard gut reasons all my life, Mr. Cross, and the people giving them were never the ones who had to live with the results if things went wrong. Amos stirred at that, but Cross only nodded, slow, the way he seemed to do everything. I won't argue with you, he said. I have a doctor of my own. He looked faintly surprised at himself, using the word, and then he let it stand. A daughter. She was small once, and I was away a great deal. Your girl goes where you go, Mrs. Schlabach. That's written into it from today. He took a small notebook from his coat, wrote it there and then, and turned the page about so she could read the words for herself. The talk went on into the afternoon, of routes and dates and papers. Rachel bore it the way she'd borne every courtroom thing since Ohio, sitting straight, answering short. Under the table, where no one could see, she kept one hand fast around Elsie's small foot. When it was done, Amos walked out with Cross as far as the porch, and Rachel came behind them into the cold doorway because there was one question no one had asked aloud. And if I do not go, she said. If I stay here with these good people, and let your court do what it can with its papers. Cross settled his hat on his head, and took his time. She understood that he would not lie to her even kindly, and that this was the whole reason why she trusted him. Then I drive back to Cleveland, he said, and inside a season the case fails. And I will not soften it, ma'am. Without your testimony, every one of them walks free. Mose and all the men behind him, every last one. Chapter 33. I'm going with her. Abram said it into the lamplit room the evening before Rachel was due to leave. He was standing because somehow, he felt that would give it more weight. Joseph spoke first, which showed how the land lay. You're not well enough yet. 2 days of English roads there, 2 days back, and a courthouse in the middle. You cannot drive a nail for long without the world tipping on you. I watched you steady yourself on the wagon when you thought no one saw. I'll be sitting on the drive, and I can hold the rail where everyone can see. I'm still going. You're not, Dr. Yoder said. He was worse than Joseph, because he was calm about it. He'd come out after supper on the strength of a note, and he sat now with his sharp gray eyes fixed on Abram over his folded hands. That skull has carried all I care to ask of it this year. The headaches come further apart, jaw, and the dizzy spells further still, and every bit of that mending is because you have been kept quiet and rested. You're asking me to shake the jar and hope. As your doctor, I forbid it, and I would like once, just once, for a Hostetler to hear me the first time." He checked the wound on Abram's hairline while he said it. His hands were gentler than his words. "Then forbid it," Abram said. "I'll go forbidden." "Abram," Joseph began. Martha put down her mending. She did it deliberately, the needle stowed in the cloth folded once over her knee. The room went quiet the way it always did when Martha put a thing down in order to pick a different thing up. "I didn't nurse that boy back from the grave so he could fail the one thing he was spared for," Martha said. "He goes. Feed him well, tell him to take care, and hush." Dr. Yoder opened his mouth. Martha turned her warm brown eyes on him. They were not warm just then. He shut it again. Joseph looked at his fra for a long moment, and something passed between the two of them that had been 30 years in the building. He took his pipe off the shelf and let the matter lie where she put it. It turned out there was nae arguing with Martha either. Abram stood in the middle of the room he'd just won. Yet he felt, if anything, more shaken than before the fight. "One condition," Dr. Yoder said at last. "Faith rides with them. She has my bag and half my training and more sense than the whole rest of this room together. If his head turns bad on the road, she will know it an hour before he admits it." "Denki," Abram said, to all of them and to none of them. Later, when Dr. Yoder had left and Joseph had gone to bed, the lamp was low, his mam caught his sleeve at the foot of the stairs. "You know why I said it," Martha said quietly. "It's not that I think the road is safe. It's that I know what it would do to you to stand in the yard and watch her go without you. I buried enough of my boy this year. I'll not bury the part that came home." Abram had nae answer for that, so he bent and pressed his cheek to the top of her cap, which was all she needed. He didn't try to explain to any of them the thing that drove it, because there were nae words in him for it yet. He'd made a promise once before, to a friend in the dark with a bopley between them. It felt as if he'd kept only half of it, the half in his arms. This time, he meant to be standing where the promise was. The next 2 days went to arrangements. Cross wanted 2 vans, a day apart, and a woman's bonnet from somebody who was not going. He didn't explain himself, and nae one asked. Mary Beth sent one of hers by Noah with a note that said only, "May it serve." Reuben and Levi would follow behind in the second van, half a day back, and what that half day was for, Cross kept in his own slow head. Amos came the last evening and blessed the journey in the front room with all of them kneeling. They read from the psalm that had been read in that house through every trouble of the year. "He will not suffer thy foot to be moved, he that keepeth thee will not slumber." The old voice went up and down the verses without hurry, and Abram, kneeling between his Dade and Rachel, listened with his eyes shut and let each line settle where it wanted to. Ruth packed a hamper. It could have fed a threshing crew. When Rachel protested that they were for souls and a bopley, Ruth added an extra jar of pickles for insolence and tied the lid down. They left before first light. The yard was black and cold, the hired van stood ticking by the gate, and Teddy slept upstairs against Martha's door, where he'd insisted on lying so that Ma'am Martha would not be lonely. Abram had stood over him a long while in the night. At last, Teddy had half woken, looked at him with one dark eye and said, "You come back." "I come back," Abram said. The eye closed, satisfied, and the contract was sealed. Now, at the van, Joseph stood apart in the dark with something in his hands. When Abram came to say goodbye, his Dade stepped up to him and set it on his head, two-handed and firm. It was Joseph's own gut hat. The black felt one, 30 winters brushed and blocked and kept for weddings and funerals and the far rarer business of leaving the valley. "Dade," Abram said. "I can't take this." Joseph opened his mouth. Nothing at all came out of it. He pressed the brim down once more, as if the hat might otherwise fly back to him, then turned and walked to the barn in the dark, and that was the whole of his speech. Rachel and Elsie were handed in, and Faith with the doctor's bag, and the van rolled down the lane with its lights making the bare trees jump. At the road, it turned west. Abram looked back once, at the lamp coming on in his mam's window. And behind them, a quarter-mile back where a farm lane met the road, a car pulled out slow and swung west after them, its lamps stayed dark. Chapter 34. The hired driver was a gray-haired Englisher named nowhere on any paper Rachel had seen. He asked no questions at all, which told her Cross had chosen him the way he chose everything. They rode in plain clothes with plain bundles, a family of plain people going to a funeral or a wedding. Nothing on them was worth a second look. Rachel spent the whole first morning learning again how much work it was to look like nothing. The car that followed them out of the valley stayed with them for an hour in the gray dawn light. Rachel watched it in the mirror's corner until her neck ached, and Cross, riding ahead of them in his dusty sedan, plainly watched it too. Twice he changed the route for no reason a map could offer. Before Harrisburg, the car was gone. It turned off at a fuel stop and didn't come back. Cross at the next stop wrote its plate number in a little book and said nothing more about it. Rachel wondered what that meant. Was it nothing? Was it dealt with? Or was it lurking there, waiting out of sight? She wished she knew, but Cross looked confident. He was not afraid, or if he was, he didn't show it. After that, it was only the road, and the road was its own long lesson. Every car that came up fast behind them gave her a held breath. Every car that hung steady in the mirror, neither passing nor falling back, was a longer one. A red truck paced them for 10 miles outside Lewistown, while Rachel sat with Elsie gathered close, and her heart going hard, and then the truck swung out and passed. The man driving it was eating an apple, a ladder rattled in the bed, and his mind was 100 miles from them. She let the breath go. 10 minutes later, she was holding the next one. Elsie, for her part, found the whole world gut. She stood braced on Rachel's knees to watch Pennsylvania go by. She conducted the wooden horse up the window glass and down again, and somewhere past noon she kicked with joy at a passing hay truck. This sent one small, knitted booty flying under the seat. Faith fished it out. The wool was going through at the toe. Rachel folded the small thing away in her coat pocket instead of back onto the still kicking foot, and could not have said why. It was the middle of the afternoon when she understood about Abram. He'd gone quiet after the noon stop, and quiet was his country, so it took her a while. But there is quiet and quiet. His right hand lay braced flat against the seat, where he thought the blanket hid it. His eyes were shut at every straight stretch and open at every turn, and above the collar Joseph's good hat sat over a face gone gray-white. When the van swung out to pass a wagon of drainage pipe, she watched him ride the turn with his jaw set hard, and she remembered Dr. Yoder's word, shaken jars, and her hands went cold. Abram. I'm gut, Abram said, with his eyes shut. Dr. Yoder told me you would say that, Faith said from the front without turning. She passed the water jug over the seat back. The whole sentence he gave me was, he will say he is gut, and you will make him drink, and get his head down, and tell him it was my order. So it is his order. There is a rolled quilt on the seat for exactly this. Abram drank. Then, with a care that tried hard to look like choosing, he let himself down until his head rested on the rolled quilt. The hat came off into his two hands, and he held it on his chest the way a man holds his hat at a graveside. Wake me if Elsie learns a new word, he said. I don't want to be behind on my figures. Rachel laughed and heard both fear and hope in that laugh. So many months she'd leaned on nay one. She'd made a science of it, the single bag, the watching for trouble, the never staying too long. And here she sat in a shaking English van with her whole life in it, watching a farmer sleep, and there was nae pretending the science had held. It had gone down quietly, sometime in the autumn, the way a fence goes down under snow. This man, who'd once worn a cup of coffee down his boots because she offered him sugar, this man was under everything now. She leaned and had never once fallen. He was there to catch her, to steady her, and it had stopped being unexpected. Please, God, she prayed, with her eyes open on the road. I have carried it alone since Ohio, and thou hast sent help, and I was too proud to call it that. Keep him. Keep them all. And if it be thy will, let me be done running. They came to the Stoltzfus relations a little after dark. There was a lamplit farm a mile off the pike, hard by the Ohio line. Esther's kin came out with lanterns and took them in with the easy completeness of plain people receiving plain people. Nay, questions were asked before food, and precious few after. The froth the house fed them chicken and dumplings, and put Elsie to bed herself. At grace, the old farmer prayed for travelers in a voice that had prayed for travelers all its life. Rachel sat at a strange table in a strange county and was, for 1 hour, entirely at rest. Abram ate little and went up early, one hand on the stair rail the whole way. Faith's eyes followed him to the landing before she went back to her mending. He's just tired, she said. The rest will do him good. Rachel woke past midnight to lamplight moving in the yard. She was at the window before she was awake, the old way, her body doing its work before her mind caught up to it. Below in the yard stood Cross's dusty sedan with the driver's door hanging open. Cross himself stood beside it with a lantern at his feet, listening to a little radio set whose sound hardly carried. He listened for a long time. Then he straightened up slowly, and even from above, by lantern light, Rachel saw his calm, slow face stop being calm. She was down the stairs with her shawl over her nightdress when he reached the door. His knock and her opening came at the same moment. Word has just reached me, Cross said. The decoy route is discovered. They know the road we meant to give them, ma'am. A driver at the fuel stop must have gotten a call out. It happens. Chapter 35. Nay, one slept much after that, and by 4 in the morning the lamps were lit, and the plans were remade around the Stoltzfus table. Cross laid it out with his hat off and his finger on a road map. His voice was as slow as ever, which Abram had come to understand was itself a kind of discipline. The route they had let the Schlabach people discover was burned. The watchers now expected the party to run north and west by the lake road, hurrying, hiding. So somebody would. Reuben and Levi had come in during the night, half a day early, summoned forward by whatever Cross had heard on his radio set. They stood by the stove drinking coffee, huge Reuben and young Levi, both of them looking as though they'd been offered work they understood. You take the second van at first light, Cross said. North, then the lake road, the route they were given. Drive like people who hope they're not being watched. Stop where I have marked and be slow with your business. I want every eye they own on you until noon. And they will follow us, Reuben said. It was not a question. Because they will see what they are looking for. Because they will see a bonnet, Cross said. Faith stood up from the table and took up Mary Beth's bonnet from beside the hamper, where it had ridden all the way from Faith's Creek with its errand never once spoken aloud. She tied it under her chin with steady hands. With the brim shadowing her quiet face, she was nay one in particular. Simply, a young plain woman by a van window. Every man at that table knew what she would look like through a watcher's field glasses at 200 yards. Dade will want to hear all of it when I'm home, Faith said. He has never once in his life been driven up a lake road as bait. He will be insufferable with envy. Abram had his mouth open to argue, on the grounds that a doctor's doctor had come along to mind a patient, not to draw wolves. But Faith looked at him, and then at Rachel, and said, kindly, the patient has 1 morning's driving left, and his nurse from here is sitting beside him. I know where I am most use, Abram. It is a thing our family is raised knowing, and that was the end of the argument before it began. The second van went out at first light, Levi at the window, Reuben filling the seat beside him, a bonnet visible in the rear glass, a rolled quilt held against Faith's shoulder inside it the way a sleeping Bopley would be held. Abram stood at the farm window and watched its lamps go north up the pike, and at the crossroads by the filling station, a gray car eased out of the shadow of the pumps and went north after it. The car drove unhurried, and a second car followed the first. Both of them, Cross said quietly from the other window. God is gut, Mr. Hostetler, and so is a borrowed bonnet. Now we go, and we go plainly. They went south of the lake by the flat state roads, through the beet fields and the little towns with their water towers, a dusty sedan, and a plain van traveling a polite distance apart, and nay car and all that gray morning held steady in the mirror. The danger now was in front of Abram, not behind him, and it was his own body. The headache had come up with the sun, the old kind, the anvil kind. The kind that arrived in slow swells with a gray fringe at the edge of his sight. He set himself against it the way he had learned in the spring. He counted fence posts and let each 100 be its own small victory. He kept his water down in slow sips. He said the 121st Psalm through in his head, one verse to a mile, and when he ran out of psalm, he started it over, and the sun stands still in it nowhere, so it served. He didn't lie down on the rolled quilt. Rachel watched him not do it for 50 miles, and then she moved Elsie to her far knee and shifted along the seat, until her shoulder stood 2 inches from his, close enough that he could have leaned, near enough that the warmth of her came through the plain wool sleeve. You are the stubbornest man in 2 states, Rachel said. 3, Abram said. We crossed a line a while back. He kept his eyes shut. He didn't lean. But his hand moved on the seat until it lay alongside hers, not quite touching. The miles went more easily after that, and neither of them moved their hands nor mentioned it, all the way past Fremont. He'd made himself one promise in the night, lying flat and listening to his own blood bang. She would not walk into that building alone, not up one step of it. Whatever his skull thought of the matter, it had been overruled by a higher court, and Martha had named the jurisdiction before ever they left home. This was the one thing he was spared for. A man could stand up for a long time on a sentence like that. Sandusky came in low and gray, street by street, and then all at once there was water at the end of the streets, flat pewter water going out level to the sky, more water than Abram had known was in the world. Gulls walked about on the courthouse lawn. The building itself stood back from the street, pale stone, wide steps, tall doors, and men Abram didn't know but could read at a glance stood easy at the corners of it, marshals wearing their plainness less well than the plain were theirs. The van drew up. Cross was at the door before the engine died. Straight in, no stopping, Cross said. Hammond is waiting on the second floor. Ma'am, whenever you are ready. There is no hurry and no going back. Abram got out first. The pavement swung under him once, hard, and he set Joseph's good hat firm on his head, and planted his boots the way his dad planted fence posts. It took a moment, but the world came level and stayed. He turned and gave Rachel his hand to climb out. She took it. She stood a moment on the walk, in the wind off all that water. She looked up the steps at the tall doors, and she settled Elsie higher into her arms. Elsie caught hold of her mam's cap string and held on, grinning at such an achievement. Then Rachel walked up the courthouse steps of Sandusky with her doctor in her arms and her chin high. Abram stayed upright at her side the whole way. Chapter 36. The corridor outside the courtroom smelled of floor polish and old paper. Rachel sat on a hard bench between Agent Cross and Abram. The clock at the far end of the hall gave up its minutes one at a time. Inside her right pocket, where no one in Ohio could see it, she held Elsie's first knitted bootie. Ruth had made the pair the week they came to Faith's Creek, before Elsie could stand. Elsie had kicked one off her foot in the first van, and Rachel had folded it into her pocket without a thought. Even now, she could not have said why, except that a thing divided between 2 places belongs to both of them. Elsie sat on Abram's knee and worked at a crust of Ruth's bread. Abram was gray about the mouth. He'd been gray since they crossed into Ohio, but he sat straight. He watched the courtroom doors as if he could hold them shut by looking. Hammond will come for you himself, Cross said. He's good with witnesses. Better than he is with judges, some say. Hammond came at 9:30. He was a heavy man in his 60s with gray brows like thatch and a suit that had been brushed more often than pressed. He shook Rachel's hand as if she were doing him a favor, which she supposed she was. You'll affirm, not swear, he said. The court has been told. Nobody will ask you to raise your hand against your conscience. Answer what I ask you, take all the time you need, and look at whoever it helps you to look at. There is no law against that either. Denki, Rachel said, and then, remembering where she was, thank you. The doors opened. A bailiff said her name. Rachel stood up, put her hand in her pocket, and walked in. The courtroom was paneled dark and lit pale. 12 strangers sat in the jury box and tried not to stare at her cap. At the long table on the left sat 3 men in fine suits, and 2 of them had eaten at her table in the years she kept Daniel's house. Neither would look at her now. She found she was glad of the cap, of the plain dress, and of every mile between the woman they'd known and the woman walking past them. She affirmed to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and she sat down in the witness chair with her back straight and her hands folded, the way she'd sat in church since she was 6 years old. State your name for the record, Hammond said. Rachel Schlabach. And tell the court, Mrs. Schlabach, the name of your late husband. She opened her mouth, and nothing came out of it. She'd practiced the name in the van, and again in the washroom of the hotel that morning, and it had come out every time. Now the whole room sat waiting, the judge with his pen lifted, the 12 strangers leaning forward, and the name lay in her throat, and would not come. 5 years of that name. The house it had bought and the lies it had papered over, and the men it had sent to stand at fence lines in Pennsylvania. Her hand closed on the booty in her pocket. The wool was worn soft, and she pressed her thumb along the small ridges of Ruth's knitting, one by one. She turned her head and found Abram at the rail. He was in the first row of the gallery with Elsie asleep against his shoulder, her fair head under his chin. He didn't nod at her. He didn't mouth anything, or smile, or do any of the things a lesser man might have done. He only looked back at her, steady, and Rachel took one long breath and turned again to the court. Daniel, she said. My husband's name was Daniel. After that, it was about the case and what she knew. Hammond led her through it one row at a time, missing nothing. The feed store in Millersburg. The auction barn in Kidron. The trucking firm out of Mansfield that owned more trucks on paper than it ever kept in its yard. She told them about the second ledger, the one that lived behind the seed catalogs in the office, and how she'd gone looking for a receipt, and found instead a book where money came in dirty and went out clean. Who kept those accounts after your husband died? Hammond asked. His brother, Rachel said. Mose. She named him, and then she named the men behind him, and the room wrote every name down. She gave them the charity that had no children in it. She gave them the hay lots sold 3 times over that never left the field, and the hauling contracts that hauled nothing, and the collection money that went into the plate, honest and came out the far side belonging to somebody else. Ledger by ledger, lie by lie. Every sentence cost her something, and she paid it, and went on to the next. Late in the morning, Hammond said the note into the record. Say nothing. Come home with the child, and nothing happens. He let the words sit, then looked up at her. Why the child, Mrs. Schlabach? Why does this family want your daughter? Because she is Schlabach blood, Rachel said. They do not let go of what they believe is theirs. My daughter is the last of Daniel, and they mean to raise her to be one of them. I would sooner they had me. The younger of the defense lawyers stood up for his turn and suggested, politely, that a woman might say a great deal for money, or for spite. I lost my family, my home, and my gut name, Rachel said. If there is gain in that, I have not yet found where they keep it. He looked at his notes for a while, and then he sat down. When the judge released her, Rachel stepped down out of the witness chair. Her legs held her, which surprised her a little. The booty was damp from her hand. She walked past the long table without turning her head, and out through the doors. She was emptied, scraped clean like the pie plates at the Beeler barn, and lighter than she'd been since the night she carried Elsie out of Ohio in the dark. In the corridor, Elsie woke and reached for her, and Rachel took the gut-warm weight of her and held on. You did not spill a word of it, Abram said. And nay, one even offered you sugar. She laughed, and it came out crooked, and that was all right. Hammond didn't wait for a verdict to move. The warrants were sworn that same hour, and by 4 o'clock the arrests had begun across 3 counties, before the ink of her testimony was dry in the record. Cross brought the list to the hotel at supper, and stood reading it by the window while Elsie banged her spoon. Rachel watched his thumb go down the page, name by name, and watched it stop. 11 warrants, Cross said. 10 men in custody. Which one? Rachel asked, and knew the answer while she was asking it. All of them but one, Cross said. Mose is not accounted for. Chapter 37. They left Sandusky in the gray of the next morning, before the street lamps had given up. Abram carried the hamper down to the van. It was lighter now by a threshing crew's worth of Ruth's cooking, and so was he. He set it behind the seat, handed Rachel up, and took the place beside her before his legs could argue about it. Cross came to the window while the driver warmed the engine. He'd been up all night, and it showed in his slow face. There's a place in Cleveland, Cross said. Quiet street, good locks, a woman from my office who'd stay with you. Until we have him, you would be safer there. Rachel looked at him for a long moment. Elsie lay against her shoulder, still more asleep than awake, with one fist wound in the string of her mam's cap. Take me home, Rachel said. Mrs. Schlabach. I have been safe before, in rooms with good locks and quiet streets. It is not the same thing as being home, and I'm done giving him the difference. She said it without heat, the way a woman says the bread is done. Take me home, Mr. Cross. The driver, an Englisher with more patience than most, looked back over his seat. Where's home, ma'am? Faith's Creek, Rachel said. Abram turned his face to the window, and let the town slide by, because a man cannot hope as hard as he was hoping and keep it off his face at the same time. She'd not said Ohio. She'd not said somewhere safe. She said home, and she meant the district, and got willing she'd meant more than the district. He didn't ask. A field is not harvested the same week it is planted, and he could wait. The miles went more easily eastward. Rachel slept before they were an hour on the road, truly slept, her head tipped against the window frame. Abram held Elsie so the sleeping would not be interrupted. His own head kept up its dull argument behind the old bandage, and twice the field swam sideways and settled again. He told Nay one. He'd made a bargain with his body in the courthouse corridor that it would hold together until Rachel was home, and he meant to keep his half of it. Elsie woke outside Mansfield and was Wonderbar company for 40 miles, and a trial for 10, and then she slept again. At noon, they stopped at a crossroads store, and Rachel bought coffee for the driver and stood in the sun beside the van with her chin up, watching the road both ways out of old habit. Abram watched her do it and understood that the habit would take longer than one trial to unlearn. But she came back to the van smiling about something the storekeeper had said. The smile was real, and it stayed. They passed the night with the Stoltzfus relations again, the same farm off the same quiet road. Esther's cousin fed them ham and fried potatoes and asked Nay questions, which in that family was a wonder deserving of its own chapter in Scripture. Abram slept badly and woke better, but didn't tell Rachel about either. On the second day, the land began to be the right land. Rachel sat forward when the hills took their familiar shape, and by the time the van came down through Lancaster, she had Elsie up at the glass, naming things to her. Cows, Bopley. A silo. A buggy, see, a buggy, we are nearly there. Elsie slapped the window with both hands and shouted her one gut syllable at everything alike. You are worse than she is, Abram said. Jaw, Rachel said. I find I don't care. Late in the afternoon, they came through Faith's Creek itself, past the mercantile and the school, and word ran ahead of them the way word did in that district, faster than any engine. Mary Beth was at the schoolhouse door with her hand lifted. Old Eli rose off his bench by the post board and waved his stick like a man flagging a train. By the time the van turned onto the Hostetler Road, there were lamps lit in windows that had nae need of lamps yet. A boy on a fast horse had gone up the lane ahead of them. That would be Noah, carrying the news at a gallop because carrying it any slower would not have occurred to him. They will all be there, Rachel said. Ruth will have brought bread. There will be 3 pies and a sermon. There will be 5 pies, Abram said. Amos came to bless the going. He will want to bless the coming back, and Ruth does not bake to lose. Rachel laughed, and then she went quiet. He watched her lay her hand flat against the window as the Hostetler fields came up alongside. Dusk was settling in the hollows. The house stood up the rise with light in every window, and he could make out buggies in the yard, 3, 4, 5 of them. The barn doors were open, and it was gold inside. I used to count the ways out of every room I sat in, Rachel said. All the way to Sandusky, I counted. I have not counted once today. That is what I said in the van this morning, when he offered me Cleveland. Home is the place where you forget to count. Abram had an answer to that. He'd been building it for 2 days, laying it up plank by plank, something about how a place was only a place, and what a man wanted was for her to forget to count on his particular porch, for the rest of her particular life. It was a gut answer, nearly finished, and he opened his mouth to begin it. The van slowed at the foot of the lane. The walnut tree stood there where it had stood for 80 years, black against the last of the light. Its shadow lay long across the lane mouth. The driver braked for the turn, easy, the way a man does 100 times and thinks nothing of it. A man stepped out of the shadow of the walnut tree and stood in the middle of the lane. He was tall and heavy through the shoulders, in a fine gray suit that had nae business on a farm road. He held his hat in his hand the way a preacher holds it at a door. He didn't wave the van down. He only stood, perfectly still, facing them, with nae reason in the world to be there. Abram knew him by Ruth's telling before Rachel made a sound. The hat in the hand. The patience. The stillness of a man who believes the road belongs to him. Beside Abram, Rachel pulled Elsie in against her body, and her breath went out of her in one word. Mose. Chapter 38. The driver put his hand on the horn, and Rachel caught his arm. Nay, she said. He wants us frightened. We will not begin there. Stop. She opened the door herself. Abram was out of his own side before she touched the ground, and he came around the front of the van and stood at her shoulder. She let him, because his being there was a fact like the walnut tree, and she'd stopped pretending otherwise somewhere in Ohio. Elsie rode her hip, awake now, quiet, her small fist closed on Rachel's dress. Little Schwester, Mose said. You are looking well. His voice was soft, the way ice is soft in November. It hadn't changed at all. He was heavier than when she'd seen him last, silver had come into his dark hair, and his eyes went over her, Abram, and the Bopley with the mild patience of a man taking inventory of goods already bought. You have led us all a fine dance, Rachel. Daniel always said you were the cleverest thing he owned. He turned the hat gently in his hands. I have come for my niece. Nothing more. You have made your speeches in Sandusky, and what is done is done. I bear you nae grudge for it. But the Bopley is Schlebach blood, and blood goes home. Lo, children are an heritage of the Lord, little Schwester. You know your psalms. A heritage. A thing that is owed. Rachel had sat across from this man at Daniel's table 100 Sundays. He carved the goose. He said the grace. He passed her the bread with both hands, and all the while, men who crossed him were leaving the county with their arms in slings, and she'd learned to keep her eyes on her plate. Her heart went hard and quick now under her shawl. She made her face still, and kept her eyes on his. Wheels came down the lane behind her, unhurried, pulling to a stop behind the car. Bishop Amos climbed from his buggy slowly, the way age made him do everything. He'd been at the house, then, waiting with the others to welcome them home. He walked past Rachel and past Abram without hastening a step, and he stopped between them and Mose, an old man, stooped and unarmed, with his hat left behind him on the seat. You will want to finish your verse, Amos said. It goes on. The fruit of the womb is his reward. His friend. The Lord's. Nowhere in it does it say yours. Bishop. Mose inclined his head with perfect courtesy. This is a family matter. Amos said. It is. And the family is standing behind me. Mose smiled at that and looked past the old man's shoulder at Rachel, and began, gently, patiently, the way a man explains a thing to kinner, to talk. He talked about courts and about time, how trials end, and agents are called home to Cleveland. He talked about how districts forget, and roads stay open all year round. He quoted Solomon on the raising up of a child. He never once raised his voice. He was never once impolite. Rachel stood with her doctor on her hip and understood again what she'd understood at 20, in Daniel's house, that shouting men break dishes, and soft men break everything else. Then she saw Mose stop talking. She saw it in his face first, a small stillness around the eyes, and she turned to look where he was looking. They were coming through the fields. They came from the Beeler side and the Schrock side, and up out of the low pasture by the creek. Men were walking unhurried through the stubble in the near dark. Nae one had called them, and every one had come. Reuben, huge and quiet, with Patch at his knee. Gabriel with his blacksmith's shoulders. Samuel Zook. Aaron King. Levi and young Eli Beeler were walking together. Joseph Hostetler, come down from his own house, with his pale eyes that didn't change. Old men and young men and boys too young to be out, and they carried nothing, not a stick, not a lantern, and they said nothing at all. They simply arrived and stood, and were added to, until the lane mouth was closed on every side by a wall of plain coats that went back further than the light reached. Nae fists. Nae shouting. Only the district, standing in its fields. Abram said nothing the whole while. He said it now, quietly, without moving from her shoulder. The last men your family sent out at night held me down, and marked me, and left me for dead, Abram said. I remember their faces now. Everyone. The court in Sandusky will hear about it, and you will not be able to buy that back. You are done, Mose. You were done the moment she began to speak. You have counted wrong, Mose, Rachel said. Her voice didn't shake. She'd waited a long time to find out whether it would, and it did not. You counted one frightened woman, and you were wrong, the way you people are always wrong. Because you cannot see what you have never once had. I'm not alone. I was not alone in Sandusky, and I'm not alone in this lane, and my doctor will grow up in the middle of all this and never once be alone in her life. That is my answer. You will not have her tonight, and you will not have her ever. Go and be taken somewhere else if you like. It is finished here. Elsie, who'd been watching the men come with wide blue eyes, chose that moment to shout her one syllable at Patch, loud, delighted, and the sound of a Bopley being glad carried a long way in the quiet. Somewhere in the dark, man chuckled and hushed himself. Mose looked at the Bopley for a long moment. Then he put his hat on and settled it. He glanced around and took the whole measure of them, the bishop, the widow, the wall of coats, the lit house up the rise, and he didn't look like a beaten man. That was the thing Rachel would remember after, when the shaking finally came, and Ruth had to hold her hands around a cup. She would remember that he stood in a closed lane with 100 men breathing around him, and he looked like a man whose evening was going as planned. Wunderbar, Mose said mildly. The plain people. You stand in your fields and you watch your roads. You have shut every door in the district tonight, I don't doubt. Old men and boys at every gate. He smiled then, and it reached his eyes, and that was the worst of it. You are watching the wrong door. My man is already inside. Chapter 39. Teddy was inside the house. The thought went through Abram like cold water. He was moving up the lane before Mose had finished smiling. Behind him, the wall of coats held where it stood. He heard Amos say a word and Reuben answer it, and knew without looking that Mose would not leave that lane except in company. Noah's horse went past him at a gallop, and the boy bent low, racing for the sheriff before anyone needed to say so. That boy was faster than the telephone at the mercantile's caddy, and a gut deal more reliable. The yard was full of lamplight, buggies, and women at the windows. Abram came up the rise with his lungs burning, and his legs going soft at the knees. Rachel was somehow beside him, holding Elsie. She was matching him stride for stride, and neither of them wasted breath on talk. The front door opened before they reached it. Teddy is here, Martha said. She had Teddy against her shoulder, his dark curls flattened with sleep, his small face folded into her neck. Abram put his hand on the boy's back and felt him breathe. There's a man out there somewhere, Abram said. Mose meant it. If he'd been lying, he wouldn't have looked that pleased. Joseph came up the rise behind them. He didn't ask questions. He turned on the porch step and looked out at the dark buildings, the barn, the springhouse, the corn crib, the woodshed, and he began giving men instructions the way he gave out work at threshing, 2 to a building, lanterns high, nay 1 to go alone. And you, Joseph said to his son, will stand in that doorway and fill it, and if you take 1 step past the sill, your man will finish what the Schleebox started. Rachel, take the kinner to the front room. Keep them away from the windows. Ruth is already there. Abram stood in the doorway. It was the hardest work of his life. He wanted to be with Rachel, with Teddy, with Elsie, but his date was right. They would keep Moses' men out no matter what it cost them. Lanterns crisscrossed the yard, swinging, 2 by 2. The barn doors rolled back, and he stood with his hand on the frame, and his own heartbeat banging in the old wound. It felt as if every man out there in the dark was doing something except him. Rachel came once and stood beside him, not speaking, just being there. Her shoulder against his arm said what it needed to. Behind them in the front room, Ruth was telling the kinner some story about a duck, as if the night were ordinary, and Elsie was arguing with the parts of it she disagreed with. Patch found the intruder before any man did. The dog's voice went up out of the barn, deep and certain, again and again at the same pitch. Abram knew the sound from hunting seasons long past. Patch had never in his life given tongue at nothing. Lanterns swung toward the barn from 3 directions at once. The grain room, Reuben called, flat and certain, the door is jammed. He's dropped the bar from within. There was nae splintering of wood. That was the thing Abram would tell Rachel after. Nae one kicked the door. Gabriel Lapp went up through the hay mow and dropped the bar from the far side. The door came open. They brought the man out into the lantern light with a hand on each arm, and set him on his feet in the middle of the yard. They stepped back and looked at him. He was young. That was the first surprise of it, 22 or 23, city shoes with hay stuck to his pants. He wore a thin coat wrong for the season, and a face that was trying for hard but couldn't hold it. He had a canvas bag on his shoulder, and in the bag, when Joseph turned it out, there was rope and a syringe wrapped in a plastic sleeve with a small brown vial to fill it. A sound went through the men. It was not loud. It didn't need to be. "Nay one touch him," Amos said. He'd come up from the lane, and he stood in front of the young man. "I know what you all feel, but hold your ground." He looked at him a long while with those faded eyes. "Nay one lay a hand on him. Set him on the chopping block and let him wait for the sheriff like anybody else." They put him on the chopping block, and the men stood around him in a wide, quiet ring, holding their lanterns, saying nothing at all. Abram watched the boy's face come apart. Fists the boy would have understood, for fists were near enough his trade. 100 plain men standing silent in a farmyard, waiting for the law as patiently as they waited for rain, undid him inside of 5 minutes. "I was only to carry her to the car," he said to nobody. Nobody was going to be hurt. He said the family only wanted what was theirs. He looked around the ring of still faces. He looked for a long time. "Somebody say something," he said, his voice cracked on it, but nay one did. While they waited, lanterns settled, and the women brought coffee out to the watchers. Nay crisis in that district had ever gone uncatered. Rachel carried Elsie up to bed and came down again. Her eyes read his face, and let him stand there anyway. He loved her for that, too. He stayed there despite the pain. He stayed while his legs shook and the yard tilted twice and came back level, and he thought, "I did not fail them this time. Caleb, I did not fail them." "Come in now," Martha said at last, from just behind him. "Abram. It is done. Come in under the lamp and sit down before you fall down, and Denki got while you do it." He turned under the lamp to make some joke about her ordering men about, and the joke went nowhere, because his mam's face changed all at once. Her hand flew up to her mouth, and she cried out loud enough to bring Rachel running from the front room. "Your head," Martha said. Got. "Abram, your head." He put his fingers up to the dressing at his hairline. They came away red. The blood had soaked through the whole width of the cloth, and by the feel, it had been coming for a gut while. Chapter 40. Rachel sat Abram down in the big chair by the stove, and for a wonder, he let her. Faith was already removing the dressing before anyone thought to ask how she came to be there. She'd ridden home at first light in Reuben's van with the decoy party, she said. Faith asked a few questions and prepared for all the answers. Her quiet hands worked at his hairline while Martha held the lamp, and her face gave away nothing. That, Rachel had learned by now, was Faith's face for bad news. "My dade is sent for," Faith said. Noah went on for him after the sheriff. "Hold this cloth, just so, and firm." Rachel held the cloth. Abram's eyes found hers over it. "You will not go out to the lane again," Abram said. "Tell me that first." "I am going out to the lane," Rachel said. "I have run from that man long enough, and I will stand in my own place, and watch the law take him, and then I will come straight back into you, and never look at him again in this life. Martha will hold the cloth. You will let her." He looked at her for a long moment, and something in his face gave over from arguing to a kind of pride that was harder to bear than the arguing. Abram said. "Go and finish it, then." The sheriff's car came up the road with 2 more cars behind it. Rachel walked across the yard with a shawl over her shoulders and her chin high. The headlamps threw everything into long shadows, the walnut tree, the fence posts, the men still standing in their quiet ranks in the stubble. In the middle of it all, Mose waited where they'd penned him, his hat on, his coat buttoned, patient as a man at a train station. He'd talked, Aaron told her afterward, for the first half hour. It had been scripture, mostly, and the law of Ohio, and the money to be had for a Christian man's reasonable cooperation. Then he understood that he was speaking to a wall of coats, and he'd stopped, and after that he only waited. It was the waiting that stayed with the men who stood there. He was not afraid. Everything he'd built his life on had come down that evening, and he stood among the ruins of it as if the ruins were also his. Two of the cars were Cross's men, come on from Harrisburg on a wire that had been chasing the van east all day. They read Mose his rights by lantern light, and the sheriff put the irons on him. Mose bore it all with the mild good manners of a deacon being helped into his coat. "Careful of the cuff, friend, I am an old man," he said pleasantly, and then, when they turned him toward the car, he looked over his shoulder and found Rachel in the crowd of lamplight, the way he had always been able to find her. "Little Schwester," Mose said. The lane went very quiet. Ruth's hand closed on Rachel's arm, but Rachel stepped forward instead, one step, so that he would see her face plainly, and so that she would see his. "I am not your Schwester," she said. "I am Rachel, and my doctor is Elsie, and you will say neither name again as long as you live." "God have mercy on you, Mose." "Nay, one else is obliged to." Whatever he had meant to say, he studied her a moment and didn't say it. The federal men folded him into the car. The door shut on the fine gray suit, and the cars turned one by one in the field gateway and went away down the road. The young man from the grain room went with the sheriff, still talking, telling everything he knew to anyone who would write it down. The tail lamps dwindled and were gone. Rachel stood in the lane and waited to feel it. Around her, the wall of coats was becoming men again, becoming neighbors, stretching, murmuring, lighting pipes. Ruth stood beside her, saying nothing at all, which from Ruth was the tenderest thing in her cupboard. "It is over," Rachel said, to see how the words tasted. "Jaw," Ruth said. "Not the remembering. That takes its own time. But the running is over, Kinner, and the watching. Come in. You are shaking." She was, and she let herself have one long minute of it, in the dark, with Ruth's arm around her. The running and watching every door in her life was over. Doors were safe now, and nay one on the far side of any of them meant her harm. It was too large a thing to take in through the narrow gate of one evening. She would be taking it in for years, she supposed, a little every morning, the way a field takes rain. They walked back up the lane together, and the men fell in behind them. Somebody's pipe smoke drifted sweet on the cold air, and this time it was only pipe smoke. Rachel didn't go cold at it, and she noticed that too, and put it away with the rest of the evening's mercies. The light through the front windows came out gold across the porch. Inside, there would be coffee and pies and Elsie and Teddy asleep upstairs. Inside, there was a man in a chair by the stove who had held a doorway all night on legs that had nae business holding him. Rachel was 3 steps from the porch when the door came open, the light spilled out, and Martha screamed her name. Chapter 41. Through the doorway, Rachel saw it happen, close and slow. Her heart almost stopped as she leaped forward, but she couldn't reach him. Abram rose up out of the chair at the sound of her step. The great foolish man, rising to meet her coming in. His face went the color of tallow. He staggered and then slid down onto the floor. Faith's cloth fell. Martha's lamp swung wild shadows up the walls. Rachel was through the door, and on her knees with his head in her hands before anyone else reached him. "Abram," she called over and over. His eyes were open, but they could not find her. Dr. Yoder's buggy came up the lane at a pace that would be talked about for years to come. The old man was through the door with his bag before it stopped. He knelt and looked long at Abram's eyes, and laid 2 fingers at his throat, and began rolling up his sleeves. "Pray now, all of you," Dr. Yoder said. "He may not stand another one of these." Rachel felt a knife to her heart. Nay, this was too cruel. She couldn't lose him. Abram came and went all that night, rising toward the lamplight and sinking away from it. He would find the surface for a while, and there would be lamplight through his lashes, and weight on his chest, and a hand holding his. It was always the same hand. He knew it without opening his eyes, a small, strong hand with a ridge of callus at the base of the fingers from hose and wash kettles and so many months of carrying everything alone. He held onto it the way he'd once held onto a hay rope with the loft floor gone from under him, and then he went down again into the dark, and the dark was full of words. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. That was Ruth reading, low and steady, on and on. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. Later or earlier, the time had come apart entirely, it was his ma'am. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. Martha read slower than Ruth and stopped sometimes, and in the stopping, he could hear her breathe, and he wanted to tell her, "Sit down, ma'am, mind your heart." But he couldn't find his own mouth to say it. Chapter 44. On the last Tuesday of November, Rachel woke before the lamp was needed, and lay still a moment, listening to Ruth's house creak around her, for the last morning it would be her address. Then she got up, washed, and put on the new dress. It was deep blue, and she, Ruth, and Mary Beth had sewn every stitch of it at Ruth's table through 3 long evenings. There was nothing about it that a bishop could frown at, and nothing about it either that Abram was likely to recover from quickly. Nae ring would be given today, and nae veil worn, only her best cap, fresh and white. Mary Beth pinned it for her because Rachel's hands, steady in a federal courtroom, had chosen this morning of all mornings to be foolish. There, Mary Beth said. She pushed her glasses up, and looked at her for a long moment. When I came to this district, you were the other frightened one. I knew you across the room the first day. And look at us now. Look at you, more like, Rachel said. Levi washed his courting buggy in November, Mary Beth. In November. The whole district has seen it standing in the Beeler yard, shining like a lie. I'm sure I take nae notice, Mary Beth said, and her color was wonderbar to see. The Hostetler barn had held the district's benches since Saturday, and by 8 o'clock, it held the district. They came the way they always came, in a long line of black buggies down the frosted road. Rachel sat where a bride sits, and watched them fill the long rows. Tabby and Gabriel with Becca between them. Samuel and Emma Zook. Reuben, huge and quiet, with Hannah's hand in the crook of his arm and Pat shut, protesting, in the buggy. Lydia and Aaron, whose own wedding had ended with coffee down a pair of boots, and all of this beginning. Dr. Yoder with Faith. Sarah. Esther with her whole tribe. Verena came in with Edna and the supplies for the cooks. She helped and slipped to the back, the way Verena did everything. On the front bench, scrubbed and solemn between Martha and Ruth, sat Teddy and Elsie. Elsie, 15 months now and loud in her opinions, was permitted a crust to keep her civil. Teddy wore his best shirt and his most watchful face, and Rachel, looking at the two of them, her son and her doctor, thought her heart would simply stop from the fullness. Luckily, it did nothing of the kind, hearts being sturdier than that, and she was glad she had learned it at last. The service was long, and she would not have had it shorter. The hymns went slow and deep, 300 voices letting each line settle before the next. Minister Glick preached, and then Amos rose, stooped and steady, and preached on Ruth and Boaz, on gleaning in a strange field and finding it home. It was into Amos's gravest pause, the whole barn silent and every head bowed toward the word to come, that Teddy spoke. He'd been sniffing the air for some while, working something out, because the smells of the wedding dinner were coming across the yard from the wash-house ovens. The scent of chicken and stuffing and 40 pies. He arrived at his conclusion in the perfect quiet, and announced it to the congregation as a matter of settled doctrine. I like the pie. Nay, one laughed out loud. 300 grown people looked hard at their own knees. Shoulders went along the benches in slow waves, and Esther made a sound like a kettle beginning. Amos, 69 years old and 40 years in the ministry, looked down at the boy for a long moment with his beard twitching. "Ja," Amos said gravely. "That is a gut observation. We will get you to it as quick as the Lord allows." And then, when the laughter had been decently swallowed, Amos called them forward. Rachel stood up with Abram in front of the district and all its witnesses. They were asked and they answered. They held hands and the old words went over them. Amos blessed them, and somewhere in the middle of it, Rachel stopped hearing the words one at a time, and heard only the whole of it, the thing itself, done now, done forgot. The night she'd come up Ruth's dark lane with a bopley and a bag and nothing else in the world felt farther off than it truly was. Once the blessing was done, they sat down married. The dinner filled the house and overflowed it, tables in every room, and the young folk eating in relays, roast chicken and stuffing, creamed celery, mashed potatoes and gravy, and pies past counting. Rachel sat with Abram in the corner place with the celery in jars before them, and the district came past in a long warm procession of handshakes and jokes she would be hearing for 40 years. There would be nae wedding trip. They would visit the relations through the winter Saturdays the plain way. There was nae place she wanted to be carried to. She was there already. Once, through the crowd, she saw Verena carrying dishes, working, always working, and reached out through the noise. "Verena, come sit by me a moment. There is room." "The pies want fetching," Verena said, kind and quick, already turning. She was gone through the doorway with her chin down. Rachel watched the empty doorway a moment in the middle of her own wedding, and didn't know what she'd just seen. Only that she'd seen it before, in her own reflection at Ruth's door. The laughter rolled through that house in warm, easy waves all afternoon, and this time her own was somewhere in every wave of it. Ruth stood at the porch rail in the blue dusk with a shawl over her shoulders, and a cup of coffee going cold in her hands. She surveyed her finished work, which was how she thought of it, whatever the bishop might say about instruments of providence. In the yard, the lanterns were lit, and the young folk were singing in the barn. She watched Levi cross the yard to Mary Beth with his hat in his hands, and his ears red. Mary Beth pushed her glasses up and pretended to consider his request. Then she watched the two of them walk toward the shining buggy, and Ruth set it down in her mind beside the day's other gains. Nearer the barn, the bishop's elder grandson, young Eli, was finding a remarkable number of reasons to pass the pie table. There Susanna Miller, Verena's young cousin who'd arrived from Holmes County, was serving. The young woman kept her eyes down, and there was a small line at the corner of her mouth. Ruth set that down too. A gifted woman keeps a full ledger. Her work was nearly done, which was to say it was never done. Then her eye went out past the lantern light. Verena stood alone at the garden fence, beyond the reach of every lamp, looking at the lit house the way the hungry look at bread. There was a wedding quilt in her chest that was 3 years finished. The wedding it was meant for hadn't happened. The district knew. The district did nae speak of it. Her arms were folded hard against more than the cold. Ruth watched her for a long, quiet while, and the coffee went colder in her hands. "That girl's trouble has not yet found its mercy," she mumbled into the dark, and a thought began to form in her mind. Thank you for listening to this Sarah Miller audiobook. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to subscribe to Indiana Wake and Friends so you never miss future free audiobooks and new adventures.